Electronics Seminar as a part of the 10th edition of Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Today, we are indeed honored to have with us Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Communication and Electronics and IT, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Mr. Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO, Micron Technology, Mr. Ajit Manocha, President and CEO, Semi Global, Tanaka Kazushige-san, Director General, METI, Japan, Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Ms. Mona Khandar, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, India, and Mr. Raj Kumar, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. India's emergence of becoming semiconductor superpower is based mainly on three factors: government initiatives, investment, and skilled workforce. And India is rightly poised to perform in all three factors. With this positive note, we take this opportunity to welcome our dignitaries on the dais. Foremost, I request Ms. Mona Khandar Madam to kindly welcome Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, with a bouquet of flowers and a memento. Once again, we request you, Ms. Mona Khandar Madam, to welcome and greet Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Union Minister of Railways, Communications and Electronics and Information Technology. Once again, we request you, Madam, to welcome and greet Tanaka Kazushige-san, Director General, Trade Policy, Minister's Secretariat, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. Once again, we would like to request Ms. Mona Madam to kindly welcome Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, METI, Government of India. Once again, we request Ms. Mona Madam to kindly welcome and greet Mr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, India. We now request Shri Viday Khare, MD, GSEM, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, to kindly welcome and greet Mr. Raj Kumar, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat. Once again, we would like to request Mr. Khare to kindly welcome Mr. Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO, Micron Technology. Once again, we would like to request Mr. Khare to kindly welcome Mr. Ajit Manocha, President and CEO, Semi Global. Thank you. Once again, we extend a very warm welcome to all of you. And now, we request Ms. Mona Khandar, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, for the welcome address.
And a very warm welcome to everyone here on the seminar on semiconductor and electronics, the focus sector of 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Investors Summit. As we all are well aware, the Vibrant Gujarat Global Investors Summit was initiated by Honorable Prime Minister when he was the then Chief Minister of Gujarat. And from the very beginning, technology has been the focus, and the same has been reinforced again and again by him. He taught us that technology is the pivotal force, not only for cutting-edge development and growth, but it is also a vehicle to ensure the empowerment of the community and to ensure that there is transparency and corruption-free deliverance of the service. Taking us further in that direction, I warmly extend a welcome to Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, who is also our Minister for Science and Technology. And under his visionary leadership, science and technology in Gujarat is set to go to the next level. It's also my honor to welcome and to have with us Honorable Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, Dr. Suman Berry. I'm also privileged to welcome Honorable Union Minister, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics, IT, Telecom, and Railways has been the guiding force, and his dynamic leadership has ensured that the vision that has been given by Honorable Prime Minister is getting into reality. It's my privilege to welcome the Chief Secretary of Gujarat State, Shri Rajkumar Sir, who has been guiding us throughout to take this initiative, this very important initiative forward. It's also my privilege to welcome the Secretary, Matey, Mr. Krishnan. I must say that with him there, the federal cooperation has come down to the administration level as well, and we are in complete sync with Matey. He is there with his team of ISM CEO Akash, and also the additional secretary, Mr. Bhuvanesh. Though he's not there, he has been also very supportive. It's my privilege again to welcome Sanjay Mehrotra, the CEO of Micron, the company who has more than 50,000 patents, and the CEO himself has more than 70 patents. With him, on our side, the statement on having state-of-the-art quality is made, and the vision of our national leader, Honorable Prime Minister, who has given a vision for global technological value chain, is also perfectly synced with him, as well as Mr. Ajit Manocha, the CEO of SEMA USA, also being on our side. Also here with us are some of the eminent panelists, and I would like to name a few. Mr. Jeffrey Chun is here, Mrs. Nandini Tandon is here, who is bringing Silicon Valley and connecting us with Silicon Valley. We also have the team from Micron, the team from ArcelorMittal. I would also like to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries, dignified delegates. They are sitting here, the media, and ladies and gentlemen. With this welcome remarks, I would just like to briefly make some opening remarks mainly related to the policy framework that has been put in place at Government of India and Government of Gujarat level. Along with that, the initiatives for building the industrial infrastructure as well as capacity building for the human resources. It's very humbling to have such a comprehensive policy framework perfectly synchronizing at Government of India level and Government of Gujarat level, and to ensure that such a strong response from the industry side is ensured. And our job is almost done with such a robust policy framework that takes care of not only the capital expenditure, semiconductor and electronics being a capital-intensive industry, but at the same time, following the footsteps of Government of India, Government of Gujarat has also ensured that we also put in our bit for supporting the huge capital requirement for this segment, as well as ensuring the utilities, efficient utilities at reasonable tariff, and taking care of OPEX to incentivize the companies like Micron and many others to be here in India, in Gujarat, and deepen the ecosystem required for this sector. Our policy framework is not limited to that. We are integrating it with the cutting-edge technology that we are seeing is, again, the disruptive transformation has continued with that. So we are very much there with policy framework for AI, ML, IoT, supporting Industry 4.0, 5.0, and the automation of industrial footprints in Gujarat. With this, again, it's very important and pivotal that capacity building, especially of human resources, is taken care. I would like to humbly mention that the human resources that Gujarat has been understated so far. As an epitome of modern Gujarat, we have late Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, and among us is also sitting the Global Senior Vice President of NVIDIA, Mr. Shankar Trivedi, who is also from Ahmedabad. So these are just to point the kind of talents we have. Gujarat has made huge stride in giving a pool of professionals ranging from finance to medical and to other professional fields as well. And with the kind of molding and finishing that we are planning for them in partnership with academia and industry, with IIT Gandhinagar on our side, Gujarat Technological University there, and such a prominent industry leaders with us. The talent of Gujarat is all set to shine. In addition, I would also like to mention the world-class industrial infrastructure that we are building, and the pointers to that can be a spatial investment region that is coming up at Dholera, the kind of utilities that we are providing in terms of water and electricity is, I would like to mention that it is nothing less than unparalleled in India. Some pointers to this can be the Japanese industrial township at Mandal Becharaji, the GIDC that we have set up at Sanand, along with social infrastructure and recreational facilities that are also coming up. So with all these things put together, I'm sure that today's deliberations and discussions will help us take this entire cutting-edge technology sectors deeper and expanding them further in Gujarat, in India, for global value chain of technology, and to have Viksit Gujarat for Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat.
Thank you, Madam, for the welcome remarks. Today, we are honored to have with us a veteran of the semiconductor industry, Mr. Sanjay Mehrotra, President and CEO, Micron Technology. Sir, we now invite you for your keynote address.
Namaskar. I would like to begin by thanking Prime Minister Modi ji for his vision to make India self-reliant in semiconductors. I also want to thank Ashwini Vaishnav ji for relentlessly pursuing this vision, Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji for enabling a conducive ecosystem for the development of semiconductor industry in Gujarat. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank ISM, DST, and all the central and state government officials and agencies who have supported Micron's efforts to establish India's first memory assembly and test facility. Thank you, Mona ji, Krishnan ji, Berry ji, for your leadership and support in supporting the semiconductor ecosystem. And thank you, Rajkumar ji, as well, for attention to Micron's efforts here. I'm truly honored to be here today among these great technology and government leaders to discuss opportunities for India to build and grow a strong semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. Vibrant Gujarat is an important forward-looking forum to discuss the visionary ideas critical for India, its growth as a semiconductor power. Never has the opportunity been greater. And I think we can feel it all here in Vibrant Gujarat event. I want to actually also congratulate all of the team that has put this world-class, mind-blowing event. So thank you for giving us all this opportunity. So throughout the world, semiconductors are at the forefront of nearly every economic discussion. And that interest is an illustration of the great importance of semiconductors to our daily life. Today's economy is driven by innovative technologies that make information more accessible, more effective, and more useful. McKinsey, in fact, estimates that by 2030, global semiconductor industry is poised to surpass $1 trillion. The semiconductors we build at Micron, memory chips, handle the data that makes computing so valuable, and never have memory and storage been more important. Data-centric solutions are creating greater demand for memory, from powerful data centers to intelligent edge devices like advanced automobiles to millions of personal client devices. And all these applications are being accelerated by burgeoning AI applications that require fast access to more and more data. So simply put, as AI becomes bigger, the demand for memory only becomes bigger. Memory manufacturing is part of every vibrant semiconductor ecosystem in the world. And so too will it begin here with Vibrant Gujarat, showing the way for India's first large-scale semiconductor assembly and test site. Micron is one of the world's largest semiconductor companies and the leader in memory and storage technology and products. Our innovations have been at the heart of computing systems for more than 4 decades. The world and its advanced computing systems require continual innovation in memory, and our teams lead the way. Over 45 years now, we have registered nearly 55,000 patents. We produce approximately 6 million wafers, silicon 12-inch wafers, and 3 billion parts every year, a number that will continue to grow. As I said before, as AI gets bigger, demand for memory gets bigger. And this is all driven not just by AI, but the trends of autonomous, IoT, smart cities, smart factories, smart devices, smart everything, where data is important and memory is critical. And I'm proud to say that our team in India is a key part of that success and innovation that Micron has delivered. We have built a team of more than 3,000 here in India, in Bangalore and Hyderabad, just in last few years, engineers that are driving our product, our IT systems, and our operational excellence. In fact, our engineering teams here are critical to products that are shaping the AI revolution. Our DRAM engineering team here helped create our industry's fastest, largest capacity, high bandwidth memory, which is essential to generative AI innovation. Our engineers in India have added nearly 1,000 patents, inventions to Micron's IP portfolio since 2017. We are very proud of this team. The tremendous progress that we have made in setting up these R&D and operations capabilities in just a few years gives us confidence that we will have the same success as we build our new manufacturing site here in Gujarat. In June, we announced plans to build a world-class memory assembly and test facility here in Gujarat. I'm grateful to the Indian government and all of the officials involved that made this investment possible. Our facility will be the first of its kind in India. The site will take advanced DRAM and NAND memory wafers from Micron's fabs worldwide and transform them into finished products, integrated circuit packages, modules, and solid-state drives, and will be supplying them to customers around the world. So Gujarat will be a tremendous complement to Micron's existing assembly sites in China, in Singapore, Malaysia, and Taiwan, as we grow our capabilities worldwide to meet future demand. The clean room will be temperature, humidity, and particle-controlled environment to a level never seen in India before. And this is, of course, necessary for managing the complex process involved with semiconductor assembly, module manufacturing, and testing. Going along with this leading edge, manufacturing will be leading edge AI, ML, advanced manufacturing, control systems that will make Micron's Ahmedabad site the most cutting-edge production facility in the country, and on par with the most advanced facilities anywhere in the world. We estimate that this project will create 5,000 new direct Micron jobs, plus an additional 15,000 community jobs over the coming years. Manufacturing has the ability to touch lives and uplift communities in a way that software and services growth in the past 30 years have not. More people in more communities can benefit from strengthening India's participation in the global supply chain. We have begun phased construction of our assembly and test plant, and we are proud to partner with Tata Projects, a leading Indian construction management company. The first phase, which will include 500,000 square feet of planned clean room space, will become operational in early 2025. We will ramp capacity over time in line with global demand trends. A second phase is expected to start in the second half of the decade. We also have begun hiring for critical positions and already have hired nearly 200 of our team members here in Sanand. Some of these 200 initial hires are already undergoing training in our Malaysia facility, as well as the Mohali SCL Center. We will continue hiring throughout calendar 2024. The combined investment by Micron and the government over the course of both phases could reach up to 2.75 billion US dollars. Government support will help fund the project and also facilitate access to essential semiconductor infrastructure and resources, which will drive innovation and enhance local talent development. I want to once again express our deep appreciation for the support from Prime Minister Modi and the central government, as well as the state government of Gujarat. We picked this region because your work has created a strong manufacturing infrastructure here, a conducive business environment, and a well-established talent pipeline. This facility and thousands of jobs it will help create would not be possible without your support and investment. We see our investment helping initiate a cluster of semiconductor investment, building momentum that will benefit India's manufacturing goals. We are hopeful this investment will help catalyze other investments in the sector, strengthen indigenous manufacturing capability, encourage innovation, and support broader job creation. In fact, one of the first examples of our ecosystem partners in building the cluster is our good friend Jeffrey Chun, who announced yesterday that Simtech from Korea will also be building a plant to support Micron's initiatives in Sanand. Thank you, Jeffrey. But this is one of the first. I'm sure there'll be more to follow in terms of ecosystem partners in support of Micron. And as these clusters are developed, they will necessitate further investment in the logistics and physical infrastructure needed to support semiconductor supply chain. Developing a local semiconductor supply chain will be a critical advantage as India's economy grows and develops. We see specific market opportunities in India in the years ahead that will be well served by this stronger manufacturing base. The significant physical infrastructure developments semiconductors will drive will pair with the digital infrastructure developments accelerated by initiatives like Digital India, which is driving a rapid digitization in citizen services and economic access. These physical infrastructure developments essential to building and strengthening the semiconductor ecosystem will benefit not only semiconductor industry, but will also benefit all business sectors across the Indian economy. And along with infrastructure developments, policies and practices at the state and central level that are focused on ease of doing business will further accelerate the ecosystem development. Finally, we see a great opportunity to further tap into the strong technology talent base here in India. The Sanand Industrial Park, where our site will be located, has an excellent reputation for its well-established talent pipeline. We are looking forward to the impact our hires in Gujarat will have for Micron in the years ahead. I have no doubt that our team here will differentiate themselves as Micron continues to advance leading-edge memory technologies. There is also opportunity. While more than 100 Indian institutions provide a semiconductor design curriculum, hardly any focus on semiconductor manufacturing and process technology. A significant global demand exists for manufacturing engineers and technicians. I see immense opportunity in India to meet that demand by providing hands-on training for engineers and technicians. Micron is driving strategic partnership across multiple universities here in India and developing frameworks for student and faculty engagement courses and training in semiconductor subjects. In fact, we'll be partnering with NAMTech, with Arsenal Mittal, with respect to its focus on developing the manufacturing workforce here in India, and we are very pleased for that opportunity. What we discussed today is possible due to the support and vision of India's leaders. Micron's project here in Gujarat will accelerate the momentum for the country's growing high-tech manufacturing base. Soon, Made in India will be proudly edged on leading-edge memory and storage solutions that transform how the world uses information, how the world uses data to enrich lives for all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for MOU exchange. This MOU will be between Government of Gujarat and Simtech India Private Limited. Simtech, a Korean company, manufactures substrate for PCB and an ecosystem partner of Micron Technology. We now request Ms. Mona Khandar, Principal Secretary, DST, Government of Gujarat, and Mr. Jeffrey Chun, CEO, Simtech, for the MOU exchange. This is the beginning of a domestic semiconductor manufacturing ecosystem. The total proposed investment for the project is more than rupees 1,250 crore and will generate more than 1,000 direct and indirect opportunities in Gujarat. Thank you. The next MOU exchange will be between Micron and Namtech. Micron Technology, one of the world's largest semiconductor companies, and the New Age Makers Institute of Technology, Namtech, and ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Education Initiative have formalized an MOU to partner on advancing the development of the world-class talent pipeline required to propel India's semiconductor manufacturing ambitions. We now request And the next MOU will be between Cisco and Namtech. We now invite Mr. Harish Krishnan, Managing Director and Chief Policy Officer, Cisco India and SAARC. And from Namtech, Mr. Arun Kumar Pillai, Director General Namtech, and Mr. Sanjay Sharma, Board Member Namtech, to please come upon the stage for exchange of MOU. Cisco, one of the leading digital communication technology companies, and the Namtech have formalized an MOU to create academic programs focused on developing cybersecurity, networking, and AI experiential learning. Thank you and congratulations to all. Today, the world is admiring the speed at which India has been changing its railway, communication, and technology landscape. We may call it a miracle or revolution, but behind it lies a strong determination, analysis, perseverance, and efficient implementation. And all these are synonyms to Honorable Minister Shri Ashwini Vaishnavji. We would now request Honorable Union Minister for Railways, Communications and Electronics and IT, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, to share his valuable thoughts.
केम छो? थोड़ा और जोश के साथ होना चाहिए. केम छो? केम छो? गुड. ये हुई ना वाइब्रेंट गुजरात. वाइब्रेंट गुजरात मतलब रियल में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात होना चाहिए ना. गुड. ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब, ऑनरेबल डिग्निटरीज ऑन द डायस, मैं सभी के नाम अलग से नहीं पढ़ रहा हूँ, सबको फॉर्मल वेलकम किया गया एंड आई रिकॉग्नाइज ऑल द गुड कंट्रीब्यूशन दैट ईच वन ऑफ यू हैव डन. आज का दिन बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट दिन है. वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की जब शुरुआत हुई थी, उसके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक विजन था. वो विजन था कि किस तरह से गुजरात में नई टेक्नोलॉजी, नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, एक इंडस्ट्रियल ग्रोथ और टेक्नोलॉजिकल ग्रोथ की किस तरह से एक टोटली नया मॉडल बने और टोटल उसकी एक किस तरह से कंटिन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट होता जाए। आज अमृत काल का पहला वाइब्रेंट गुजरात है और इस अमृत काल के वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में जिस तरह के एमओयूज हुए, जिस तरह के अग्रीमेंट्स हुए, वो दिखाता है कैसे गुजरात और कैसे भारत 2047 में विकसित भारत बनने के लिए आज से तैयारी कर रहा है। कल टाटा ने अपने पहले फैब का अनाउंसमेंट किया जो कि लगेगा धोलेरा में। हजीरा में 24 मिलियन टन स्टील प्लांट का कल अग्रीमेंट हुआ। ये एक ऐसे बड़े माइलस्टोन्स हैं, ऐसे बड़े माइलस्टोन्स हैं जो कि गुजरात और पूरे हिंदुस्तान के लिए गौरव वाले माइलस्टोन्स हैं। और ये प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विकसित भारत के लिए जो विजन है, उस विजन का फाउंडेशन का काम ये सब है। ये फाउंडेशन के ऊपर ही भारत विकसित भारत बनेगा। मैं साथियों आप सबको बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं और विशेषकर माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल जी और आपकी टीम को किस तेजी के साथ आपने काम किया कि आज दुनिया में कहीं पर भी जाएं, एक सिर गर्व के साथ ऊपर करके हम बात करते हैं कि मोदी साहब ने अमेरिका में जून के महीने में एमओयू साइन किया, माइक्रॉन का अग्रीमेंट अप्रूव किया और सितंबर के महीने में फैक्ट्री का कंस्ट्रक्शन चालू हो गया। 90 दिन के अंदर अंदर। ये साहब आपका बहुत बड़ा इस सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन के लिए इतना बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जिस कंट्रीब्यूशन का मूल्य, जिसका मूल्य हम लगा नहीं सकते, तोल नहीं सकते, माप नहीं सकते। आपके इस काम से हम सबको, जो भी दुनिया में किसी भी सेमीकंडक्टर कंपनी के साथ बात करते हैं, we can say with pride that we have governments, we have organizations which can execute our Prime Minister's vision. आपके इस काम के लिए मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं माइक्रॉन की टीम को। घोष आप हैं, संजय साहब आप हैं, आपकी पूरी टीम, जिस जज्बे के साथ आपने कंस्ट्रक्शन के काम को हाथ में लिया है और जिस तेजी के साथ, जिस मेटिकुलस प्लानिंग के साथ टैलेंट डेवलपमेंट का काम आपने लिया है, वो पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस दिलाता है कि 2024 में पहली मेड इन इंडिया मेमोरी चिप गुजरात में माइक्रॉन के प्लांट से निकलेगी। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। स्पेशल थैंक्स टू यू एंड योर एंटायर टीम। थैंक यू माइक्रॉन। मैं और भी धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा जो इकोसिस्टम पार्टनर्स हैं, जिनको आप लेके आए यहां पर। We all know semiconductor manufacturing is a very, very complex thing. ऐसी complexity में it's very important to get all the ecosystem partners in place. So the first unit brings the ecosystem partners, gets on to the learning curve. ये जो आपने contribution किया है इंडिया सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन में और प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन में, उसके लिए भी मैं माइक्रॉन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आपके इस कंट्रीब्यूशन से अगले यूनिट्स के लिए एक बेस तैयार हो गया। थैंक यू फॉर दैट। और मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा नामटेक को, दैट यू हैव टेकन अप द मैंटल फॉर डेवलपिंग टैलेंट। दैट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज ये कॉम्प्लेक्स मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रोसेसेस हैं, दीज आर रियली कॉम्प्लेक्स। मैं शायद कहीं पे एक जगह दिखा रहा था कि ये नाखून की जो नोक है ना, इसका भी 1,00,000 गुना बारीक काम सेमीकंडक्टर में होता है। इतना बारीक, इतना फाइन काम यहाँ पर होता है सेमीकंडक्टर की इंडस्ट्री में। उसके लिए जो आप टैलेंट डेवलप कर रहे हो वो अपने आप में बहुत ही सराहनीय है। मैं नैमटेक को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि आपने ये जिम्मेदारी ली, और इस जिम्मेदारी को आपसे बढ़कर शायद और कोई नहीं कर पाता। तो आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं एक और रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा माइक्रॉन से। सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री में कंटिन्यूअसली रिसर्च करना पड़ता है, कंटिन्यूअसली नई से नई चीज़ों को देखना पड़ता है, ढूंढना पड़ता है, वैलिडेट करना पड़ता है। तो इसके लिए एक सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस खोला जाना चाहिए। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि आईआईटी गांधीनगर में सेमीकंडक्टर का सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस खोलें। वी विल पुट इन वॉट एवर रिसोर्सेज आर रिक्वायर्ड टू बी पुट इन। आप उसमें नॉलेज पार्टनर बनिए, और साथ में जिन लोगों को भी ला सकते हैं उन लोगों को लेके आइए, so that we can create an ecosystem for R&D, for validating new ideas, and for taking the entire journey to a next level. ये मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा। आईआईटी गांधीनगर में मैं माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा, अगर आपका अप्रूवल हो तो इस काम को जल्दी से आगे बढ़ा लेंगे। धन्यवाद। मैं गुजरात की एक और बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट आपके सामने रखना चाहूँगा, एंड दिस इज माय एड्रेस टू द एंटायर ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर इंडस्ट्री। वी ऑल नो दैट द वे आवर planet has to be preserved, the way the environmental concerns are today at the top of the policy making, the power which goes into manufacturing is going to be very important. Everybody in the world is today demanding increased percentage of green power in the manufacturing processes. Gujarat is a state which has taken a very bold step of setting up a 30,000 megawatt green power hub, a green power cluster. Imagine the magnitude of this. Today, the world's largest green power hub or a cluster or a plant, let me call it a cluster, is of the order of 5 to 7,000 megawatt. This will be 30,000 megawatt in one single location. And the work is already going on. This means globally this green power cluster will become the biggest, the largest in the entire world. Imagine, this is the kind of work which is being done here. So my request to the entire semiconductor industry across the world is, take advantage of this. This is a great opportunity for you to manufacture products which will have green power, and it's possible to have 100% green power for your manufacturing processes. And that's going to give you a huge advantage. Please take note of this while you are making your next investment decision. The second point I would like to mention here again to the global community is that semiconductor industry is going to require about 1 million more talent in the next 5 to 7 to, or let's say 7 to 10 years, next decade. This 1 million strong talent will come from India. This 1 million strong talent is today part of our semiconductor mission's biggest goal, and we have already tied up with 104 universities and institutions for developing BTech, MTech, PhD level talent, and we have also tied up with institutions which give excellent training for the clean room, for managing a semiconductor plant, for making sure that the quality processes are there. So this million plus talent will come from India is my request, is my point to all the global industry leaders present here and listening on the internet, that this is the second big advantage you will get in India. So please take note of these two advantages, and when you make your next investment decision, your natural choice will be Bharat, your natural choice will be Gujarat. I once again congratulate the government of Gujarat for this excellent, very well organized, vibrant Gujarat, and I'll also request all the participants to take some time out and visit the stall where at scale bullet train has been installed. Because the bullet train project is going on at a very, very rapid pace. इतनी तेजी से काम चल रहा है, मैं एक बार फिर धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी को कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो विजन है, मुंबई से अहमदाबाद को बुलेट ट्रेन से जोड़ के एक देश में नई मिसाल कायम करने का, ये आपके सहयोग के कारण ही आज इतना संभव हो पाया है कि 270 किलोमीटर 270 किलोमीटर्स काम प्रैक्टिकली कंप्लीट हो गया है और 2026 में पहली बुलेट सूरत से बिलीमोरा के बीच में चलने की पूरी तैयारी है। खुश हो? बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरे साथ बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Sir, for your important remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, you may use the headsets provided to you. Please select channel 1 for English. Thank you. Gujarat is spearheading the growth story of India on all fronts, from industries to infrastructure, from agriculture to academics, from housing to healthcare, and from sports to semiconductors. Gujarat has consistently remained the growth engine of India. We now invite Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, for the inaugural address.
વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ 2024 અંતર્ગત આયોજિત સેમિકન્ડક્ટર એન્ડ ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક સેમિનારના ઉદ્ઘાટન સત્રમાં આપણી સૌની સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી શ્રી અશ્વિનીજી વૈષ્ણવ, માઇક્રોન કંપનીના સીઈઓ શ્રી સંજય મહેરોત્રા, સેમી કંપનીના સીઈઓ શ્રી અજીત મનોચા, सीनियर डेप्यूटी डायरेक्टर मैटी श्री तनाका काजुसिंगे, नीति आयोगना वाइस प्रेसिडेंट श्री सुमन बेरी जी, मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार जी, केंद्रीय सचिव श्री एस कृष्णन जी, राज्यना अग्र सचिव श्रीमती मोना खंदार, आमंत्रित उद्योग जगतना सौ महानुभावों, उपस्थित अधिकारीगण, प्रेस मीडियाना मित्रों, सौने मारा नमस्कार। गुजरात में छे एवं लागे छे ने? विश्वना सौथी लोकप्रिय नेता अने भारतना यशस्वी वडाप्रधान श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदीए 2003 में गुजरातना मुख्यमंत्री तरीके शुरू करेली વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટની પરંપરા તેના 10મા પડાવે પહોંચી છે. ગુજરાત ગોઈંગ ગ્લોબલથી શરૂ કરાયેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટની ઉત્તરોત્તર સફળતાએ આજે ગુજરાતને ગ્લોબલ પ્લેટફોર્મ ફોર નેટવર્કિંગ એન્ડ નોલેજ શેરિંગ બનાવ્યું છે. હવે ભવિષ્યના વિશ્વ તરફ દ્રષ્ટિ રાખીને ગેટવે ટુ ધ ફ્યુચર થીમ સાથે આવશ્યક એવા વિષયોને વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ 2024માં આવરી લેવામાં આવ્યા છે. આજનો આ સેમિનાર એ જ કડીમાં વધુ એક કદમ છે અને સેમિકન્ડક્ટર અને ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક સેક્ટર પર ફોકસ છે. ભારતમાં ટેકનોલોજીનો ઝડપથી વ્યાપ વધી રહ્યો છે. હેલ્થ, એગ્રીકલ્ચર કે લોજિસ્ટિક્સ, માનવ જીવનને સ્પર્શતા તમામ સેક્ટર્સમાં સ્માર્ટ ટેકનોલોજી યુઝેસ વધી રહ્યા છે. ઇન્ટરનેટ ઓફ થિંગ્સ એન્ડ આર્ટિફિશિયલ ઇન્ટેલિજન્સ ડે ટુ ડે લાઈફમાં સામેલ થઈ રહ્યા છે. આ તમામ અત્યાધુનિક ટેકનોલોજીના મૂળમાં સેમિકન્ડક્ટર, ચિપ્સ અને ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ ગેજેટ્સ છે જ. આજે વિશ્વને રિલાયબલ ટેસ્ટેડ ચિપ સપ્લાય ચેઇનની જરૂર છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં ભારત સેમિકન્ડક્ટર અને ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ માટે વિશ્વને એક મજબૂત સપ્લાય ચેઇન પૂરી પાડવા સજ્જ છે. સેમિકન્ડક્ટર ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાતને ફ્યુચર રેડી બનાવવાના 2022માં સેમિકન્ડક્ટર પોલિસી જાહેર કરી છે. સેમિકન્ડક્ટર પોલિસી જાહેર કરનારું ભારતનું પ્રથમ રાજ્ય ગુજરાત છે. આ પોલિસી હેઠળ માઇક્રોન અને સેમિકન્ડક્ટર પ્લાન્ટનું ₹22,500 કરોડના રોકાણ સાથે નિર્માણ કાર્ય શરૂ કર્યું છે. અમે સેમિકન્ડક્ટર સેક્ટરને પ્રોત્સાહિત પ્રમોટ કરવાના અમારા કમિટમેન્ટ માટે કટિબદ્ધ છીએ. માત્ર એક જ સપ્તાહમાં માઇક્રોનને સાણંદમાં જમીન ફાળવીને અમે પ્રતિબદ્ધતાનું ઉદાહરણ પૂરું પાડ્યું છે. ગુજરાત ગ્રીનફિલ્ડ સ્માર્ટ સિટી ધોલેરામાં પણ સેમિકન્ડક્ટર અને ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ નિર્માણ માટે પ્લગ એન્ડ પ્લે ફેસિલિટી અવેલેબલ છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના નેતૃત્વમાં ભારતના સેમિકન્ડક્ટર પ્રોગ્રામને સફળ બનાવીને ગુજરાત દેશનું સેમિકન્ડક્ટર હબ બનવા તત્પર છે. એઆઈ, આઈટી, બાયોટેક, ફિનટેક, ડ્રોન, સેમિકન્ડક્ટર વિશ્વના ઉભરતા કોઈ પણ ક્ષેત્રમાં જુઓ તો ગુજરાત તેમાં લીડ લીધી છે. ગુજરાત પોલિસી ડ્રીવન સ્ટેટ છે અને અમે દરેક ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસ માટે સુગ્રથિત નીતિઓ બનાવી છે. ઇઝ ઓફ ડુઈંગ બિઝનેસ અને ગવર્મેન્ટ ફેસિલિટી એ માત્ર વિચાર નહીં, હકીકત છે. ઉત્પાદન ક્ષેત્રે ગુજરાત દેશનું અગ્રણી રાજ્ય છે. ગુજરાતે પેટ્રોકેમિકલ, ફાર્મા અને ઓટોમોબાઈલ ક્ષેત્રે મોટી સિદ્ધિઓ હાંસલ કરી છે. હવે આપણું લક્ષ્ય ફ્યુચર રેડી ઇન્ડિયા માટે ફ્યુચર રેડી ગુજરાત બનાવવાનું છે અને તે માટે સેમિકન્ડક્ટર, ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ જેવા નવા યુગના ઉભરતા ક્ષેત્રો પર અમે ભાર આપી રહ્યા છીએ. આવા મહત્ત્વના સેક્ટરમાં સેલ્ફ સફિશિયન્ટ કેળવવા વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ આત્મનિર્ભરતાનો મંત્ર આપ્યો છે. આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતની મુહિમને કારણે આજે ભારતમાં ઘણી અશક્ય બાબતો શક્ય બની છે, જેના આપ સૌ પણ સાક્ષી છો. એક સમય મોટાભાગના ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ ગેજેટ અને મોબાઈલ ફોનની આયાત કરનારો ભારત આદરણીય મોદીજીના નેતૃત્વમાં હવે સ્માર્ટફોન એક્સપોર્ટ કરતો દેશ બની ગયો છે. આ સફળતા પાછળ મુખ્ય કારણો ઔદ્યોગિક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર, લોજિસ્ટિક ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચર, કનેક્ટિવિટીમાં વધારો અને કોમ્પ્લાયન્સ બર્ડનમાં ઘટાડો છે. સેમિકન્ડક્ટર એન્ડ ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ ઉદ્યોગકારોને પીએલઆઈ જેવી સ્કીમનો લાભ આપીને વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ ભારતમાં આ ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસ માટે નવી દિશા ખોલી છે. આ દિશામાં આગળ વધતા વિકસિત ગુજરાતથી વિકસિત ભારતના નિર્માણની યાત્રામાં યોગદાન આપવા માટેનું વિચાર મંથન આ સેમિનારને વધુ સામર્થ્યવાન બનાવશે એવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. ગુજરાત સેમિકન્ડક્ટર અને ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક ક્ષેત્રે એક પછી એક સફળતાઓ હાંસલ કરી રહ્યું છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની પ્રેરણા અને માર્ગદર્શન તથા આપ સૌના સાથ સહકારથી ગુજરાતને અમૃતકાળમાં ગ્લોબલ ડેસ્ટિનેશન ફોર સેમિકન્ડક્ટર એન્ડ ઇલેક્ટ્રોનિક્સ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ બનાવીશું તેવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for your valuable remarks and guidance. SEMI is the global industry association serving the electronics manufacturing supply chain. We now request our eminent speaker, Mr. Ajit Manocha, President and CEO, SEMI Global, for his address.
Good morning. Namaste. नहीं नमस्ते बोलिए ऊंचा.
We are thankful to you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for your august presence and your guidance. We are also thankful to Honorable Union Minister, sir.
Well,
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And please welcome Mr. Ajit Manocha, sir.
Namaskar. I mean, after what I experienced yesterday and listening to the messages from Ashwini Vaishnavji and the Chief Minister, there's not really much more to say except few more facts and figures and then set the vision for next 20 or 30 years to 2047. So if I can have a clicker, please. So in the next slide, I want to show you that we have learned very hard way that semiconductor is central to every industry. Now I met many folks here from textiles, from chemicals, from construction. Is there any person or any industry in this audience can tell me that you can survive without semiconductors? I would like to have a talk with that person or the entity. Because nobody really realized how important semiconductors are for the industry, for the whole world. Thank you. And if you look at this slide, whether it's a fintech, or banks, or agriculture, we all depend on semiconductors. And now on top of that, AI, we heard many times yesterday AI from Modi ji and many other people. Just with AI, for the end customers, the TAM for next several years is $40 trillion US. So again, this is really the growth engine for not for the just semi industry, but for the entire world. And this slide actually shows some numbers, some data, that how much contribution it has to the broader ecosystem, whether it comes to connectivity, or consumers, or retail. We're talking about numbers in several 100%. Again, I'm not sure if you can read these slides from distance, but you will have these slides on your website eventually, I think. But when you hear the numbers, then you can believe that this has huge potential for the GDP. Now, as we know that semiconductor industry is central to every industry, but also we learned that for many companies, for many countries, it has become very clear that semiconductors is the strategic for the national security, economic security, and economic prosperity. I think the numbers we saw in the last slide will convince you. So my view is this: let's not debate anymore the role and importance of semiconductors. Let's move
has
forward.
played a pivotal role in driving Gujarat towards new heights of progress, has joined. We welcome Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel at the Port-led City Development Seminar as a part of Vibrant Gujarat 2024. May I request Shri M.K. Das sir to please welcome our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. May I also request Rajkumar Benewal sir to please welcome Shri Rajkumar IAS Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat, who has graced with his presence today. Now we have our guest of honor present over here along with the dignitaries. We would like to begin with the exchange of MOUs. May I now request Mr. Keith Swenson, the CEO of APM Terminals, and Dr. S. Shantakumar, the Provost of Gujarat Maritime University, to please join us on the stage for the exchange of MOUs. A significant landmark blending GMU's commitment to maritime education with the Maersk training specialized expertise. An exciting prospect of the Maersk training, establishing a permanent crisis management center under this initiative. The next MOU is a project which is the construction of the Eastern Breakwater and Naval Jetty at the Porbandar at an envisaged investment of 877 crores. May I request Shri Naval Kishore Jangra, Commander from Indian Navy, and Mr. Rajkumar Benewal, VC and CEO from GMB, to please join us on the stage for the exchange of MOU. Moving ahead, our next MOU is between the Deen Dayal Port Authority and the Humendous Technology India Private Limited, the project for the development of next generation transportation and logistics infrastructure for DPA and its ecosystem at an envisaged cost of 10,000 crore rupees. May I request Mr. Ravindra Reddy, the Chief Engineer DPA, and Mr. Rajiv Chanan, the MD of Humendous Tech India Private Limited, to please join us on the stage for the exchange of MOUs. Our next exchange of MOU is with the Indian Coast Guard, the construction of CG Jetty at Mundra with an envisaged amount of 174 crores. May I request Inspector General A.K. Harbola, TM Commander, Coast Guard Region Northwest, to please join us along with Shri Rajkumar Benewal, IAS, VC and CEO, Gujarat Maritime Board. Our next exchange of MOU is Leela Ship Recycling Private Limited for environment-friendly green ship recycling at Sachana, with an envisaged amount of 300 crores. And I would like to invite on stage Mr. Vishal R. Soni, the CEO, along with Shri Rajkumar Benewal, sir, for the exchange of MOU. Marching ahead in the next segment, we are now on the verge of unveiling a visionary document that encapsulates the essence of Gujarat's maritime sector, the Vision 2047. The document stands as a testament to the strategic and transformative journey embarked upon to enhance Gujarat's maritime progress. I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries to please do the honor of unveiling the visionary document. May I request Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel and Shri Sarbanda Sonowal sir with his gracious presence to please unveil the document Vision 2047. Thank you so much. May I now request and invite Sri Rajkumar and IAS Chief Secretary to please join us for a special address today.
Good morning, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji, Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, Her Excellency Miss Marisa Gerard, Ambassador of Netherlands to India, Mr. Jeffrey Bullock, Secretary of State Delaware, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, officials from Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India, industry leaders, delegates, and participants, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to warmly once again welcome you to this extraordinary event of Vibrant Gujarat 2024. Your presence has made it truly global. Thank you once again to all of you. Gujarat has a special place so far as the maritime history of India is concerned. We have one of the longest coastline, 1,600 kilometers. Gujarat houses 49 ports, highest number of operational and commercial cargo ports in the country. Gujarat is a key global player in maritime activities. It's managing approximately 3% of the global cargo and making a significant contribution to India's maritime narrative, which holds a share of 11% in the global cargo. Our state's role in India's maritime growth is exemplified by the remarkable contribution of 553 million tons per annum to national maritime traffic in 22-23. And it has grown by over 200 times in last 4 decades, highlighting Gujarat's focus in overall development of port ecosystem. In response to the rising demand and projected increase in maritime traffic, Gujarat has introduced a number of initiatives, and we have undertaken several developmental projects. The goal is to boost the capacity of Gujarat ports to 2 trillion metric tons by 2047. Looking at the global scenario, port cities serve as economic powerhouse and transportation hubs. It has been observed that 7 of the top 10 most prominent cities in 2019 are seaports, emphasizing the substantial economic influence and interconnectedness of port cities on a global scale. Historically, the maritime landscape has been globally renowned with Lothal. So we have a historical tradition of port cities in Gujarat, which offers us invaluable insights into early urban development and maritime trade, a testament to the strategic fusion of commerce and community planning. Gujarat has showcased the best urban model in India, providing a new path to transform challenges of urbanization into opportunities. I am pleased to say that Gujarat has explored all possible avenues to find resources for urban development, ensuring a better quality of life for the people of urban Gujarat. State has employed a top-down approach leading to people-centric urban development. Gujarat's town planning model, popularly known as Gujarat land pooling model, is almost 100 years old. And the Gujarat Town Planning and Urban Development Act has been periodically updated to address the contemporary challenges of urban planning over the last several decades. The perception of port city has evolved from being a merely center of economic activity to become a crucial hub in the transportation network. So the beauty is how urban areas, they gel with the port activities, seamless, combining with port economy, logistics, and industrial activities, with the creativity of local inhabitants and urban fabric. A port city serves as a nexus between import and export trade, industry, and tourism. Gujarat government is committed to leveraging its strategic location and maritime potential by intricately planning the integration of port city, illustrating on the state's popular town planning legacy, a comprehensive strategy that includes economic, social, and environmental aspects to ensure a balanced coexistence. In alignment with the goal set by Honorable Prime Minister, Gujarat is taking a progressive stride by envisioning the creation of international port city over an area of approximately 500 square kilometers. The proposed port capacity is set to range between 250 to 500 million metric tons per annum. This ambitious initiative seeks to establish a greenfield urban region, seamlessly integrating a port-induced industrial cluster that spans a diverse range of maritime activities. Can we collectively rethink how port operations, their economic aspects, can influence the functioning of a city? Can we collaboratively enhance the vibrancy of envisioned port-based city? Our challenge is to appropriate economic opportunities while simultaneously preserving cultural aspects, livability, and ensuring sustainable and resilient development. Can we create a globally elite example of an international port city that could serve as a model for the world? I believe that the deliberations scheduled in this seminar will be useful and invite all stakeholders from the maritime and urban domains present here to provide insights that will be helpful for the development of holistic port city, leveraging social, environmental, and economic aspects. Let's all work together relentlessly towards the realization of this visionary concept of port-based city that will not only meet the requirement of a robust port ecosystem, but also create a livable environment, thereby enhancing livability index of the city. Let's express empathy by understanding their problems and also by addressing them. Let Gujarat be one of the most livable urbanized state. Already we are more than 50% urbanized at this point of time, and by 2047, we expect the state to be urbanized to the extent of 75%. Let's further boost the economic aspects through this flagship initiative of port-based urban system. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Jai Garbi Gujarat.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words of encouragement and motivation. We hope that we all are able to come together and enhance the ports with sustainable development. We now march ahead, and it is indeed an honor and pleasure to invite our next speaker, who has been the driving force behind significant development in the field of ports, shipping, and waterways. With your applause, we invite on stage Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, the Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping, and Waterways, to please share his special address on unlocking India's maritime wealth, port-led cities, and economic prosperity.
Namaskar. Good morning to all of you present here today. This is 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Respected Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, respected Sri Raj Kumar ji, Chief Secretary, Government of Gujarat, respected K. Kailas Nathan, Chief Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister, respected Her Excellency Ms. Marisha Gerard, Ambassador of the Netherlands to India, Bhutan and Nepal, respected Sri S.S. Rathurji, Chairman, Gujarat Maritime Board, respected Mr. Kate, Global CEO, APM Terminals, esteemed dignitaries, industry leaders, delegate and participant. Namaste and a warm welcome to the 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. Let me first express my heartfelt gratitude to the Government of Gujarat for inviting me to this important event. More than 2 decades old, the Vibrant Gujarat Summit, under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, continues to be the longest standing global investment summit and also the world's most prestigious investment summit. This global summit is a thriving and vibrant testament of the credibility and faith reposed by the entire world on the most successful Prime Minister in our nation's history, Sri Narendra Modi ji. Our Honorable Prime Minister has laid a strong foundation for a developed India. As a result of this, India will be a developed nation with a $35 trillion economy by 2047, out of which the state of Gujarat alone will be a $3 trillion economy. As per the latest World Economic League table reports, India will emerge as the largest economic superpower by the end of the century, overtaking both China and USA after 2080. We are undergoing a very fast transformation as a digital payment nation today. Transactions through UPI platform in the year 2023 rose to 118 billion, marking a 60% growth over 2022. India's stock market growth in 2023 has been the sharpest ever, growing by around 25%, crossing the overall market valuation of $4.16 trillion. Annual passengers vehicle sales in our nation in 2023 rose by 8.2% to surpass the 4 million marks. India is the fastest growing market for premium smartphone today. Foreign investment into India bonds reached 6-year high in 2023. INS Vikram, the largest naval warship vessel designed and constructed within the country by Cochin Shipyard Limited, showcases India's growing progress in Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative for building indigenous aircraft carrier. I'm honored to share insight into India's maritime sector, a testament to our nation's progress and innovation. India has made significant strides in the global maritime arena. Since the topic for today's seminar is port-led city development or industrialization, let me dwell upon a few points on this important subject. Port-less industrialization is a strategic approach that aims to optimize logistic costs by strategically placing industries in close proximity to ports. This model operates with a dual focus. Not only does it directly contribute to increased port traffic, but it also serves as a catalyst for significant employment generation. It is because of this significance under the port-led industrialization of the Sagarmala program launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, overall 14 projects worth of rupees 55,800 crores have been identified for implementation. Of these, 9 projects worth of rupees 45,800 crores have been completed. Our Honorable Prime Minister for multimodal connectivity and national logistic policy have vastly improved the logistic roadmap of the national and assisted in speedy port-led industrialization and city development. Major ports have also undertaken an exercise of industrializing the land available with them. 8,000 acres of land at major port have been developed for industrialization with a potential to generate more than 2 lakhs direct and indirect employment. In line with the above objective, a multi-product special economic zone project was conceptualized and developed by Jawaharlal Nehru Port in Maharashtra. As part of the Green Initiative, we have taken a significant stride towards sustainable industrialization by nominating key ports, namely Paradip, Dindal, Tuticorin ports to evolve into hydrogen hub. At the Global Maritime India Summit 2023, 13 developers have signed MOU with Dindal ports, Kandla, totaling rupees 1,47,000 crores, underlining the strong momentum in hydrogen manufacturing. As the auction for 3,600 acres land in Dindal port, Kandla progresses, India is poised for a transformative leap into a sustainable and innovative energy future. It also harmonizes economic growth with environmental consciousness. It gives me immense happiness to inform that at the GMIS 2023, inaugurated by our Honorable Prime Minister, we attracted an investment of more than rupees 10 lakhs crore in the maritime sector, revealing the huge potential which rests in India's maritime sector. Whether it be port development, shipbuilding, creation of pool of quality seafarer, or ship recycling, India is on the cusp of becoming a global maritime leader soon. The World Bank Logistic Performance Index report reveals a jump in India's ranking from 54th position to 38th position in 2022, showcasing our enhanced efficiency and competitiveness. Our port have witnessed double-digit annual growth. We have soared from 44th position to 22nd position in the international shipment category. The vessel turnaround time has seen a substantial improvement of more than 85%, with India now boasting a dwell time of 0.9 days, surpassing the performance of countries like Canada, Australia, Germany, and the USA. Our aim under the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 is ambitious, boosting our export 15-fold to $7.5 trillion. We aim to enhance our port capacity to handle approximately 10,000 million tons annually, a 6-fold increase from the current throughput. Under the Sagarmala program, 839 projects worth more than rupees 5.7 lakhs crore are being monitored, aiming for completion by 2035. Of these, 237 projects worth of rupees 1.22 lakhs crore have already been completed. The Smart Industrial Port City project at Kandla and Paradip are monumental steps towards port-led industrialization in India. The Kandla SIPC, India's first of its kind, is being developed over 1,515 acres, focusing on integrating with the existing Kandla, Gandhidham, Adipur complex. This project, centered around the Dindal Port Trust in Gujarat, is an ambitious undertaking with a total cost estimated at rupees 11,147 crores. This project represents a crucial investment in India's infrastructure and economic future, enhancing our capabilities in port-led development and industrial growth. Under the holistic development of coastal district, 567 projects under Sagramala with an estimated cost of around 58,000 crores have been identified. The government is not only developing port for handling cargo, but is also being augmented to handle cruise calls, which has immense potential in India. Under the Maritime India Vision 2030, the government envisions establishing India as the premier cruise hub in the Asia-Pacific region, which will result in huge revenue and employment generation. The objective is to increase India's annual number of cruise passengers from 4.72 lakhs to 18 lakhs by 2030. Gujarat, as the business gateway of India, plays a vital role in our economic growth. With over 30% of India's export cargo and 40% of cargo throughput, Gujarat ports are key to our maritime success. The state has emerged as a leader in handling crude oil, P-oil, LPG, and LNG, managing about 80% of India's LPG and LNG. Gujarat handles more than 37% share of India's total coastal cargo. Under Sagarmala, 92 projects worth more than rupees 67,000 crores are underway in Gujarat, with substantial progress across various sectors, including port modernization and cruise tourism. The Ghogha Hazira Ropex ferry service in Gujarat has revolutionized regional connectivity significantly, reducing travel distance and emission, and has served over 8 lakhs passengers. India has a significant potential to set up mega ports and compete with global ports. The infrastructure initiative marked in Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, launched by Honorable Prime Minister, focuses upon development of port clusters of more than 300 and 500 million ton per annum. 2 new mega ports, Vadhavan and ICTP Galathir Bay, are ambitious to be developed at the cost of rupees 73,000 crores and rupees 44,000 crores respectively. This will usher in huge port-led city development in Maharashtra and Andaman and Nicobar Island. Dindal Port Authority, Kandla, is developing a state-of-the-art mega container terminal at Tona Tikra, Kandla. Dindal Port Authority got a record royalty of 6,500 per TEUs, the highest bid ever received in a PPP project in the nation. This shows the immense potential for investment in the port sector. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, Gujarat, will be a landmark project showcasing our 5,000 years old maritime heritage. Inland waterways transport sector is another area which has witnessed a stupendous growth of cargo movement of more than 1,700% since 2014, under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. At the recently concluded India's first Inland Waterways Development Council, rupees 60,000 crores have been committed for development of river cruise tourism and for green transition of 1,000 inland waterways vessel, ferries, and boat over the next 10 years. River cruise tourism on national waterways is slated to increase from 2 lakhs at present to 15 lakhs by 2047. As we delve into the seminar on port-led city development, let us acknowledge the remarkable journey of India's maritime sector. Our collective efforts are shaping a future where our ports are not just gateway of trade, but catalysts of comprehensive economic growth and sustainability. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, Gujarat is today India's growth engine, and with the conviction and vibrancy present in this hall, I am very sure that India will be the growth engine of world very soon. With these few words, I again extend my heartfelt
मैन ऑफ विजन, जिनको सुनने की भी एक, जिनको सुनना, जिनको समझना, जिनसे कई विषयों पे सीखने मिलता है, ऐसे नितिन गडकरी जी का मैं गुजरात में और वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं। आज के इस सेशन में पधारे हुए सभी डेलीगेट्स का मैं गुजरात की धरती पे स्वागत करता हूं, और ख़ास तौर पे मैं आपको गुजरात के इंडस्ट्रीज़ मिनिस्टर के तौर पे एक चीज़ ज़रूर से एश्योर कर सकता हूं, गुजरात में निवेश किए गए आपके हर एक पैनी, सिंगल पैनी का आपको रिटर्न, ये देश में सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छा रिटर्न आपको गुजरात में प्राप्त होगा। और एज एन होम मिनिस्टर ऑफ द स्टेट मैं आपको एश्योर कर सकता हूं कि गुजरात में इन्वेस्ट किए गए आपके सिंगल पैनी वो भविष्य के लिए, आपकी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए सुरक्षित जरूर से रहेंगे। मैं ये मानता हूं कि सभी व्यापारियों के लिए एक तो सही रिटर्न और सेफ्टी, इन्वेस्ट किए गए सिंगल पैनी की सेफ्टी, ये दोनों विषय आपके लिए सबसे ज़रूरी है। तो मैं आपको यही कहता हूं कि दुनिया भर की लुभावनी पॉलिसीज़ के सामने हम पॉलिसी ड्रिवन स्टेट हैं, और ख़ास तौर पे जो बोलते हैं वो करते हैं। पिछले 20
ग्लोबल समिट 2024 अंतर्गत आयोजित पोर्ट-लेड सिटी डेवलपमेंट सेमिनारना उद्घाटन सत्रमां आपणी सौनी साथे मंच पर उपस्थित केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनेवाल जी, नेदरलैंडना एम्बेसडर श्री मरीशा गोरार्ड्स, मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार जी, मुख्य अग्र सचिव श्री कैलासनाथन जी, गुजरात मेरीटाइम बोर्डना चेयरमैन श्री एस राठौड़, अधिक मुख्य सचिव M.K. दास, केंद्रीय सचिव श्री राजेश सिन्हा, GMB CEO श्री राजकुमार बेनीवाल, ग्लोबल CEO APM टर्मिनल श्री केथ सेवनेंस, देश विदेश पधारेला सौ उद्योग जगतना महानुभावों, प्रेस मीडियाना थल सेना तथा नौसेनाना अधिकारीश्रीओ, प्रेस मीडियाना मित्रों, सौने मारा नमस्कार। गुजरात में वाइब्रન્ટ थई रही है एवं लागे छे ने? विश्व नेता અને દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં ભારત વિશ્વ સમક્ષ પોતાની શક્તિનો પરિચય કરાવી રહ્યા છે। આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિઝનથી સ્પેસ, સાયન્સ, સિક્યોરિટી, સ્ટાર્ટઅપ, સ્કિલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ અને સસ્ટેનેબલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરના વિકાસ દ્વારા ભારત ખૂબ જ ઝડપથી 5મી મોટી અર્થવ્યવસ્થા બન્યું છે. ભારતના 5મા મોટા અર્થતંત્ર બનવાની યાત્રા વિશ્વ માટે ઉદાહરણ બની છે. સમગ્ર વિશ્વ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિઝનથી પ્રભાવિત થયું છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ દેશના પોટેન્શિયલને સુગ્રોથિત બનાવવા પર ભાર મૂક્યો છે અને એના પરિણામ સ્વરૂપે અનેક ક્ષેત્રોને અકલ્પનીય વિકાસ થયો છે. પોર્ટ્સ તેમાંનું એક મહત્ત્વનું ક્ષેત્ર છે. ગુજરાત તો દેશના સૌથી લાંબો 1600 કિલોમીટર દરિયા કિનારો ધરાવતું રાજ્ય છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ ગુજરાતની આ સ્ટ્રેટેજિક કોસ્ટ લાઇનને દેશની સમૃદ્ધિનું પ્રવેશ દ્વાર બનાવવાની નેમ સાકાર કરી છે. તેમણે મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકે 2003માં શરૂ કરેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટને પરિણામે 2 દાયકામાં ગુજરાત પોર્ટલેન્ડ ડેવલપમેન્ટનું પાયોનિયર બન્યું છે અને રોડ મોડેલ રાજ્ય તરીકે પ્રસ્થાપિત થયું છે. વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટની આ 10મી એડિશનથી થીમ પણ આપણે ગેટવે ટુ ધ ફ્યુચર રાખી છે. આ થીમને સુસંગત પોર્ટલેન્ડ સિટી ડેવલપમેન્ટ વિષયનો આ સેમિનાર ભવિષ્યનું વિઝન આપવામાં મહત્ત્વપૂર્ણ બનશે એવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. તાજેતરમાં જ ભારતની G20 પ્રેસિડેન્સીમાં દેશ દુનિયામાં મેરીટાઈમ ક્ષેત્ર માટેનો એક ઐતિહાસિક નિર્ણય થયો છે. ભારત મિડલ ઇસ્ટ યુરોપ ઇકોનોમિક કોરિડોર પર ઐતિહાસિક સંમતિ બની છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના આ વિઝનરી પ્રયત્નના પરિણામે ભારતનો પોર્ટ્સથી પ્રોસ્પેરિટીનો નવો ઇતિહાસ રચાશે. પોર્ટ્સ ફોર પ્રોસ્પેરિટી અને પોર્ટ્સ ફોર પ્રોગ્રેસના વિઝનથી દેશમાં પોર્ટ અને પોર્ટ્સ બેઝડ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ નવી દિશા મળી છે. પોર્ટ્સની આસપાસના નાના શહેરોનો પણ વિકાસ થાય અને તે શહેરો દેશના આર્થિક વિકાસના કેન્દ્રો બને તે નીડ ઓફ ધ અવર છે. ગુજરાતનો તો દરિયાઈ માર્ગ વેપાર વાણિજ્યનો ભવ્ય ઇતિહાસ રહેલો છે. લોથલ પ્રાચીન ભારતમાં બંદરની સાથે સાથે તેની નગર રચના માટે પણ જાણીતું પ્રોસ્પેરિંગ પોર્ટ સિટી હતું. તેવી જ રીતે ધોળાવીરા ઉત્તમ નગર રચનાનું ઉદાહરણ છે. ગુજરાત પાસે વિશાળ દરિયા કિનારો છે અને મેજર માઇનોર મળીને દેશમાં સૌથી વધુ 49 પોર્ટ છે. ગુજરાત કાર્ગો હેન્ડલિંગ ક્ષમતામાં દેશમાં અગ્રેસર છે. તો દેશનો લગભગ 39% જેટલો કાર્ગો ગુજરાતના બંદરો પર હેન્ડલ થાય છે. પોર્ટ સુધીની સુદૃઢ કનેક્ટિવિટી અને માળખાકીય સુવિધાઓના કારણે લોજિસ્ટિક માટેના લીડ્સ ઇન્ડેક્સમાં ગુજરાત દેશમાં અગ્રેસર છે. દેશની મેરીટાઈમ હિસ્ટ્રીને દર્શાવતું મ્યુઝિયમ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીની પ્રેરણાથી લોથલ ખાતે નિર્માણાધીન છે. ભારતના સામુદ્રિક વારસાનું જતન કરીને પ્રથમ પ્રાચીન પોર્ટ તરીકેની લોથલની ભવ્યતા અને મહત્ત્વના વર્તમાનના સમયમાં આ મ્યુઝિયમ ઉજાગર કરશે. પોર્ટ્સની કેપેસિટી વધારવાની દિશામાં પોર્ટ સિટી અને ગ્રીનફિલ્ડ પોર્ટ્સ વિકસાવવાની સાથે રાજ્ય સરકાર હાલના પોર્ટ્સનું એક્સપાન્શન અને અપગ્રેડેશન પણ કરવાની દિશામાં કામ કરી રહી છે. બંદરોનો વિકાસ થશે તેમ તેમ તેની આસપાસના લોકોનો વસવાટ પણ વધશે તે વાત સ્પષ્ટ છે. ગુજરાત દેશમાં 5મું સૌથી વધુ શહેરી ગીચતા ધરાવતું રાજ્ય છે અને શહેરીકરણના ક્ષેત્રમાં અનેક બેન્ચમાર્ક પ્રસ્થાપિત કર્યા છે. પોર્ટલેટ સિટી ડેવલપમેન્ટ દ્વારા બંદરોની નજીકના શહેરોમાં સસ્ટેનેબલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરના વિકાસથી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ઇકોનોમી ધરાવતા શહેરોનો વિકાસ થાય તે દિશામાં આપણે વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના માર્ગદર્શનમાં આયોજનબદ્ધ રીતે આગળ વધી રહ્યા છીએ. અમૃતકાળની આ પહેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટમાં પોર્ટલેટ સિટીઝના વિકાસ માટે આ સમિટની વિવિધ ચર્ચાઓ દરમિયાન પોર્ટ સિટીઝના વિકાસ માટેનું મંથન થશે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રી બ્લુ ઇકોનોમીની મુખ્ય પ્રાધાન્ય આપી રહ્યા છે. આ સેમિનારની ચર્ચાઓ દ્વારા બ્લુ ઇકોનોમીને વેગ મળશે તેવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વ અને માર્ગદર્શનમાં અમૃતકાળમાં વિકસિત ભારતનું નિર્માણ કરવામાં પોર્ટ ક્ષેત્ર ખૂબ જ અગત્યનો ભાગ ભજવશે એમ હું સમજું છું. આ સેમિનાર સાચા અર્થમાં સમુદ્ર મંથન અને સમુદ્ર સમૃદ્ધિથી દેશને વૈશ્વિક સમૃદ્ધિ તરફ લઈ જવાનો રોડ મેપ તય કરશે એવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
Thank you so much, sir, for those words of encouragement and motivating us and showing us the bright future. Now, as we march ahead, we would like to take a moment and present a token of gratitude to all our dignitaries. May I humbly request Sri Rajkumar Benewal, sir, to please present a token of gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. I would request, sir, to present a token of gratitude to our Honorable Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sonowal, sir. We would like to present a token of gratitude to Shri Rajkumar, IAS Chief Secretary, the Government of Gujarat. We also would like to thank K. Kailashnath, sir, the IAS Chief Principal Secretary. We have Shri S.S. Rathore, Advisor to Honorable CM and Chairman GMB. We thank you. May I request all the dignitaries to come together for one picture. If we can have one group photograph. All the dignitaries are humbly requested to please come together for a group picture. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries for joining us. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation. Our next segment is a panel discussion, which is on port-led economic opportunities. We'll just take a 5-minute short break to change over the stage, and we'll invite our moderator and panelist on stage. A panel discussion on port-led economic opportunities is our next segment.
कि इस 10वें आयोजन के बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मौके पर हम सबके बीच ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग
of ISM with the various government agencies, and I must say we put forward what the best practices are in the world in different geographies, and we share the data. And I have to tell you, I think various government agencies, they recognize the data we were sharing, and what we saw was their commitment to clearly lay out a path to get to that level in a reasonable amount of time. And that really helped us to build the confidence that we can move forward with the investment. Then came the issue of supply chain. Of course, it doesn't exist. The scale that we are going after, we can convince our partners to come with us. We have followed this model many times before in past, and you will hear more about that. So we had high confidence that the
जी भी पधार चुके हैं. मेरा संबोधन अभी शुरू ही हुआ. माननीय भूपेंद्र पटेल जी का आगमन हो गया. ये बहुत ही अच्छा क्षण है. तो मैं अपनी तरफ से माननीय लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री श्री भूपेंद्र पटेल जी का भी बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूँ. कि उद्योग से जुड़े माननीय मंत्री श्री बलवंत जी राजपूत जी और गृह विभाग, खेल और ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, इंडस्ट्री, कई विभागों से जुड़े माननीय मंत्री हर्ष सांघवी जी का भी मैं बहुत हृदय से सम्मान करता हूं. और आज उद्योग जगत के, खास करके ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फील्ड के सभी आप सामने के डायस पर और अग्रणी सभी व्यक्तित्वों का, मीडिया के लोगों का मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है. आज 2003 में वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की शुरुआत हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री, विश्वप्रिय नेता माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उस समय के मुख्यमंत्रित्व काल की शुरुआत में जो हुई, और उस शुरुआत का ये 10वां संस्करण आपके बीच, और इसका लगातार क्रमशः अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्वरूप बनता जा रहा है। और इस बार तो उसने बहुत ही ग्लोबल एस्पेक्ट से यहाँ पर लोगों की प्रेजेंट है, और आज उस दृष्टि से भी डेलीगेट्स यहाँ आए हूँ, उन डेलीगेट्स का और अन्य भारत के डेलीगेट्स को भी मैं अपने तरफ से बहुत सम्मान व्यक्त करता हूँ। और निश्चित तौर से माननीय मोदी जी ने जो शुरुआत वाइब्रेंट गुजरात के माध्यम से गुजरात की जो राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय छवि को, कंसेप्ट को दिया देश को और प्रगति को आगे बढ़ाया। कभी कभी मेरे जैसे लोगों का मानना है कि वो जो खुशबू देश में फैली, तो खुद उस खुशबू को सूंघ करके जनता ने 2014 में दिल्ली में हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बुलाया कि अब पूरे देश को उस दिशा में ले जाने के लिए इसी व्यक्तित्व की ज़रूरत है। और निश्चित तौर से उन्होंने इस देश को वैश्विक पटल पर पूरे के पूरे वाइब्रेंट इंडिया को बनाने का जो उन्होंने काम किया है, जो आज दुनिया के सामने एक वैश्विक केंद्र बन के आज भारत में सामान्य जन में ये धारणा भी धीरे धीरे पक्की होती जा रही है कि मोदी जी लंबे समय तक ले चलेंगे तो फिर से सोने की चिड़िया ये देश बन जाएगा। ये सामान्य मानवीय में धारणा बनती जा रही है, और उस धारणा को मजबूती देते हुए उन्होंने जिस तरह के भारत की प्रगति के साथ साथ स्टेप बाय स्टेप उनको थीम को जो बढ़ाते जा रहे हैं, और उस बढ़ाते हुए थीम को उन्होंने पूरे विश्व के पटल पर वन अर्थ वन फ्यूचर भारत के इस फिलॉसफी को लेकर के और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के जिस कॉन्सेप्ट को दिया, वो अपने आप में भारत की 21वीं शताब्दी में सबसे बड़ी मजबूती को आज उन्होंने उपस्थिति दर्ज कराई है। और आज का जो आपका ये थीम है इस वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की, गेटवे ऑफ द फ्यूचर, उससे बहुत हद तक तालमेल खाती है। मैं इस दिशा में माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की तरफ से आपको एक बार पुनः उनकी शुभकामना, आशीर्वाद आप सबको मिला ही है कल, पुनः शुभकामना रखते हुए मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि दुनिया के कई देशों में जब ये ईवी व्हीकल्स पर काम शुरू हो गया था, भारत में उस पर 2014 के पहले ठीक से सोचा तक नहीं गया था। लेकिन माननीय मोदी जी ने, सरकार का काम क्या है? काम तो आप करते हैं, उद्यमी आप हैं। सरकार का काम है आपको वातावरण प्रदान करना, इकोसिस्टम में आपको हेल्प करना, आपको इनकरेज करना। बनाते आप हैं, आगे बढ़ाते आप हैं। इसकी भी कोई सार्थक पहल नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन 2014 में मोदी जी ने आते ही 2015 में फेज 1 के माध्यम से इसकी शुरुआत की, और हाथों हाथ उद्यमियों ने उसको स्वीकार किया, उसमें अपना योगदान दिया। वो शुरुआत थी ना मात्र की, लेकिन उसके बाद जो रिस्पांस आया आप सबका, उस रिस्पांस से उन्होंने 10,000 करोड़ की फेम 2 स्कीम के द्वारा आप सबके बीच में यह जो भारत की इस ईवी फील्ड के आगे प्रगति के बारे में जो कंसेप्ट रखा, और उसको आप लोगों ने फुल सपोर्ट किया। आप उसमें काफ़ी आगे आए। मेरे पास विषय बहुत विस्तार में रखने का, लेकिन मैं संक्षेप में चीज़ों को करूंगा, क्योंकि सभी हमारे आदरणीय लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, जिन सब लोगों को भी विषय रखना है। तो मैं इस विषय में आपको इतना बताना चाहूँगा कि 10,000 करोड़ की इस स्कीम में जो रिस्पांस आया, उसके चलते आज हम इस देश में लगभग हमारी योजनाओं से 12 लाख से भी ज़्यादा ईवी वाहन आज भारत की सड़कों पर चल रही हैं। इसके अलावा आपके अपने प्रयत्नों से इसके अलावा बहुत बड़ी संख्या है। वो संख्या सियाम के आंकड़ों से आप सबके अवगत आप खुद ही रहते हैं। तो इसमें हम लोगों ने, और गुजरात में भी इसने सदा अहम भूमिका अदा की है। मैं अगर आज इस विषय में जहाँ गुजरात में आयोजन हो रहा है, इस आयोजन में जाऊँ तो हमारी फेम इस स्कीम में लगभग 500 करोड़ के लगभग और 1,10,000 ईवी के दावे प्राप्त हुए, और हमारे विभाग ने केवल लगभग 500 करोड़ के आगे पीछे खुद ही इस गुजरात राज्य में भी अपनी छूट को, सब्सिडी को प्रोवाइड किया है। और इसके साथ साथ अभी इनको अभी तक के फेज में करीब 302 करोड़ के ज़्यादा तो छूट सैंक्शन करके दे दी गई है और शेष प्रोसेस में है। तो इतना गुजरात ने इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया है और आज इसमें ये हमारी स्कीमों में आज यंगस्टर का जो पार्टिसिपेंट है, टू व्हीलर में बहुत ही तेज़ी से उसमें भाग ले रहे हैं। और चूँकि 4 व्हीलर हम लोग कमर्शियल पर दे रहे हैं, प्राइवेट पर तो खुद ही लोग एक से एक लग्जरी वाहनों में आगे चीज़ें जा रहे हैं। उसमें भी भारत सरकार अपनी ऑटो PLI के माध्यम से उनके लायक गाड़ियां बनाने के लिए कई अच्छी पहलें कर रही है, जिसमें आप सबका सकारात्मक योगदान है। तो इन सब दृष्टि से मैं केवल आपको ये बताना चाहूँगा कि EV मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के फील्ड में हमने आगे जो, और हम जब इसमें फेम 1 फेम 2 के रिस्पांस को देखते हुए सरकार को लगा कि हम इस काम को और आगे बढ़ाएं और कैसे इस देश के अंदर ऑटो इंडस्ट्री में EV के मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का और बेहतर लोगों को आगे आकर्षण पैदा किया जाए। तो PLI ऑटो और PLI ACC बैटरी की 2 स्कीमों को हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया और बड़े अच्छे बजट के साथ लॉन्च किया। मुझे कहते हुए बहुत ही खुशी हो रही है कि हम लोगों ने जो सरकार का बजट 25,938 करोड़ का था, हमें अनुमान था कि करीब 42,000 करोड़ के रूप में लोग अपना इन्वेस्ट करेंगे। लेकिन मैं आपको थैंक्स कर रहा हूँ EV मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के फील्ड के और ऑटो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के फील्ड के लोगों को कि सरकार के इस उत्साहवर्धन का आपने जितना डबल रिस्पांस दिया। हम लोग जितना अनुमान किए थे, हमने 43,000 करोड़ का अनुमान किया था, आपने लगभग 70,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट के लक्ष्य तक पहुंचने के अपने भरोसे दिए। और मैं आज ये कहने में मुझे फ़ख्र है कि आपके इस रिस्पांस से आपने ये 5 बरस की योजना है, 2022 से आपकी डिमांड पर मैंने उसका कार्य आगे 1 साल उसको एक्सटेंड कर दिया है, जो आपके अब वो 27 तक जाएगी। वो 22-23 के शुरुआती दौर में ही आज 13,000 करोड़ का से एबव का इन्वेस्टमेंट आ चुका है। आपने 1.5 लाख सेमी और हाई स्किल्ड रोजगार का भरोसा दिया था भारत सरकार को, और आप लोगों ने इस भरोसे पर अभी मात्र 1.5 बरस 1.5 बरस तक ये बात पहुंचते ही 28,515 रोजगार आपने प्रोवाइड कर दिया है। इसका हमारे पास रिपोर्ट। तो इससे लगता है कि 1.5 लाख से भी ज़्यादा आप 2 लाख 2.5 लाख तक रोजगार देंगे। और आप जो आज ही पहले वर्ष में 13,000 करोड़ से एबव आप इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं, तो आप 70 से भी एबव जाएंगे। ये EV के फील्ड में, ऑटो के फील्ड में आपका ये जो PLI की योजनाओं को आप लोगों ने जो एक्सेप्ट किया है, और इसमें भारत की जो कंपनियां हैं, मुझे खुशी हो रही है जब यहाँ पर अभी हमारे दोनों माननीय मंत्री श्री बोल रहे थे, बलवंत जी और संघवी जी, तो अभी इसमें टाटा, महिंद्रा, इथर, ओला और ये सब कंपनियां तो अग्रणी थी, और भी कई कंपनियां हैं, लेकिन मारुति ने भी इसमें कदम बढ़ाया है। ये अच्छे लक्षण हैं। जो देश दिशा में चल रहा है, मारुति भी उसमें चलने लगी, तो मेरी शुभकामनाएं उनको कि यहाँ गुजरात उन्होंने शुरुआत EV में भी की। तो आज इसमें सबसे बड़ा जो हम सब, जो मोदी जी का मंत्र है आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, जो वैल्यू एडिशन भारत के अंदर उसको बनाने पर जो ये उन्होंने ये जो खाका खींचा है, इसमें आपका रिस्पांस, हमारी अपील है और बढ़ के हिस्सा लेने की ज़रूरत है। जहाँ ज़रूरत हमारे रिलैक्सेशन हम दे रहे हैं, थोड़े दिन उस स्थानीयकरण के चीज़ों को जहाँ जहाँ ज़रूरत हमारे रिलैक्सेशन दे रहे हैं, लेकिन जो मूल उद्देश्य है भारत को मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का वर्ल्ड का हब बनाना, उस काम में आप सबसे अग्रणी योगदान दे रहे हैं। मैं आप सबके बीच में मैं गुजरात के भी कुछ आंकड़े मेरे पास हैं। इसमें PLI स्कीम में अभी गुजरात ने भी इस 13,000 में लगभग 600 करोड़ का गुजरात में इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है विभिन्न औद्योगिक जगत ने, और जो 13,000 के रोजगार हैं उसमें 3,143 का रोजगार यहीं पर दिया इन्होंने गुजरात के अंदर। तो ये सारी अच्छी पहलें चल रही हैं। निश्चित तौर से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात इस पहल को और आगे बढ़ाएगा। इस विश्वास के साथ आज मैं आप सबके बीच में इस निर्माण का जो सबसे महंगा तत्व है बैटरी निर्माण के क्षेत्र में भी भारत ने 50 गीगावाट के टारगेट के साथ एक PLI बैटरी का जो उन्होंने 18,100 करोड़ की स्कीम लॉन्च की है। गवर्नमेंट के जो इनिशिएटिव है उसमें बैटरी का भी बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव है। इसमें जो लॉन्च किया है उन्होंने, इस 30 गीगावाट के कार्य प्रगति पर है। और आप सब अच्छी तरह जानते हैं, आप इस फील्ड के बहुत ही अनुभवी लोग हैं, आपको सारे आंकड़े बताने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। फिर भी इस विषय की महत्ता को देखते हुए कि जहां आज चाइना का ही होल्ड है 85%, मलेशिया 6 से 7% है, और शेष में सारे दुनिया के बड़े बड़े विकसित देश हैं, ये लेकर के आज भारत में 1 गीगावाट भी बैटरी ACC बैटरी नहीं बन रही है। लेकिन मोदी जी ने इस ज़रूरत को महसूस करते हुए उन्होंने 50 गीगावाट के कंसेप्ट से, जिसमें 30 गीगावाट के प्रोसेस बहुत तेज आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, 20 गीगावाट में भी ज़रूरत के डिमांड के हिसाब से स्टोरेज को 10 गीगावाट का हम लोगों ने सपोर्ट देते हुए कि नहीं इसे स्टोरेज के लिए रिजर्व करेंगे, और 10 गीगावाट वह भी निविदा की प्रक्रिया बहुत ही जल्दी पूर्ण हो जाने वाली है। लेकिन मैं जो मुख्य बात बताना चाहता हूँ कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की अगुवाई में हैवी इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्ट्री की पहल पर जहाँ भारत में आज 1 भी गीगावाट बैटरी नहीं बन रही है, इसी 2024 के शुरुआत में मैंने पार्लियामेंट में भी कहा था, पब्लिक में भी कहा था, आज पुनः इस देश के बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण इवेंट वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में कह रहा हूँ कि इसी जनवरी चल रही है, फरवरी बीतते बीतते भारत में ACC बैटरी का उत्पादन शुरू हो जाने की पूरी संभावना है। ये अपने आप में वैश्विक जगत पर भारत की बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि होगी कि भारत इस दिशा में शुरुआत कर देगा। और मुझे दूसरी सबसे बड़ी प्रसन्नता है कि भारत सरकार ने एक वातावरण बनाने के लिए कि EV व्हीकल्स का सबसे बड़ा उसको आम आदमी की पहुंच तक ले जाने के लिए, जब तक भारत में बैटरी नहीं बनेगी तब तक वो भारत के आम नागरिकों तक उस 2 व्हीलर 3 व्हीलर 4 व्हीलर्स और सारी चीज़ें इसमें नहीं जुड़ पाएंगी। उसके लिए वातावरण बनाया। जो सबसे बड़ा रिस्पांस है इंडस्ट्रीज़ के पार्टनर्स का कि हम 50 गीगावाट का, जो हम उनकी मीटिंग्स जब करते हैं तो उन्होंने जो हमें रिस्पांस दिया है, आपने हमें इनिशिएटिव देके इसमें शुरुआत डाल दिया है, तो क्या हम इस इंडस्ट्री को केवल आपकी सब्सिडी तक ही नहीं सीमित है, हम इसका कई गुना खुद बनाने वाले हैं इस इंडस्ट्री से। और वो 100, 130, 35 गीगावाट से ज़्यादा खुद इंडस्ट्री के लोगों ने, चाहे वो रिलायंस हो, चाहे ओला हो, और चाहे उसमें जिन जिन लोगों ने पार्टिसिपेट किया है और जो आगे पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे, उनका रिस्पांस ऐसा शानदार आया है कि भारत कुछ ही दिनों में अपनी ज़रूरत आगामी मोदी युग के अगला चरण, मोदी युग के अगला चरण आते आते मेरी बात को नोट करके रख लीजिएगा, भारत अपनी ज़रूरतों के साथ साथ इस ACC में भी निर्यातक देश बन के उभरेगा। ये संभावनाएं भारत के अंदर आज मुझे चारों तरफ से नजर आ रही हैं। इन संभावनाओं के साथ जो इसका सबसे बड़ा एक कठिन पक्ष है, जिसमें अभी मुझे चार्जर के बारे में संघवी साहब भी और बलवंत जी भी कह रहे थे, माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी स्वयं इस पर बहुत दिलचस्पी लेते हैं। स्वयं इनके संग जुड़ के हम लोगों ने बसों के लॉन्चिंग में, मैं जब यहाँ केवड़िया से बसों की लॉन्चिंग की थी तो उनका आपका मार्गदर्शन यहाँ राजधानी गांधीनगर से मिला था, तो स्वयं इनकी रुचि रहती है बहुत ज़्यादा, इसमें बड़ी पहल रहती है। तो उस दृष्टि से आज जो हमने इसमें लोगों का जो चार्जिंग वाला इशू है वो कठिनाई का, लेकिन मैं अभिनंदन करूंगा माननीय गडकरी जी का कि उन्होंने इस पहल में अपना योगदान देने का बहुत बड़ा हाथ बटाया है। एक तो उन्होंने पूरे ई बुक मूवमेंट को गति देने के लिए ग्रीन प्लेट सिस्टम का शुरुआत में ही जो उन्होंने शुरुआत किया और उसके लिए इतनी ज़्यादा छूटें, इतना ज़्यादा उत्साहवर्धन प्रदान किया। दूसरा उत्साहवर्धन वो जो चार्जिंग सेटअप बनाने में माननीय मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में जो चीज़ें आगे बढ़ी, उसमें माननीय गडकरी जी ने अपनी मिनिस्ट्री से सारे हाईवेज पर कैसे चार्जिंग सेटअप बने, उसमें बहुत ही क्रांतिकारी पहल की है, जिसमें पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री और हमारी मिनिस्ट्री। और मैं आपको बताते समय मुझे खुशी हो रही है कि 22,000 पेट्रोल पंपों पर, सड़कों के किनारे, जगह जगह, और जो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड है कि केवल चार्जिंग के लिए गाड़ियां नहीं जाएंगी, चार्जिंग के समय में रिक्रिएशन और फैसिलिटीज़ का यूटिलाइजेशन करते हुए हाफ एन आवर में आदमी चार्जिंग कर लिया, 20 मिनट में चार्जिंग कर लिया, और उस बीच उसके समय की भी बचत हो गई, उसकी ज़रूरतें भी पूरी हुई। ऐसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने का जो कंसेप्ट लेकर के गडकरी जी ने उसमें पहल की है, तो उसमें 22,000 जगहों पर चार्जिंग के सेटअप पे काम आगे बढ़ रहा है। मैंने अपने विभाग का जो इस विषय का बजट था वो सीधे सभी पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री को 800 करोड़ का बजट हैंडओवर कर दिया, ताकि 7,443 चार्जिंग सेटअप वो तैयार कर दें। थोड़ी उनको कठिनाई थी अभी हाल के दिनों में, पीएमपी गाइडलाइन में थोड़ी रिलैक्सेशन की ज़रूरत थी। चार्जिंग के जो कंपोनेंट थे, कुछ चीज़ें अभी इस देश में बन रही हैं, कुछ थोड़ी ज़रूरतें थी, वो भी हाल में रिलैक्सेशन मैंने दे दिया, ताकि बहुत जल्द से जल्द वो चार्जिंग सेटअप 8,000 हमारे सहयोग वाला पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री और माननीय गडकरी जी के मंत्रालय के सौजन्य से वो काम संपन्न हो जाए। तो इस दिशा में, हर दिशा में तेज़ी से ये काम भारत सरकार के पहलों से होता जा रहा है। और इन सब के बीच जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो मैं आपके ध्यान में लाना चाहूँगा। इन सब के बीच जो महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि माननीय मोदी जी का जो सोच रहती है, आप सारी हाई जेंट्रीज, सभी उद्योग जगत के लोगों को वातावरण देना, इंडस्ट्री में उनको अवसर देना, उनके लिए सारी फैसिलिटीज़ देना, और वैश्विक स्तर पर आप निर्यातक बने। इन नीतिगत पहलों के साथ साथ हमारे कदम सामान्य मानवी को कितना लाभ पहुंचाते हैं। मुझे स्मरण है, इसी गुजरात में बसों के लॉन्चिंग के समय उन्होंने जो वाक्य कहा था, मैं ईवी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लोगों को अपील कर रहा हूं, निवेदन कर रहा हूं कि आज इस वाइब्रेंट गुजरात के इस 10वें संस्करण के मौके पर आप जिस तरह योगदान करके गुजरात और भारत की दोनों की सेवा कर रहे हैं, और भारत के 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी पहुंचने में आपका योगदान है, और 2027 तक अनुमानित 3 ट्रिलियन 5वीं इकोनॉमी की जगह 3री इकोनॉमी बनने की संभावनाओं में आपके सबसे बड़े अहम हाथ हैं। उन लोगों का आह्वान कर रहा हूं कि मोदी जी के उस वाक्य को ध्यान में रखिए जो उन्होंने यहीं कहा था गुजरात की भूमि पर, कि हम सामान्य मानवी को जो बसों में सफ़र करता है उसको ईवी बस इसलिए देना चाहते हैं कि वह भी प्रदूषण मुक्त रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी जीने वाला, प्रदूषण मुक्त वाहनों का सदुपयोग कर सके, इसलिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ईवी बसों पर उन्होंने जोर दिया था। तो ये सामान्य मानवी के पहुंच तक भारत का ईवी मूवमेंट उसके उपयोग में आए, इस दृष्टि से आप सब गुजरात के अंदर आप सब अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट करें, और देश के इन्वेस्टमेंट में आप सब जो योगदान दे रहे हैं उसका धन्यवाद देते हुए एक बार पुनः इस बड़ी सहभागिता के लिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। मैं केवल एक अंतिम बात आपकी जानकारी में दे करके अपनी बात ख़त्म कर दूंगा कि इससे लाभ कितना मिल रहा है वो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अभी मैंने हाल के अंदर जो आंकड़े उपलब्ध किए हैं 11/1/2024 तक, वो आपके पास भी होंगे, कि इससे बचत जीवन के मूल्यवान सांसों के लिए कितनी बड़ी है, जीवन की दिनचर्या के लिए कितनी बड़ी है, कि 11,46,524 लीटर प्रतिदिन ईंधन की बचत हुई है आज तक के, और 3,49,20,276 लीटर ईंधन की बचत केवल फेम 2 के तहत हुई है जो हमारी स्कीम है, और 24,51,836 किलोग्राम कार्बन उत्सर्जन की कमी प्रतिदिन हुई है। ये रिपोर्ट बताती है कि कितना ये ईवी मूवमेंट कारगर है देश के लिए। और 7,45,78,000 984 किलोग्राम उत्सर्जन की कमी अभी फेम 2 के तहत हुई है। और ईबी सेल फेम 2 के तहत आज मैंने शुरू में बताया 12 लाख से ऊपर आज हमारे फेम के तहत है और लाखों लाख आपकी तहत से है। तो यह देश की सेवा है, आम नागरिक के स्वस्थ जीवन की सेवा है। आप सभी इसमें सहभागिता करें, ये अपील करते हुए बहुत बहुत सबको शुभकामना, सबको आदरपूर्वक नमस्कार।
आपके प्रेरक उद्बोधन के लिए आपका ખૂબ ખૂબ ધન્યવાદ। શ્રી સંદીપ સાંગલે સરને વિનંતી કરીએ છીએ ગતિશીલ ગુજરાતના સફળ પ્રણેતા માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલનું સ્વાગત સત્કાર કરવા માટે। खूब खूब आभार। जिनकी अगुवाई में कश्मीर से लेके कन्याकुमारी और गुजरात से लेके गुवाहाटी तक आज पूरा भारतवर्ष पक्की सड़कों से जुड़ रहा है, नए नए आयाम सर कर रहा है। उनके नेतृत्व में वाटरवेज, नेशनल हाईवेज, एक्सप्रेस हाईवेज, भारत का जो रोड नेटवर्क था उससे आज दुगना रोड नेटवर्क अचीव कर चुके हैं। The man who strongly believes that good road network brings prosperity to country. Please join your hands in welcoming our Honorable Minister, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
गुजरात के लोकप्रिय मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय भूपेंद्र जी, भारत सरकार में मेरे सहयोगी डॉक्टर महेंद्र नाथ पांडे जी, माननीय उद्योग मंत्री बलवंत सिंह जी, परिवहन मंत्री हर्ष संघवी जी, उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर, आमंत्रित अतिथिगण और उद्योग जगत के मेरे साथियों, देवियों और सज्जनों, सबसे पहले वाइब्रेंट गुजरात की इस ग्लोबल समिट में जो बड़े प्रमाण पर आयोजित करके इसको यशस्वी करने का जो कार्य आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में गुजरात की सरकार ने और मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ उनके सहयोगी ने किया है, इसलिए सबसे पहले मैं उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये उद्देश्य है कि हम देश को गरीबी से मुक्त करें, गांव गरीब मजदूर किसान का कल्याण करके हम वर्ल्ड की एक सुपर इकोनॉमिक पावर बने, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बने, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बने। पर यह उसी समय संभव हो सकता है कि जब हमारे देश में उद्योग, व्यापार और खेती तीनों क्षेत्रों में विकास होगा। और इन तीनों क्षेत्रों में विकास करने के लिए टेक्नोलॉजी, नॉलेज के साथ कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट उतनी आवश्यक है। अगर कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट आएगी तो उद्योग और व्यापार का विकास होगा, और उद्योग और व्यापार का विकास होगा तो ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी, और ग्रोथ बढ़ेगी तो रोजगार निर्माण होगा, और रोजगार निर्माण होगा तो गरीबी दूर होगी और हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनेंगे। और इसी भाव से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात का जो शुरुआत आदरणीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब मुख्यमंत्री थे उन्होंने की थी, तो आज उसका बहुत ही यशस्वी स्वरूप आज देखने के लिए मिल रहा है। ये सभी भारतवासियों के मन में बहुत खुशी की बात है। सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है बिफोर अंडरस्टैंडिंग द इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ ई-व्हीकल, we need to understand what exactly the problem country is facing. As a transport minister, unfortunately, we are responsible for 40% of air pollution in the country. We have 85% of our fossil fuel, we have import for that. हमारे देश में CO2 गैसों का जो इमिशन है ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर का, that is 40%. And now you just understand, because of import bill, the economic challenge is there, and because of air pollution, we are facing a lot of problem. And that is the reason we need to find out the option. which is import substitute, cost effective, pollution free, and indigenous. Gujarat is one of the important states in the country where their target is within 2-3 years, their 50% of the power will be green power. And for that reason, the way in which we are developing the solar power in the country and we get the investment from abroad also, I am fully confident that in futuristic planning and technology, whatever the power which we want to use in transport sector, preferably that power will be the solar power and green power. So 100%, it is a great thing for the country and for sustainable growth and without pollution, the sustainable development is related with the Happy Human Index. And domestic Happy Human Index is one of the important agenda now in the whole world. The people are talking about it. So I feel that this is to be exactly a correct line. When I taken charge as a minister, our automobile sector number was 7th in the world. But today it is a great pride and pleasure for me that under the leadership of Prime Minister Mr. Modi ji, we achieve a very, very respectable stage. Now we have just surpassed Japan and our number is 3rd in the world. There is a huge potential in this sector. Sometimes I am just lightly telling to the people that we have got a natural expertise how to increase population and how to increase automobile number. So the way in which the automobile number is increased, there is a huge potential. भूपेंद्र भाई आप इनको कन्विंस कर रहे इन्वेस्ट करो. मैं 2004 से अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल पे काम करता हूँ और 4-5 साल पहले जब इलेक्ट्रिक की बात करता था तो मुझे पूछते थे कि गाड़ी बंद होगी तो कैसा होगा, चार्जिंग कैसे होगा. ये उद्योगपतियों को मैं बहुत आग्रह से कहता था. जिन लोगों ने मेरी बात मानी वो बहुत फ़ायदा कमा रहे हैं, बैठे हैं सामने. और जिन्होंने मेरी बात को नहीं माना वो एक बहुत बड़े जायंट्स ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वाले जो है उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि हमने आपकी बात को इतना सीरियसली नहीं लिया क्योंकि हमें लगा ही नहीं कि इतने जल्दी इतना ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा. तो पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि भूपेंद्र भाई तो न्योता दे रहे आपको, पर आप अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट और एक्सपेंशन करने में गलती करोगे या आपकी स्पीड कम होगी तो नुकसान आपका होगा क्योंकि इसकी ग्रोथ कितनी प्रमाण में हो रही है आपके समझ के बाहर है. जो लोगों ने ई व्हीकल बनाना शुरू किया उनकी यहाँ वेटिंग लिस्ट है. जो पहले बनाने में हिचकिचाते आजकल लोग मुझे आते कि आउट ऑफ टर्न इस कंपनी की गाड़ी मुझे ई गाड़ी है मुझे मिला के दो. और स्कूटर और टू व्हीलर में तो 400 स्टार्टअप शुरू हो गए. हमारे टू व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री में बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो और होंडा उनमें से 50% टू व्हीलर एक्सपोर्ट होती है. अब 400 छोटे छोटे बुलंदशहर, लखनऊ, कानपुर, कहाँ लोग इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर बना रहे. बेंगलोर में तो देयर इज ए ह्यूज पोटेंशियल. जिसको बस में बैठना है वो बैठो. एक अंग्रेजी में कहावत है, यू कैन टेक हॉर्सेस अप टू द वाटर, यू कैन नॉट मेक द मैंडेटरी टू ड्रिंक द वाटर. तो मैं भूपेंद्र भाई कहेंगे इन्वेस्ट करो, मैं आपको कहूँगा इन्वेस्ट करो, अदरवाइज यू मिस द बस. आप अपॉर्चुनिटी मिस करोगे. केवल डोमेस्टिक मार्केट में नहीं, इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में भी बहुत डिमांड है. और हमारा टारगेट है कि अभी ये इंडस्ट्री हमारी है ये 12.5 लाख करोड़ की है. दिस इज द इंडस्ट्री विच हैव 4 लाख करोड़ ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट एंड दिस इज द इंडस्ट्री विच हैज ऑलरेडी क्रिएट 4 करोड़ जॉब्स. This is the industry which is giving maximum revenue as a part of GST to the state government and central government. और इसलिए अभी हमारा टारगेट है कि हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने की सोच में काम कर रहे हैं, $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें हमको अब ऑटो इंडस्ट्री को करीब 25 लाख करोड़ का ये टारगेट हमको पूरा करना है और हमको नंबर 1 पर पहुंचना है। Our mission, our target is to make Indian automobile industry in the world #1 manufacturing hub. और इसलिए सरकार ने काफ़ी निर्णय किए हैं और गुजरात भी इसमें हब बन गया है। गुजरात में ऑटो क्लस्टर्स में अहमदाबाद में सानन, वडोदरा में हलील, मंडल, बेचराजी, हंसलपुर, विट्ठलपुर, सब जगह पर ये क्लस्टर्स बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हुए हैं और इसके कारण एंसेलरी इंडस्ट्रीज़ में भी काफ़ी डेवलपमेंट हुई है। और मुझे लगता है कि अब आपको ऑटोमोबाइल कंपोनेंट्स की कमी नहीं रहेगी और जितना नंबर बढ़ेगा उतनी कॉस्ट कम होगी। मुझे याद है मैं मुंबई में मंत्री था 95-2000 में, तो मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के इंस्पेक्शन के लिए जाता था, तो वहाँ मोबाइल फ़ोन उस समय शुरुआत हुई थी। तो मोबाइल फ़ोन के बारे में मैंने गवर्नमेंट को लिखा कि यहाँ जो अधिकारी काम कर रहे हैं उनको कोई कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, तो मोबाइल फ़ोन दो। तो फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री ने टर्न डाउन किया था। तब एक एरिक्सन का मोबाइल 1,30,000 रुपये का मिल रहा था। जब नंबर बढ़ गया तो अब मोबाइल फ़ोन 3,000 और 4,000 रुपये में मिल रहे हैं। यही बाजार होने वाला है। जो पहले शुरू करेंगे वो मलाई खाएंगे और बाद में जो आएंगे वो केवल टर्नओवर करेंगे। और कंपटीशन होनी चाहिए, मोर कंपटीशन मोर बेनिफिट टू द कंज्यूमर। और इसलिए वर्ल्ड पूरा मार्केट हमारे सामने है और इसलिए वाइब्रेंट गुजरात में आप इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी को बहुत जल्दी उसको आप आइए और काम करिए। मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, पर बड़े बड़े कंपनी थी जो मैं उनको 4 साल पहले कहता था नो वी हैव ए प्लान फॉर 2024। मैंने बोला आप बस मिस करोगे, नो बट वी हैव प्रॉब्लम। वो अपनी बातों में रहे। अब उनका सेल कम हो गया और जो आगे उनका बढ़ गया। अब शेयर मार्केट में जिन्होंने शुरू किया उनका शेयर बढ़ा, उनका मार्केट बढ़ा, उनकी डिमांड बढ़ी, दे आर हैप्पी। और जो लोग सोच रहे थे सोचेंगे, करेंगे, प्लानिंग करेंगे, रिसर्च करेंगे, मैं कभी कभी मजाक में कहता हूँ कि रिसर्च में भी करना ही चाहिए, रिसर्च और टेक्नोलॉजी इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। पर सबसे ज़्यादा अगर इम्पॉर्टेंट कोई है तो स्ट्रॉन्ग पॉलिटिकल विल इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एंड इफ देर इज़ ए विल देर इज़ ए वे, एंड इफ देर इज़ नो विल देर इज़ ओनली सर्वे, डिस्कशन, सेमिनार, कमिटी, सब कमिटी एंड रिसर्च ग्रुप। So this is the appropriate time for all of you to take a positive decision as far as your investment in e-vehicle, e-mobility. भारत में 35.5 लाख इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स हैं। भारत में 2021 के तुलना में 2023 में 15 लाख से अधिक ईवी बिक्री 500% की बढ़ोतरी दर्ज की गई। 2030 तक एनुअल ग्रोथ रेट 50% होगा। अनुमान है कि भारत का ईवी मार्केट 2030 तक 1 करोड़ यूनिट एनुअल सेल और 5 करोड़ रोजगार निर्माण करेगा। जो नीति आयोग का ये जो रिपोर्ट है उसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि ईवी मार्केट पोटेंशियल 2030 तक ये 20 लाख करोड़ का है। ईवी फाइनेंसिंग मार्केट का साइज 2030 तक 4 लाख करोड़ है। वर्तमान में गुजरात में ईवी की संख्या 1.7 लाख है और 2022 में सबसे ज़्यादा ईवी की बिक्री 69,000 यूनिट 2021 से आज तक 606% राइज गुजरात में हुआ है। और मुझे लगता है कि ये अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल एंड बायोफ्यूल, तो मुझे लोग प्रश्न पूछते कि मैं सब बातों के हाइड्रोजन की बात करता हूँ, इथेनॉल, मेथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो एलएनजी, बायो सीएनजी, तो एक कॉमन क्वेश्चन सब जगह होता है कि इतना सब आप शुरुआत कर रहे हो तो फिर क्या होगा आगे, हमारा इतना कंपटीशन हो जाए। मतलब कुछ नहीं होता। ये इतना बड़ा समुंदर है फॉसिल फ्यूल का कि आप सब में जितना दम है उतनी पटक लो तो भी इंपोर्ट करना ये बहुत कठिन काम है। अभी मैं बेंगलोर में गया था कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट मशीनरी के लॉन्चिंग के लिए, तो जेसीबी को मैंने कहा था कि आप हाइब्रिड बनाओ, डीजल के साथ सीएनजी का बनाओ। बहुत पीछे पड़ के मैंने बनाया आग्रह करके, अब उनको 1000 जेसीबी का ऑर्डर रशिया में मिला इस प्रकार का। अब इलेक्ट्रिक पर बड़े बड़े बुलडोजर से लगा इलेक्ट्रिक पर आ गए, जो मैंने अभी इस समय बेंगलोर में लॉन्च किए। तो आने वाले समय में इलेक्ट्रिक तो इंडिजिनस है, और वो भी हमारे यहाँ ग्रीन पावर बढ़ रही, हाइड्रो पावर बढ़ रही, थर्मल पावर हम कम कर रहे हैं, न्यूक्लियर पावर में हम है ही नहीं। पर ये जो सोलर पावर बढ़ रही है, जब मोदी जी ने गुजरात में पहला प्रोजेक्ट किया था 16 रुपये यूनिट थी, अब 2 रुपये 40 पैसे यूनिट आई है। और आप अगर उम्मीद करोगे, आप अगर कंपैरिजन करोगे कि 1 लीटर पेट्रोल कितना एवरेज मिलता है और इलेक्ट्रिक चार्जिंग करने से कितने यूनिट में कितना एवरेज मिलता है मुझे तो लगता है कि इतना बेनिफिट है कि बताने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं। जो एक बार लेता है थोड़ा कैपिटल कॉस्ट कम हो जाएगी। और एक बात मैं आपको अनुरोध करूंगा कि मेरे पास टोयोटो की हाइब्रिड गाड़ी है इनोवा फ्लेक्स इंजन पर, वो मैं उसको हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी और इथेनॉल की गाड़ी और इलेक्ट्रिक की गाड़ी में ही घूमता हूँ। तो मैं इसका प्रचार ही करता हूँ, ये पेट्रोल डीजल वालों को देश से, जैसे अंग्रेज़ों को हमने भगाया था, ऐसे मैं तो मिशन के रूप में काम कर रहा हूँ। तो ये जो गाड़ी है ये 60%, 100% उसमें बायो इथेनॉल यूज़ होता है। इथेनॉल का रेट है 60 रुपये लीटर और पेट्रोल का 120 रुपये लीटर। इतनी सुंदर गाड़ी है, धुआं नहीं, पोल्यूशन नहीं, कुछ नहीं, कभी बंद नहीं पड़ी। ये पांडे जी बैठे हैं उसमें। अब वो गाड़ी जो है वो इथेनॉल डालकर 120 रुपये लीटर के पेट्रोल के बजाय 60 रुपये लीटर का इथेनॉल डालकर वो उसमें 60% बिजली पे चलती है और 40% इथेनॉल पर चलती है। तो पेट्रोल के तुलना में अगर एवरेज अगर काउंट करेंगे तो पेट्रोल का रेट 25 रुपये लीटर आता है। और ये इथेनॉल हमारे देश में किसान बनाते हैं। तो आप इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में फ्लेक्स इंजन को भी आप आपके पॉलिसी में लाइए, क्योंकि गुजरात के जो किसान हैं वो ब्रोकन राइस से, शुगर के जूस से, सी मोलाइसिस से, बी मोलाइसिस से, अब बाम्बू से, और सबसे इथेनॉल बना रहे हैं। तो इथेनॉल विथ इलेक्ट्रिक ये जो फ्लेक्स होगा ये ग्राहकों के लिए भी सस्ता होगा, पोल्यूशन नहीं के बराबर है, ग्रीन फ्यूल है, और ये भी 60% इलेक्ट्रिक है। और अभी बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा सबकी 2 व्हीलर भी फ्लेक्स इंजन पे तैयार हुई है। और फ्लेक्स इंजन पर अभी ट्रैक्टर वाले जो थे उनको यूरो 6 के नाम पर बड़े मेरे ऊपर नाराज थे, बोले इसको बढ़ा दो, मुदत बढ़ा दो। मैंने बोला बढ़ा देता हूँ, मेरी एक कंडीशन है। तो मैंने सबको बुला रखा है, मुझे लिख दो 1 साल के अंदर इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर, फ्लेक्स इंजन का ट्रैक्टर, सीएनजी का ट्रैक्टर, एलएनजी का ट्रैक्टर ये आप लॉन्च करोगे और मार्केट में लाओगे, ये लिख के दो। मैं यूरो 6 के नाम पर नहीं जाता, मैं रुक जाता हूँ। उनने लिख के दिया। तो आने वाले समय में हमारे ट्रैक्टर भी उस पर कन्वर्ट होंगे। तो मेरा विश्वास है कि निश्चित रूप से ये जो हमारे देश में अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल की अलायंस भी हुई G20 में, तो मेरा अनुरोध है कि इलेक्ट्रिक का ही है 60%, तो इसका भी इसमें आप जरूर विचार करिए। जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है कि इलेक्ट्रिक में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो होगी, पर इसके साथ साथ इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल का सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है वो है लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कॉस्ट। अभी इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक भी बना, मैंने लॉन्च किया अभी बंगलोर में, और प्रॉब्लम ये है कि लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कॉस्ट जब हमने शुरुआत की थी $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर कॉस्ट थी। अब वो 112, 115 तक आई थी, अभी आज मैंने सुना कि 112 तक आई है। और मेरा दृढ़ विश्वास है कि आने वाले साल भर के अंदर ये कॉस्ट $100 पर किलोवाट पर आवर आएगी, तो पेट्रोल व्हीकल की और इसकी कीमत लगभग सेम हो जाएगी। और इसलिए आप काफ़ी लोग लिथियम आयन बैटरी में भी, और बैटरी केमिस्ट्री में लिथियम आयन के साथ जिंक आयन, सोडियम आयन, एल्यूमिनियम आयन, अलग अलग प्रकार की केमिस्ट्री हमारे आईआईटी में, हमारे रिसर्च में काफ़ी डेवलप हो रही है। गुजरात में भी एल्यूमिनियम आयन पे भी काम हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है जल्दी ही हमको इसमें सफलता मिलेगी। और जम्मू में हमको अब लिथियम आयन का स्टॉक भी मिला है। जो वर्ल्ड का 6% है। और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बीच में मैं कश्मीर गया था तो मैंने एलजी साहब को कहा था कि जल्दी इसका माइनिंग करो, क्योंकि हम 1200 टन ये लिथियम आयन हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं। अगर ये देश में होगा तो हम लोग आजू बाजू के किसी भी देश में जो कॉस्ट होगी उसकी तुलना में हम ज़्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव बनेंगे और वर्ल्ड का पूरा ई व्हीकल का मार्केट हम कैप्चर कर सकेंगे। मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि आपने डबल डेकर बस शुरू की। ये डबल डेकर बस पहले मुंबई में लॉन्च करने का मौका मुझे मिला। मैं हिंदुजा के पीछे बहुत लगा था। जब मैं लंदन गया था तब मैंने उनकी वहाँ इलेक्ट्रिक बस देखी तो मैंने उनको कहा आप इंडिया में लाओ, और अभी जो मुंबई में हुई वो आपने यहाँ शुरू की ताकि उससे कॉस्टिंग में और फ़ायदा होगा। अब इलेक्ट्रिक लग्जरी बसेस आ रही है। ये सबसे पहली बात जो है कि ये चार्जिंग वाला विषय दिमाग से निकाल डालो, क्योंकि ये एक स्कूटर दिन भर में कितनी चलती है। इसका दो बड़े रेप्यूटेड कंपनी जो बस सबसे बड़े मैन्युफैक्चरर है उन्होंने स्टडी किया तो स्कूटर चलती है, एक कंपनी के सर्वे में है 24 मीटर और दूसरे कंपनी के यहाँ है 26 किलोमीटर। तो मुझे लगता है एक बार रात को घर में चार्ज करेंगे तो ये बड़े कंपनियों का जो है वो 125 किलोमीटर का चार्जिंग है। पर हमारे भारतीय लोग बहुत होशियार हैं। कुछ स्टार्टअप शुरू किए, उन्होंने 60 और 70 किलोमीटर की बैटरी डाली, कॉस्ट कम की। वो 1,40,000 में बेच रहे, वो बोल रहे हम 80,000 में 70,000 में बेचेंगे और वो पॉपुलर हो गई। तो मेरा कहना यही है कि चार्जिंग की चिंता मत करिए। हम NHAI के तरफ से 670 रोड साइड एमिनिटीज़ बना रहे जहां हमने चार्जिंग की व्यवस्था की है। और उसमें भी पहले मोबाइल में प्रॉब्लम रहता था कि ये कंपनी का चार्जर अलग, उस कंपनी का अलग, उसका अलग, तो वो भी व्यवस्था में यूनिफॉर्मेशन आ गया है। और इसमें भी टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत तेज़ी से बदल रही है, इसलिए चार्जिंग की कोई, मुझे लगता है कि चिंता करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है जो मैं आपको कहूँगा कि जैसे ई व्हीकल है वैसे हम रोपवे, केबल कार, फैनेकुलर रेलवे, स्काई बस। अभी मैंने एक प्रेजेंटेशन में एक बस देखी, डॉफलमेयर करके कंपनी, हवा में चलने वाली डबल डेकर बस, 200 लोग बैठते हैं। तो अभी क्या है, बेंगलोर में इतना ट्रैफिक जाम है और अब अहमदाबाद में कहाँ रोड विड्थ बढ़ोगे आप। तो बीच के एक पिलर पर लेकर पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, ये भी एक विषय जिसका आप जरूर विचार करिए। अभी मैं दिल्ली से जयपुर केबल डालकर ई हाईवे बनाने के लिए हम बातचीत चल रही है और मुझे तो लगता है BOT पे हो जाएगा। और उसके साथ और एक सिस्टम है जो फ्लैश चार्जिंग हिटैची का है। अब वो बाकी काफ़ी है, यूरोप में भी अब आ रही, स्विट्ज़रलैंड में भी आई है कि एक जगह बस खड़ी हो जाएगी, 5 मिनट में चार्ज होगी, 80 किलोमीटर चलेगी। तो वो केबल डालने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। अभी मैं झेकोस्लोवाकिया में स्कोडा के फैक्ट्री में गया था, 3 बसेस एक जगह है और इलेक्ट्रिक पे चलती है। तो मुझे लगता है केवल सिटी के लिए नहीं, पर जैसे मुंबई से हम पूना तक जाते हैं, मुंबई से नासिक तक जाते हैं, या अहमदाबाद से हम उदयपुर तक जाते हैं, ऐसे रोड और NHAI के रोड बड़े बड़े बन गए। मेरा तो प्लानिंग है कि दिल्ली से मुंबई एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर इलेक्ट्रिक केबल बने और इलेक्ट्रिक केबल में हमारे ट्रक इलेक्ट्रिक पे चले और एक ट्रक को 2 ट्रक पीछे में लगे और वो इलेक्ट्रिक पर चलेंगे। तो हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट वर्ल्ड में सबसे ज़्यादा 16% है, 14 से 16%। चाइना की 8% है। अगर हम इलेक्ट्रिक पर आएंगे तो हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 8% पे आएगी और 8% में आएंगी तो एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा और प्रदूषण नहीं होगा। तो पहली बात तो आप ये जो पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए जैसे इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस खरीद रहे हैं, वैसे पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट के लिए आपके यहाँ हमने 12 रोपवे और केबल कार के प्रोजेक्ट पर हमने रिसीव किया, हम उस पर काम कर रहे हैं। आपके गिफ्ट सिटी के लिए हमने पॉड टैक्सी जो हवा में चलेगी, उस प्रोजेक्ट का DPR भी बनाना हमने शुरू कर दिया है। और मैं आपको ये कहूँगा कि इसके साथ इलेक्ट्रिक बस, केबल बस, क्योंकि ये जो इलेक्ट्रिक बस हम जो खरीद रहे हैं, जो महेंद्र पांडे जी जिसके लिए काफ़ी सब्सिडी देते हैं, उसमें लिथियम अभी वो भी बंद करने के मूड में है धीरे धीरे। कैसे चाय कंपनी ने पहले चाय फुकट पिलाती थी, अब लोगों को आदत लग गई तो फिर उन्होंने रेट बढ़ाना शुरू किया। तो महेंद्र पांडे जी का भी अभी अनुभव से अब इलेक्ट्रिक काफ़ी एक्स्टैब्लिश हो रहा है। तो मेरा विश्वास है कि ये जो इलेक्ट्रिक मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट होगा इसका काफ़ी फ़ायदा होगा। इसलिए केबल या फ्लैश चार्जिंग दोनों टेक्नोलॉजी पर काफ़ी हमारी इंडियन कंपनियां भी काम कर रही है और मुझे लगता है कि इसके कारण हम टिकट रेट 30 से 40% कम कर सकेंगे। हर बस को एयर कंडीशनिंग बनाएंगे, कंफर्ट लेवल ज़्यादा देंगे और जो 200 किलोमीटर जाएगी अहमदाबाद से दिल्ली, वो बस में जैसे प्लेन में हमको चाय नाश्ता मिलता है उसकी भी व्यवस्था होगी। तो लोगों को कंफर्ट्स अच्छे देकर रेट 30% कम करके और प्रदूषण को ख़त्म करके हम ये ऑप्शन दे सकते हैं। मुझे लगता है ये भी आप ज़रूर सोचिए। फ्लेक्स इंजन जिसमें 60% इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और 40% बायोफ्यूल, ये भी अच्छा है और ये भी होने से मुझे लगता है कि बहुत बड़ा फ़ायदा होगा। जहाँ तक एनटीपीसी ने हाइब्रिड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल और हाइड्रोजन बेस्ड, ये हाइड्रोजन भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है, आप सब पे काम करिए। इसका कारण ये इतना बड़ा है कि सब करेंगे तो भी ये कठिन है। मैं आपको बधाई दूंगा कि आपने स्क्रैपिंग में देश में सबसे अच्छा काम किया है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि आप यहाँ इसलिए आइए कि यहाँ स्क्रैपिंग के यूनिट्स जो लगे हैं गुजरात सरकार में, वो काफ़ी यूनिट बहुत अच्छे तरीके से शुरू भी हो गए हैं। गुजरात में 15 साल पुरानी 16 लाख गाड़ियाँ हैं और ये गाड़ियों का अगर स्क्रैपिंग होगा तो प्लास्टिक, रबर, स्टील, एल्यूमिनियम सब सस्ता हो जाएगा। आपके कंपोनेंट की कॉस्ट 30-40% कम हो जाएगी, तो प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट कम होगी और मार्केट में और इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी आएगी। और इसलिए गुजरात में इन्वेस्ट करने में स्क्रैपिंग यूनिट जो आज अच्छी तरह 15 साल पुरानी गाड़ियों की उपलब्धि और ये यूनिट के कारण आपकी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कॉस्ट, प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट ई व्हीकल की गुजरात में कम होगी। ये भी आपको एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज है। मैं ये जो इसमें स्टील, कॉपर, एल्यूमिनियम, रबर और प्लास्टिक, ये पांचों मटेरियल आपको नए प्रोडक्ट में लगेंगे, इसका रिसाइकलिंग होगा। हमने अभी अहमदाबाद डोलेरो जो रोड बनाया गुजरात में, इस अहमदाबाद शहर का 25 लाख टन कचरा हमने रोड में डाल दिया। और दिल्ली में गाजीपुर करके टेकड़ी है जिसमें अभी वो 7 मीटर कम हो गई, उसका भी 30 लाख टन कचरा हमने UR2 बनाया उसमें डाल दिया। तो मैं अक्सर दो बातें कहता हूँ, नो मटेरियल इज वेस्ट एंड नो पर्सन इज वेस्ट। इट इज डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी, it is depending upon the appropriate vision of the leadership that you can convert waste into wealth. One is very important, that is knowledge to wealth. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skilled and successful practices, we name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And second is waste to wealth. और दोनों बातें गुजरात में हैं। तो मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि इसके कारण वी विल रिड्यूस द कॉस्ट और वी विल बी मोर कॉम्पिटिटिव इन इंटरनेशनल मार्केट। मैं विशेष रूप से मुख्यमंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि हमारी भारत सरकार में इलेक्ट्रिक को तो हम प्रोत्साहन दे ही रहे हैं और जितना दम है इतना इनको खोलने दो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। अभी भी ये लाखों में ही खेल रहे हैं, अभी तो करोड़ों में लगेगा। और पुरानी गाड़ियाँ भंगार में जाने के लिए जो सिस्टम बनाई है अभी तो शुरुआत हो गई है। तो नेचुरली बड़े प्रमाण पर ट्रक आएंगी, बसेस आएंगी इलेक्ट्रिक पर। तो फ्यूल, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल एंड बायो फ्यूल ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और इसलिए जो हाइड्रोजन है वो भी गुजरात के लिए, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सा फार्मर सेंट्रिक हूँ, ये सब हमारे देश का जो GDP ग्रोथ है उसमें 22 से 24% ग्रोथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर से आती है, 52 से 54% सर्विस सेक्टर से आती है और 12 से 14% एग्रीकल्चर एंड अलाइड सेक्टर से आती है। मैं किसानों में काम करता हूँ और इसलिए मैं 2004 से अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल इथेनॉल में पीछे लगा। अब तो इतनी क्रांति हुई कि इंडियन ऑयल ने पानीपत में एक प्लांट डाला है। ये जो परली है, राइस स्ट्रॉ, इसको जलाते हैं लोग, जिसके कारण दिल्ली में प्रदूषण होता है। तो हरियाणा सरकार ने 1,000 रुपये टन सब्सिडी दी है उसके लिए। और आज परली से हम लोग 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल बना रहे हैं पानीपत में, और 150 टन बायो बिटुमिन बना रहे हैं, और अब वो बायो एविएशन फ्यूल बना रहे हैं। अब इथेनॉल से भी बायो एविएशन फ्यूल बनेगी। हमारे यहाँ 2 साल पहले 26 जनवरी में एयरफोर्स के हेलीकॉप्टर्स और फाइटर जेट इथेनॉल पर चले। तो हमारे किसानों को समृद्ध संपन्न करना है, तो ये जो 12% एग्रीकल्चर ग्रोथ रेट है, इसको अगर हमको 24% तक लेके जाना है, तो ये मक्का, चावल, गेहूँ कितना भी करे, इससे उतना प्रॉफिट नहीं निकलता। We need diversification of agriculture towards energy and power sector. किसान अन्नदाता के साथ ऊर्जादाता बने, विटामिन दाता बने और हवाई ईंधन दाता बने, तो किसानों की प्रगति और विकास काफ़ी ज़्यादा हो सकता है। और जो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन है, इसमें भी इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर में हम लोग वर्ल्ड के फर्स्ट मैन्युफैक्चर पहले नंबर पर है। मैंने उस फैक्ट्री को लॉन्च किया था। पर 1 kg हाइड्रोजन के लिए हमको 50 यूनिट बिजली लगती है, और सोलर की बिजली भी पकड़ेंगे तो भी 3 रुपये ने 150 रुपये हो गई, तो कॉस्ट बढ़ती है। जो पेट्रोलियम से हाइड्रोजन बनता है वो ब्राउन है, जो कोयले से बनता है वो ब्लैक है, और जो बायोमास से और म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट से बनेगा वो ग्रीन है। तो अब हम ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन का मिशन हमने खोला है भारत सरकार ने, और टाटा और लेलैंड ने अपने आईसी इंजन में हाइड्रोजन डालने की व्यवस्था की है। हमारे यहाँ हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर ट्रक तैयार हो गए हैं, हाइड्रोजन पर गाड़ी या रेलवे के इंजन अब चलने वाले हैं। तो आने वाले समय में फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी, फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन ये हाइड्रोजन में है। मेरे पास जो गाड़ी है जापान के टोयोटो की हाइड्रोजन पे चलने वाली, जिसमें मैं चलता हूँ, उसका नाम है मिराई। मिराई ये जापानी वर्ड है, और मिराई का अर्थ है भविष्य, फ्यूचर। तो फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी और फ्यूचरिस्टिक विजन इज़ द मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट स्ट्रेंथ फॉर एवरी कंट्री इन देयर डेवलपमेंट। और इसलिए आप इलेक्ट्रिक के साथ ये हाइब्रिड हो सकता है, हाइड्रोजन एंड इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ये भी हो सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी काफ़ी बड़ी है, गुजरात में काफ़ी लोग इस पर काम कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले समय में देश के इंपोर्ट को कम करना, जो 85% फॉसिल फ्यूल है अभी हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं, उसको कम करने में अभी आप इतना सब होने के बाद 1% भी तो कुछ फ़र्क नहीं पड़ा। तो आप काहे के लिए चिंता कर रहे हो कि ये आएगा वो आएगा तो हमारा क्या होगा? तुम्हारा कुछ नहीं होगा, तुम डालो, इन्वेस्टमेंट करो। मैं बताता हूँ, मैंने आज तक जो बोला है 101% वो पूरा सिद्ध हुआ है। मैं कोई इंडस्ट्री करके, मैं कोई बिजनेसमैन करके नहीं बता रहा हूँ आपको, पर मेरी बात जो होती है वो 100% होगी। मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ, बहुत ब्राइट फ्यूचर है। और आज वो भी लोग मानने, मैं नाम नहीं लेता उनका, देश के सब बड़े 5 ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर में है, मुझे बोले नितिन जी तुमने कहा था, मैंने सीरियसली नहीं लिया, मैंने आपके ऊपर विश्वास नहीं था मुझे इतना कुछ ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा, पर अब हमको लग रहा है कि हमने बस मिस की है। अगर आपको बस मिस नहीं करनी है तो इमीडिएटली आप तुरंत फास्ट ट्रैक पर आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करिए, ई व्हीकल में, ई हाइब्रिड व्हीकल में, फ्लेक्स इंजन में, बैटरी में। मुझे लगता है कि गुजरात में जैसा प्रदेश है कि जहाँ सब प्रकार की फैसिलिटी उन्होंने उपलब्ध करा कर दी है, मेरा विश्वास है कि इस विशेष रूप से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात के इस कन्वेंशन में आप सबको मुख्यमंत्री जी ने न्योता दिया है। गुजरात इज़ द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग स्टेट इन द कंट्री, और आप सब प्रकार के एंसिलरी यहाँ है, और इसलिए निश्चित रूप से इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल का हब गुजरात बने, और जिसमें गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री और सरकार की जो भूमिका है वो बहुत प्रशंसनीय है। मैं फिर से एक बार उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, और आप जरूर पॉजिटिवली इसमें विचार करिए। इसी अनुरोध के साथ अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your significant address. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદીજીની આગેવાનીમાં વિકાસના એક નવા યુગનો પ્રારંભ થયો છે. આ જ પંથે આગળ વધતા ગુજરાત એટલે વિકાસ અને વિકાસ એટલે ગુજરાત એ પ્રસ્થાપિત થયું છે. ગતિશીલ ગુજરાતના સફળ પ્રણેતા, મૃદુ પણ મક્કમ ખંતીલા મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલને તાળીઓના ગડગડાટ સાથે આ પ્રસંગે પ્રેરક ઉદ્બોધન આપવા માટે આમંત્રિત કરીએ છીએ.
વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ 2024 અંતર્ગત આયોજિત ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ વ્હીકલ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ એન્ડ ચાર્જિંગ સેમિનારમાં આપણી સૌની સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી શ્રી નીતિન ગડકરીજી, કેન્દ્રીય મંત્રી ડૉક્ટર મહેન્દ્રનાથજી, મારા સાથી મંત્રી શ્રી બલવંતસિંહ રાજપૂત, શ્રી હર્ષભાઈ સંઘવી, मुख्य सचिव श्री राजकुमार जी, अधिक मुख्य सचिव श्री पंकज जोशी, श्री एस जे हैदर, सुजुकी ग्रुपना एक्जिक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर श्री राहुल भारती, उद्योग जगतना सौ आमंत्रित महानुभावों, उपस्थित अधिकारीगण, प्रेस मीडियाना मित्रों, सौने मारा नमस्कार. विश्वना सौथी लोकप्रिय नेता અને આપણા યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ 2003માં પ્રથમ વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટના બીજ રોપ્યા હતા. 2003માં જ્યારે પહેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ યોજાઈ ત્યારે તેની થીમ હતી ગુજરાત ગ્લોઈંગ ગ્લોબલ. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં આજે વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટની 10મી એડિશનમાં ગુજરાત વિશ્વ માટે ગેટવે ટુ ધ ફ્યુચર બનવા માટે સજ્જ છે. ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफेक्चरिंग, फार्मा तथा केमिकल पेट्रोकेमिकल सेक्टर, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में पण गुजरात आज अग्रिम स्थान पर है. नवा भारत में उभरता सेक्टर्स में वडाप्रधानश्रीना दिशा दर्शन में गुजरात लीड लेवा पण तैयार है. वडाप्रधानश्रीनी विजनरी लीडरशीप में देश में ग्रीन ग्रोथ ने प्रोत्साहन आपवामां आवी रह्युं छे. ग्रीन ग्रोथ, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी, सेमीकंडक्टर वगैरह नवा युगना उभरता सेक्टर्स है जे इनोवेशन और सस्टेनेबिलिटी ने प्रोत्साहन पण आपे छे. वाइब्रન્ટ समिटनी आ 10મી एडिशन में अमे आवा उभरता सेक्टर्स पर फोकस करीने विशेष सेमिनारना आयोजन कर्या छे. मने विश्वास है कि ग्लोबल ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्रीज अने खास करीने गुजरातना ग्रोथ माटे ईवीनी भूमिका नक्की करवामां आ सेमिनार उपयोगी बनशे. आपणे एवा युगमां प्रवेशी चूक्या छे ज्यां टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंटनी साथे साथे पर्यावरण प्रति पण आपणी जवाबदारी निभावी पण एटली ज जरूरी छे. वडाप्रधानश्रीए ग्लोबल वॉर्मिंग साथे लड़वा माटे ग्रीन क्लीन एनवायरमेंटने महत्व आप्युं छे. आपणे दैनिक जीवनमां पण पर्यावरण प्रिय लाइफस्टाइल अपनावीने मिशन लाइफनो बहुमूल्य विचार वडाप्रधानश्रीए आप्यो. वाहनोना धुमाड़ेथी थतुं एयर पोल्यूशन एक मोटी समस्या है. बदलता वैश्विक प्रवाहोनी साथे कदम मेळवता वडाप्रधानश्रीए देशवासीओने ग्रीन ग्रोथ माटे इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटीनो विचार आप्यो अने ग्रीन ग्रोथ साथे आगळ वधवा आपणी ऑटोमोटिव इंडस्ट्रीज पण ग्रीन मोबिलिटीनी दिशामां ट्रांसफॉर्म थई रही है. आज ट्रेडिशनल मैन्युफेक्चरिंगनी साथे क्लीन ग्रीनर अल्टरनेटिवना रूप में इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल मैन्युफेक्चरिंग पर ऑटोमोबाइल उद्योग जोर आपी रह्यो छे. ईवी ने एक्सेसिबल, एफोर्डेबल और एफिशियंट बनावा माटे देश और गुजरात में मोटा पाये रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर काम थई रह्युं छे. इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल तरफ शिफ्ट थवुं ए मात्र टेक्नोलॉजिकल ट्रांसमिशन नहीं परंतु ट्रांसपोर्टेशन और सस्टेनेबिलिटी में मूलभूत परिवर्तन लाववानो अभिगम है. आ नेशनल प्रायोरिटीज़नी दिशा में गुजरात सस्टेनेबल भविष्यना दृष्टिकोण ने अनुरूप पॉलिसीज तथा स्कीम लागू करवामां पण अग्रेसर रह्युं छे. गुजरात में अमे इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल मैन्युफेक्चरिंग माटे इन्वेस्टर्स ने आकर्षित करवा R&D ने प्रोत्साहन आपवा तेमां चार्जिंग एंड मेन्टेनन्सनुं रोबस्ट इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर सुनिश्चित करवा माटे प्रोएक्टिव रह्या छीए. अमारी मुख्य पॉलिसीज એન્ટાયર ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ વ્હીકલ વેલ્યુ ચેઇન માટે અનુકૂળ ઇકોસિસ્ટમ તૈયાર કરવાના લક્ષ્ય માટે ડિઝાઇન કરવામાં આવી છે. માંડલ બેચરાજી અને ધોલેરા જેવા સ્પેશિયલ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ રિજનમાં ઇવી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝ પ્રોડક્શન યુનિટ શરૂ કરીને આ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીઝના ગ્રોથમાં યોગદાન આપી શકે એ હેતુથી સીમલેસ પ્લેટફોર્મ પ્રોવાઈડ કર્યું છે. ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ વ્હીકલની સફળતા ચાર્જિંગ સ્ટેશનોના મજબૂત નેટવર્ક પર નિર્ભર કરે છે. એ માટે ગુજરાતે ચાર્જિંગ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરના ડેવલપમેન્ટમાં મોટું ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ કર્યું છે. અમે ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ વ્હીકલને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા માટે ઇવી પોલિસીઝ 2021નો સફળતાપૂર્વક અમલ કર્યો છે. લોકોને ઇવી એડોપ્ટ કરવા માટે પ્રોત્સાહિત કરવા સાથે સરકારી પરિવહનમાં પણ ઇવી અપનાવ્યા છે. આજે આશરે 500 જેટલી ઇલેક્ટ્રિક બસ ફ્લીટ પબ્લિક ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટમાં કાર્યરત છે. આવા પ્રયાસોથી 5 વર્ષમાં રાજ્યમાં ઇવી વેચાણમાં 147% જેટલો વધારો થયો છે. અમે ઇનોવેશન ઇઝ ધ કી ટુ સસ્ટેનેબલ ગ્રોથમાં વિશ્વાસ કરીએ છીએ. ઇનોવેશનથી સંસ્કૃતિને પ્રોત્સાહન આપીને અમે ગ્લોબલ ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ મોબિલિટીમાં રેસમાં અગ્રીમ સ્થાન પ્રાપ્ત કરીશું એવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. આપણે ઇન્ટરનેશનલ ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ અને કોલોબરેશનને આકર્ષિત કરવાની આપણી ક્ષમતાનો લાભ ઉઠાવીને ગ્લોબલ ટ્રેન્ડ્સ તથા સ્ટ્રેટેજી સાથે ચાલવાની તૈયારી કરી લીધી છે. ઇવી મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગથી આપણું લક્ષ્ય માત્ર ડોમેસ્ટિક ડિમાન્ડ પૂરી કરવાનું નથી, પરંતુ સસ્ટેનેબલ ટ્રાન્સપોર્ટની દિશામાં વૈશ્વિક પરિવર્તનમાં મહત્ત્વપૂર્ણ યોગદાન આપવા આપણે તૈયારી કરી છે. જો આપણે ભવિષ્ય તરફ જોઈએ તો આ પરિવર્તનને આગળ વધારવામાં પ્રાઇવેટ સેક્ટરની ભૂમિકાને સ્વીકારવી પડશે. હું બિઝનેસ લીડર્સ, ઉદ્યોગ સાહસિકો તથા ઇન્વેસ્ટર્સને ગુજરાતની ઇલેક્ટ્રિકલ વ્હીકલ ઇકોસિસ્ટમમાં સક્રિયતાથી ભાગ લેવા આગ્રહ કરું છું. આપણે સાથે મળીને સસ્ટેનેબલ, એન્વાયરમેન્ટ ફ્રેન્ડલી તથા ઇકોનોમિકલી વાયેબલ ભવિષ્યનું નિર્માણ કરી શકીએ છીએ. ઇવી ઇકોસિસ્ટમમાં ગ્લોબલ લીડર્સની સાથે મળીને બેસ્ટ પ્રેક્ટિસ શેર કરીને ઇવી નોલેજ અને મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ હબના રૂપમાં અગ્રીમ સ્થાન પ્રાપ્ત કરીશું એવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
આપના प्रेरक उद्बोधन માટે આપનો ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. अपना अमूल्य समय देने के लिए और हमेशा प्रेरणा का स्रोत बनकर आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए सभी मंचस्थ महानुभावों का खूब खूब धन्यवाद. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए हमारे सभी मंचस्थ महानुभावों के लिए. Thank you, all the respected dignitaries, for sparing your valuable time and motivating us with your presence. Thank you very much. We are beginning plenary session 2 in minute or two. I request everybody to kindly settle. The topic of next plenary session is driving innovations, advancements in electric vehicles. I request everyone, please take your seats. અત્રે ઉપસ્થિત સર્વે આમંત્રિત મહેમાનને ફરી એક વખત વિનંતી કરું છું પોતાનું સ્થાન ગ્રહણ કરવા માટે. ઈવી વેહિકલને લગતું ખૂબ જ
I think these words are very, very important. Building friendships across the ecosystem, listening and working with them at Viksit Design. So I think brilliant insights. Thank you very much, Benjamin. I think we will continue to learn from likes of yours. Lastly, Mr. Kumar, coming to you, and probably one of the most pet topics that I have, subjects on technology. Um, you're masters at running of port operations, so wanted to get your insights on how tech can really be an enabler in everything that you heard. How can it weave and make this into a smart project?
Mihir, good afternoon to all of you. Mihir, we live in duality. You are father, you are son. Somebody's mother, somebody's a daughter. I'm using technology and I belong to real economy. Port sector is a real economy. It deals with real commodities. But at the same time, as you have said, the technology is always changing the scenario because technology is the outcome of human brain, where to use it and how to use it. So in the port segment, what we do is load the cargo, unload the cargo, and evacuate the cargo. Cargo doesn't belong to us. But for us, for Manoranjan Kumar, who represents ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, cargo is our own. So the kind of technology that we will use is what is suitable to us. What we do is vessel tracking, the automation part, the process part, the decision part, the infrastructure part, and that is how we are moving ahead. But over here, the debate that I heard, I'm coming with the other duality that I represented government of India at various levels in this system. And I'm a little kind of puzzled with the many words that we have. We have port, we have lead, we have city, and we're talking about technology, we're talking about sustainability, and we're talking about future. I'll just pick up a few shades and share my experience with you. India has experimented with city development. If you talk about 19th century, you had Madras Residency, you had Bombay Residency, you had Calcutta Residency, and all was port-led development process, whatever you may call it earlier. And then after independence, there was some kind of food crisis and other things, so we became inward-looking. And as a result, you would notice that industries came up in Kanpur, they come up in Ludhiana, Jalandhar, all the movement inside. And that created a kind of a chaotic situation ultimately, where you had a crushing problem in 1991, and we were forced to think in terms of liberalization. The custom duty, which were 300%, 200%, were to be gradually brought down to 10 or 12% or 18% or 24%. The idea was to access international resources, do the manufacturing, do the value addition, and export it, or export to the domestic market. Now, that's the kind of city development that we're thinking about. That's the kind of horizon that came in. Then came in 99, 2000, the concept came, the special economic zone, where you wanted, in a very controlled manner, to see how the area will develop if we withdraw the government controls, regimentations. We were not able to introduce the legislation on the labor side or the capital market side, but withdrawal of regimentation showed us that the growth will pick it up. Now, again, calling from that experience, when we're talking about city development, we have to be very clear as to what we think of city. India is a continuum of rural, what you call it, rural, urban. You go to semi-urban area, then you go to township, then the bigger. The lesson is very clear. The more metropolitan towns that you have on the coastal side, the more development is likely to take place. And you take any example in the world, that is the history. Recent history, past history, whether it's you call it Roman Empire, whether you talk about Indus civilization, city-led, massive city-led, not a small city-led development. And that is when we are formulating policies, we have to be very, very careful that we create an enabling situation where towns like Mumbai, Delhi, or Calcutta or Chennai come, because every household there, every 7th or 8th household, I have examined the demographic data, every 6th household is employed by the rest of the households in Mumbai. And you have seen that situation during the COVID time when people were trekking back from the towns to the rural area. So when we should be thinking about this. Now, where is Gujarat especially placed? What do you need in city development? You need land. Land reclamation is easy. You should facilitate that in a structured way that suits you. What is needed there is water. You have a system now where you can use the seawater for the use, and you have learned the experience that, instead of having expansive towns like Delhi, the high-rising buildings help. Because I'll give you another data that Delhi in 2003 was getting 3 times per capita water more than Singapore, but there was water shortage in Delhi. Only because the water was moving on a surface and not vertically. And that kind of difference makes a huge difference. So technology matters. I'm picking up from what Krishna Bhai mentioned. We bureaucrats are in the habit of planning things and expect that it will happen. The market happen differently. There are trends which we are picking up, like I'll give you 2 examples. I have worked in rural development, where we thought in terms of geotagging of the rural houses, and we saw the benefit in terms of asset creation. In 2014, we also introduced account, Aadhaar, and mobile mapping, and you know how invasive this is now. Everyone is doing it. 2016, when the demonetization took place, rural areas didn't have the currency, so we thought in terms of Bharat Pay, the rupee currency. And we see that Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile banking led to this segment. He has told about the JNPT experience. The similar technological change is taking place, which we are really not, which is not on our antenna. The Internet of Things. It will decide tomorrow where to produce and how to produce. I'll give you a very small example. Imagine a situation where your fridge is on Internet of Things and where you have a milk bottle on Internet of Things, and everything is connected. The moment half the bottle is open, somebody knows that you need it. Similar requirement will be of the port tomorrow. Similar requirement will be of the market tomorrow. So technology will keep changing and we'll have to adopt. The only thing that we need to do is provide an enabling environment for the market and for the household to succeed. That's all I have to submit.
Thank you very much. Excellent. I think creating and enabling an environment. So I think you've all heard fantastic views. So, and if I were to summarize, which is a very difficult task, but I could manage some notes while all of you were speaking. So if I were to just say that, the future of our port-led development has to be connected, smart, green, collaborative, and all of that woven into an environment which is facilitative for all partners of that ecosystem to really drive and trust. And as I always say, and I said this a couple of months back when I was again hosting a seminar on ports, is that Gujarat, as a proud Gujarati, I'm very proud to say this, that Gujarat and port-led development will give Gati and Shakti to new India. And thank you very much for patiently listening. Thank you very much for my panel members. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists and our moderator for the expertise and diverse perspectives. We would like to take a moment and thank you all for your presence. May I request Sri Rajkumar Beneval sir to please join us and present a token of gratitude to all our panelists and our moderator. I would request all the panelists to please take a step ahead for a group picture. We now march ahead to our next panel discussion, which is on the topic integration of ports with urban and industrial development. We would like to invite our panelists on stage. We have with us for the next session, integration of ports with urban and industrial development. We invite our moderator, Mr. Karthikeya Raval, partner at Deloitte. We now invite our panelist, Mr. Rizwan Sumer, CEO and MD, India subcontinent and sub-Saharan Africa, DP World, Shri Keshav Verma, IAS and Chairman, SRFDCL, Mr. Bart de Jong, Consul General of the Netherlands in Mumbai, Mr. Auguste Tano, Country Director, World Bank, Mr. Karan Kapadia, India Head, Commercial Activities and Representative, KEZAD, AD Ports, Mr. Daljit Singh Kohli, India Representative, Port of Antwerp, Bruges. We would like to welcome our panelists for the next session, Integration of Ports with Urban and Industrial Development. We request and invite Mr. Rizwan Sumer, Shri Keshav
Summit and is today represented when the economic platform celebrates its 20 years of existence. The Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit was launched with the primary objective of promoting Gujarat as an attractive investment destination and to facilitate partnership and collaboration across riverfront sectors. The summit also creates the platform where business leaders, policy makers, and innovators explore opportunity for different sectors like energy, manufacturing, infrastructure, IT sector, agriculture sector, healthcare, and many more. We are confident that African countries have already benefited from the discussions, negotiations, and agreements that have emanated from the opportunity offered by Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit. I only wish India-Rwanda partnership in economic cooperation grow much better for the interest of our both countries' peoples. While Rwanda has made tremendous progress with regard to its economic growth, the relations with India with advancy continue, adding available contribute to that ascendis economic status of Rwanda. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji said that in Amrutkal, Viksit Bharat, that is India a friend who can be trusted, a partner who believes in people-centric development, a voice that believes in global goods and the voice for the global south. India being today the fifth largest economist by the nominal GDP and the third largest by purchasing power parity. The global south with definitely be tributary of investment in outflows from India, the economic powerhouse. The world looks at India as an important pillar of stability. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 24 with bees as well as source of growth ideas. Partner country, companies and participants with adjusted the economic concepts and promotion of the one district, one product initiative. This aims to identify the flagship product of each industry in this district, leveraging its unit strengths and competitive advantages to boost local economics. I must say vocal for local, and I end that Atma Nirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India and self-reliant Rwanda. My dear friends and dear sisters, I would like to conclude my remarks by wishing all a very fruitful and wholeful, vibrant Gujarat Global Summit and commending the destined strong economic cooperative between India and Rwanda. I am informed that many Gujaratis have made Rwanda their the home and contributing to boost Rwanda's economic. So let Rwanda also come to Gujarat, visit and explore immense business opportunities in vibrant Gujarat. The relations of our country have been extended by our people's interest and reciprocal visits, and we wish this will help to grow even stronger. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit will always be one of the channel to cement this partnership. I appreciate your attention. I hope and I wish to join the Rwanda. Jai Jai Garvi Gujarat. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Many thanks to Honorable Minister for his guidance and kind words. And key part was self-reliant India and self-reliant Rwanda. Now I would request our second chief guest, Shri Bharat Singh Ji Dhabi Saab को हम invite करना चाहेंगे stage पे, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chief guest of today's program, Honorable Minister Sri Kunwarji Bhai Bawaria sir, Honorable Richard Devenchuti, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Trade and Industry, Rwanda, Mr. Puneet Roy Kundal, Additional Secretary, Minister of External Affairs, India, Her Excellency Ms. Mukungira Jacqueline, High Commissioner of Rwanda to India, Her Excellency Anisha Kafupi, High Commissioner of United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Lalitya Ayan, High Commissioner of CHLs, Dr. Sunanda Rajendran, honorable guest and my dear brothers and sisters. It is the great honor for me to have this opportunity to make these remarks. As a guest at Rwanda country, since in line with Vibrant Gujarat 24, I would like to congratulate Rwanda to have been variably present here today. Representing when the economic platform celebrates its 20 years of excellence. I support my dear brother and sister of Rwanda, and I welcome to all for a trade and business. Let's make India and Rwanda bond more stronger. By doing trade and business, I believe that by engaging in trade and doing a business, both countries comes together to know each other's traditional culture. By this, we will become a stronger and strength. I must invite to my Indian business leaders to make investment in Rwanda because it is a safest country in entire African region. I appreciate the initiative of the Rwanda government that Rwanda believes in gender equity in the parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude my speech. Let us come together to build a new, stronger relation between New Bharat and Rwanda. I must appreciate to Her Excellency Mukangayara Jacqueline to invite me at this event. Thank you, my dear brothers and sisters.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट श्री भरत सिंह जी का. Proceeding further, we have now speakers, but we are running short of time as well. So I would now request firstly Dr. Sunanda Rajendran. She is Secretary General for Indo-Africa Chamber of Commerce. Maybe we will limit something like 3 minutes, something you can talk about, so that we get time for our some question answer session as well. So 3 minutes each, maybe starting with you. Thank you so very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. The dignitaries on the dais, the audience, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, congratulations to Her Excellency for the wonderful job she's doing promoting Rwanda from here. I'm representing Indo-African Chamber of Commerce. Our main objective is to promote bilateral trade between India and Africa. We are a strong supporter of MSME and also working on public-private partnership, establishing between India and the 54 African countries. I would like to just put a special emphasis to the audience here that Rwanda is one of the strong candidate country amongst the 54 country. And of East African community, Rwanda also is one of the good country. The economy is growing. It's a virgin country. Don't look at the size and don't look at the population. Don't see that these are landlocked country. See what potential we have there. See what is the vision of our Prime Minister. Our Prime Minister wants to give brotherly treatment to Africa and African brothers and sisters. So my appeal to all those audience here or my people that let's go to Rwanda, explore the possibilities, meet your brothers there, find out what are the opportunity where you can work for small, medium, micro, and large. There are opportunity for mining, there are opportunity for agriculture, opportunity for food processing, opportunity even to have a clinic. There are opportunities for having ERP solutions. opportunity for tourism, opportunity for skill development training and trading, but always don't look at trading. I would put a special emphasis that let's go do joint venture, small agreement you can have in dairy development, you can have in food processing, you can do pharma technology transfer and grow the product, add value addition. And then you see the profit is also good and it will be a win-win situation for both Indian and the Rwandan businessmen also. And while doing that, we have our office dedicatedly available in Gujarat. I'm sitting in Bombay, but I do travel a lot, and we do have a very dynamic lady ambassador. And I would request her that under her leadership, I would like to lead a delegation to Rwanda in the coming months, and I would request all of you to join us. So thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I finished before 3 minutes.
Yes, I must appreciate, and that calls big applause because it speaks out your experience. I was checking up 40 years plus ka experience, so we must learn many things from you. Thank you so very much. Now I would request Mr. Kalexte Kanamurge to speak for a few minutes, giving perspective on our bilateral relations and how we see the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I can say as a representative of the private sector federation of Rwanda, I'll start by saying that the relationship between business operators between Rwanda and the Indian started in the colonial period. In 1920, there was Indian operating around the kingdom of Rwanda in Nyanza city. That there was the residence of the king of Rwanda. And there was the two families of Indian business operators at that time. Their children, today, one of them, I know him, he is still operating in Rwanda. He is a Northman, but he has not left Rwanda. He is still there with his children. 2 generations. Then relationship between businesses in Rwanda, from India and from Rwanda is historical, as I've said, our ambassador. Secondly, what I can say, in the private sector federation, what we do when we have our members, they cannot have a problem when we are there. We organize business forum, we organize PPD meetings to address all the issues arising from the business operators. Public-private dialogue. We have established Kigali International Arbitration Center, which is operating now very well. Then I don't talk a lot because we have no time to discuss many things. I appreciate this organization, the Gujarat Global Summit. It was very, very well organized. I appreciated it. And I would invite all the Indian business operators to participate also in the Kigali Golden Business Forum, which we organize each year. Last year we have organized it in August. This year we will not organize, but we will organize in 2025. I invite you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let me tell 30 seconds one unique thing about Gujarat. Thousands of years before, Gujaratis were the first who traveled thousands of kilometers. And if you see the food, kakra, fakra, all of these, they are like you would have tasted chapatis. So these are miniature chapatis which you can carry with you for long distance. Those thousands of kilometers, they were traveling through ships. And lastly, now I'd like to invite Mr. John to share with us his perspective on this partnership of India and Rwanda. He comes from an organization very similar to FICCI, Federation. So over to you, sir.
Thanks, moderator. I'm here as a witness of
the good cooperation we have been having with Indian business community, that we want to strengthen more our partnership. To give you an example, I'm chairman of a faith trading company. We are importing mostly from India rice. Currently, we are looking to partner with very trusted and reliable exporters. Currently, we are dealing with one of your businessmen here. We have already ordered so far for this year 500 containers of rice, for which we have already paid a down payment of almost $500,000 USD. But of course, as I said, we would like to have to deal directly with millers and the financially reliable partners, because we have some issues with some brokers. So I would like just to invite any miller on that particular products that we are ready to partner with him for long and lasting relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. John, for giving the perspective. Since I am wearing one more hat from industry, and my kind of words have been summarized by Honorable Cabinet Minister, while we look at industry, we not only look at it as self-reliant India, but also self-reliant Rwanda. I will elaborate it in a minute. We as manufacturing industry, we feel while we make there in Rwanda, we utilize maximum resources, be it components, be it natural resources, so that both the countries grow. And we as a nation believe in partnership, growth, growing together. So one more time, I would like to say, I will say self-reliant India, and you will say self-reliant Rwanda. So self-reliant India, this is the theme for the day. We have considered the time so that we get something for question and answer, and still we have something like 7 or 8 minutes. So my idea is something to take 2-3 questions. Over to you, please. Okay.
So very interesting session today. And my name is Ritika. I'm from Ashok Leland from the corporate affairs team like Mr. Yashpal Sachar. And my question is for Mr. Richard. Your presentation was very interesting. I will not bother you with questions on the auto sector. For that, we have Excellency Jacqueline to support us. But a very basic question, if say, I want to get into timber-related business in Rwanda. I set up a SME factory over there. While getting timber, is there a process of auctioning involved? How can I get timber? And if in case I'm putting up a factory and I say do some value addition on the timber, maybe veneer or plywood, and then that is exported to local markets within Africa, not local but markets within Africa, and maybe to India also, then what kind of benefits are involved, subsidies are involved in setting up of that factory and the trade involved, export which we'll be doing? One is this. And second is, at present, if we are exporting, say, something from India to Rwanda, then the trade route is very complicated and it's not very efficient. So if, say, I'm taking something from Mumbai, I'll first go to Mombasa, from Mombasa, by land go to Rwanda. Is there any efficient route which can be explored, which can help us reduce the whole logistic cost? So these 2 questions.
Yeah, over to Mr. Richard.
Okay, of course, with the interest of time, I think we can also have added time with you separately. But on the part of the timber, I would say, yes, there are 2 angles there. One, there are incentives on the factory setup, but then there's a bit of, and again, I hate to say this, there's a bit of discouragement because of the conservation part. Because the deforestation is one of the areas that we are cutting down. But when it comes to the factory itself, there could be facilitation, a couple of incentives I mentioned. One is you have exemptions on machinery importation, which attracts that. And secondly, you do have facilitation on the establishment. When it comes to industrial park, we are going to put up subsidized land and all that goes with the setup of the factory. But the part that is a bit complicated, which we could have a discussion on, is the aspect that goes with deforestation. And there, I think there is a bit of a challenge, but we can go a bit on that. When it comes to the softest route, there are always two routes to Rwanda. One is by air cargo, another one is by sea and road. The shortest route has always been through Dar es Salaam, which is one border. So that is facilitated. Again, I would not tell you that there is a train, but of course this is also in the pipeline, but depending on what you're importing. But we already have an air cargo that is flying to Mumbai twice a week, and then a national, the Rwandair. But then we also have the sea route and the road route. But let us have an extended discussion separately.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. A question from furniture. We have a question from the last row. Can you please provide the mic there, please?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Rwanda is one of the interesting spaces, like ma'am said. Rwanda was the first country which allowed drone logistics to start. And I'm the author of the book called Dhul Dhuk Dhakka Entrepreneurship by Design. This also carries the story of Zipline. Zipline is the company which launched the drone logistics. My question is, we are into blockchain technology. We are also doing the digital national identity for one of the neighboring countries in India. And we've done successful implementation last October. And we are also exploring Africa for the national digital identity on blockchain. And if Rwanda is looking for a national digital identity, we would like to explore those opportunities and also build skill sets in blockchain and artificial intelligence there.
Again, thank you so much for mentioning the zipline. This zipline is one of the suppliers of a blood system using drones technology. That's very new. This is why I mentioned about the proof of concept. This was the first ever tried drone supply of blood on the continent, if not globally. And it is working enough in Rwanda, but it's also coming up in different countries. If it comes to blockchain and blockchain technology, we're already working on a legislation regarding starting on blockchain, and of course it goes with the bitcoins. The central bank is working on that regulation, but let us see how you want to come in. Of course, AI, as I mentioned, AI is where we are, and very many opportunities when it comes to artificial intelligence. Let's see where and what you want to be facilitated in, but very much welcome to start there.
Okay, maybe last one question, please, from the front row.
Yeah, myself, Pankil Kantola. I am engaging with two businesses. One is immigration and another business is holiday, the tourism business. So just I have a question about tourism. The Indian people are, basically Gujarati people are crazy for the tourism activities. Yesterday I got that news from one of my friends visited Rwanda, and he visited the gorilla jungle safari or something like that over there in Rwanda. So I would like to ask a question. So because people here doesn't know about the Rwanda tourism, so we can explore the tourism business over there. But most of people are crazy to eat vegetarian food. So I don't know about what is over there for the vegetarian food, and people are crazy to relax over there. So if you guys from your government, part of government tourism industry, if they support us in the India, especially for Gujarat, I am based from Ahmedabad, so we can explore the tourism over there, because I hear that the visa industries is arrival visa. So people don't waste the time for 10-15 days like other countries to get the visa. So they can book the flight and they can travel anywhere, like Dubai and everywhere in Thailand, right now in Thailand as well, the same thing. So whatever the part, like we can make a catalog here of for the Rwanda tourism, and we can explore in the social media and everything, and I can support you in the tourism industries.
Many thanks for your offer. I believe this is a compliment, not a question. So we will run the final video and then we'll have the felicitation, please. So can you run the video, final video, concluding video, please?
Rwanda is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, with inclusive and sustained high growth over the last 10 years. This has been driven by a well-articulated and ambitious development agenda, which has resulted in high economic growth averaging 7.8% per year, recognition by the UN as the most improved nation globally in human development, and recognition as one of the safest countries globally. Rwanda today is now a leading destination for investment in the region, offering one of the most safe and stable political, economic, and financial environments in Africa. Rwanda has adopted an open policy towards foreign investment and has invested in modern connectivity and world-class infrastructure to enhance trade and investment. Rwanda offers access to global and regional markets through a robust network of free trade agreements. Proximity markets give investors easy access to over 80 million people. Rwanda offers an attractive incentives framework for investments across several priority sectors, alongside a competitive tax framework ranging from tax holidays to capital gains exemptions. Rwanda is also one of the most innovation-ready economies on the continent and is well positioned to become a leading innovation hub. It has established itself as a vibrant proof-of-concept destination, attracting innovators seeking to develop, test, and scale their business models in Rwanda for the globe. Several investment and partnership opportunities are available across several sectors, including ICT, agriculture, tourism, manufacturing of construction materials, glass manufacturing utilizing high-quality raw materials, light manufacturing, particularly garments and light construction materials, mining also presents several opportunities including exploration, refineries, separation plants, as well as cutting and polishing gemstones from Rwanda and the region. Rwanda's fast-growing health sector also presents several investment opportunities across services and manufacturing. The sector has also received a boost with plans proceeding for the first vaccine manufacturing plant in Africa in partnership with BioNTech. A dedicated investment team from the Rwanda Development Board will ensure your venture into Rwanda and beyond is efficient, seamless, and positioned for success.
Big clap. I would request High Commissioner Madam Jacqueline to now facilitate Dr. Sunanda, please. No, it's required. We appreciate your contribution.
I would also I would also like to like to request Her Excellency to felicitate our moderator, Mr. Yashpal Sancho, please. Yes.
Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you very much for being able to care of Rwanda. Thank you. Please keep up.
May I request Mr. Sacho to please give the closing remarks?
We have to facilitate someone.
Yes.
Okay. MC from FICCI, Madam Richa, you also has to be facilitated. So maybe one photograph for her. Okay. Thank you so very much. Maybe we can gather for a group photograph. Okay, I would like to conclude first, but yes, as I said, from industry, from Ashok Leyland perspective, we as a nation, we see co-development, be it manufacturing, be it or other sectors. So we have already summarized. I would not like to add further. It's like not only self-reliant India, whichever country we work, we are also making sure that we grow together, we work together. So we too are today in a club of fastest developing economies, be it Rwanda, be it India, and we wish we remain so among the first 10 kind of economies in the world. And we are honored with the presence of all the August gathering here. And now I would request for a group photograph, please. So kindly please come to the front. Yeah. Please. Mr. John, please.
Connectivity, transport connectivity. How do you connect the port to not just the city, but the hinterland? How do you ensure that the port is contributing to trade? How do you ensure that other ports in the region are not competing with the port that you're going to invest in? And how do you ensure that the ports, the 49 ports, are not competing with each other so that they're complementary? How do you ensure that this is also going to create a livable city and improve living standards of workers? There are a lot of development aspects, and when the project takes into account all these aspects and reflect them well, I think you make the investment attractive to either the government or state or cities or the private sector. Then I guess the fifth point is how do you go out proactively and bring in the private sector? And here we have a lot of experience also in the bank, in the World Bank group, in fact. So if all the other things are done well, then you take the project to the private sector, you bring them in either through PPPs or through de-risking of the investment and tell them, you know, we can provide some viability gap funding so that your own investment can produce return. Or We can bring in let's say the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, to provide some initial commercial financing to bring in other private sector around the table. Or we can bring in MIGA, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. I don't know how many people are aware that IFC and MIGA are part of the World Bank groups, but MIGA can provide guarantee for risks that the private sector, especially foreign investors, may be taking. And that's not all. There is also the other dispute that may arise between investors and the government. And yesterday we heard that some investors could worry about what will happen to the investment if something on the policy side doesn't go well. So at the World Bank we have what is called ICSID, which helps set up investment disputes between government and investors. We're not using ICSID yet in the bank in India, but in the future, perhaps it can be an instrument that could be used to attract private investors, especially foreign direct investment. Finally, and sorry I'm taking a bit long, but the final point is very important: capacity, strengthening capacity for managing port and municipal asset and infrastructure. And this, it can be by itself a very long list. I mentioned capacity for designing projects, but capacity for also implementing and monitoring projects, capacity for providing reports to the government, to the communities, capacity for procurement management, capacities for governance, capacities for policy setting. Regulations can be important. So you build all these infrastructure, but how do you ensure that they meet their purpose in terms of environmental standards, in terms of responding to shocks, in terms of ensuring that the port is resilient or the city assets are resilient to future shocks. So there's a strong component of capacity that goes beyond the infrastructure, and the financing itself that will need to be taken into account. And if all this is doing well, I think it becomes easier to justify why we're using tax revenues or money that would come from carbon financing, for example, or private resources to invest in those, and finally to actually perhaps manage well the return on this investment, because port will be generating income, they will be generating resources, and how do you ensure that capacities are there to use these resources for future development, for future expansion, for example. Let me pause here. Thank you.
Thanks, Augusta. So if I take a couple of points from your thought process, one which is I find very interesting, the point which you said about interacting with communities to make successful the infra projects at the end of the day, because there's always a challenge in convincing them if they are being relocated and when the returns of their relocation are going to be visible to them. Because in today's world where everybody wants a quick result, that's going to be a very interesting conversation. And the second point which I liked about what you said is how do you get guarantees to private sector for them to get into investment mode. Also the viability gap funding mechanism. There can be different mechanisms how we can get in private sector, because ultimately what we see or I see is the success story lies in the fact that it has to be a bit of a PPP as opposed to purely multilateral agencies or government funding it, because that's the right success story at the end of the day. Moving on to next topic of international investment opportunities and challenges. Maybe Daljit, if I can ask you, from a Port of Antwerp perspective, you have the largest integrated chemical cluster. How do you see that, and how have you developed it over a period of time, your learnings and some challenges which you faced in the process?
Yeah, thank you.
Railways, Communication and Electronics and IT, Government of India, for his continuous support and the guidance. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Tanaka Kasushige, DG Mighty Japan, Mr. Sanjay Malhotra, CEO and President Micron Technology, Mr. Ajit Manochaji, President and CEO of Semi Global, Chief Secretary Sir, Dr. Suman Berry, Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Mr. S. Krishnan Sir, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT. I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the industry experts, scholars who shared their knowledge and experience during this session. I must express my appreciation to Vibrant Gujarat team for organizing this spectacular summit. Last but not least, I extend my gratitude to entire team of Department of Science and Technology, GSEM, and other DST organizations for their tireless support. Thank you once again to everyone who has been part of this session. Your presence has made it truly special. We look forward to our continued collaboration and success in field of semiconductor and electronics and with State Electronic Mission. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Once again, we are thankful to each one of you for joining us today. Thank you. Namaskar.
Narendra Modi ji, primeiro-ministro da República da Índia, Sua Excelência José
બાજુથી લે એ નહીં આ બાજુ આવતો રહે તો આ પાછળનું બેકગ્રાઉન્ડ આવે અંકિત એક તમે આવી ગયા વચ્ચે તમે વચ્ચે કેમ આવી ગયા
ભાવિન લે ભાવિન પછી અહીંયા લે મારો એક
11, 12 સુધી થાય. ના ના એવું નાખે ને તમને તો જે બેસાડી.
इनसे पूछ ले कि प्रेजेंटेशन पोडियम से कर रहे हैं या यहीं बैठ के कर रहे हैं, कोई प्रेजेंटेशन है तो. यहाँ पोडियम से कर रहे हैं. पोडियम से कर रहे हैं ना, इसको यहीं रहने. लेकिन ध्यान से उठा नहीं जब खत्म होता है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, बैक स्लाइड।
ओके, और
Check.
ऊपर करना है कि यहाँ से ही हो जाएगा डायरेक्ट?
कहीं से भी करो कोई।
इसमें कुछ ज़्यादा कुछ चेंजेस करना पड़ेगा कि डायरेक्ट ही हो जाएगा?
ये तो हो जाएगा।
इसको ऊपर करना का ऐसा कुछ
बैक क्या?
इसको ऊपर करना ऐसा कुछ नहीं है ना करने के लिए?
नहीं, तो यहीं पे रखा रहता।
जो
कैसे?
वहाँ पे वो जो ऑडियो वीडियो वाले हैं वहाँ पे कुछ करना नहीं पड़ेगा ना?
नहीं नहीं
मतलब
नहीं
ऐसे
नहीं
ऊपर करके
नहीं
यहाँ
नहीं
से
नहीं
direct हो
नहीं
जाएगा।
डायरेक्ट हो जाएगा, उसकी दिक्कत नहीं है।
नेक्स्ट
ये
बैक
वाईफाई है, वाईफाई
हाँ
कनेक्टेड है।
done.
Hello, ready? India, and my dear friends and colleagues. It's indeed my privilege to moderate a very important session. As you know, the space ecosystem is growing in India. You will have some slides. Certainly, we will show you how it is happening for last few years. And I really welcome all the panelists, those who have agreed to participate in this session. Can you please put the presentation? As you are aware that global space industry has taken a paradigm shift with the participation of private sector. We call it a Space 4. You know the Space 1, Indian contribution is well known with the contribution of Aryabhata, where astronomical observations, and they have contributed immensely, be it Aryabhata or Bhaskara. Then came the Space 2, where race to space began, and we landed to the Apollo moon landing. Followed by Space 3, which led to the cooperation, international cooperation, where we have seen how International Space Station is operated and benefited the mankind. Then by seeing this space exploration and application, the private sector came. That is, we call the Space 4. We'll discuss that further. India also not being behind, they carried out the Indian space sector reform in 2020 with formation of Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center, which headquartered at Ahmedabad. The purpose of this to enable the private sector in the end-to-end activities of space. So you can just, next slide, yeah, next. So capabilities, ISRO had developed the enormous capabilities in each vertical. With the launch vehicle, we have a fleet of launch vehicle and satellite. With the navigation, communication, and space application. We'll discuss the monetization happens for the benefit of the mankind with the application, with the blue, green, and digital economy. And we are very fortunate to have all these capabilities developed and they are available for monetization. And in this session, you see the blue economy. Next, quickly keep doing. Green economy. You see where potential fishing zone identification is the technology where a fisherman can be directed to a particular fish catch, and he saves a lot of energy and investment. In green economy, if you see that the applications are enormous, including the crop health, soil health card, crop detection, precision agriculture, even helping the income tax department, developing of soil health card. Digital economy, we are #1 in the world. Next. Keep moving. We don't have time, please keep moving. So basically that digital economy, next. Digital economy.
Learn from global success stories, sharing best practices and overcoming the global challenges in the RE sector to further enable the state towards a sustainable pathway. I would request all the participants to make most of the seminar and contribute us with their valuable contributions and enrich us with their observations, perspective. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Gujarat, through various initiatives and policies, focuses extensively on renewable sources of energy under the insightful mentorship of Honorable Energy Minister Shri Kanubhai Desai. We are honored to invite Minister of Finance and Energy, Government of Gujarat, Shri Kanubhai Desai for his address. Let's welcome with a big round of applause, Honorable Minister, Energy and Finance, Government of Gujarat, Shri Kanu Desai.
Good afternoon, namaste. First of all, I appreciate your high attendance, particularly for the renewable energy in India as well as also in Gujarat. Today, I am very pleased that our Honorable Chief Minister is here with us. So, Gujarat is so concerned about the renewable energy and climate change, so that CM has personally attended this seminar. I am very thankful to him. We have also with us Bhagwant Khubaji, the Honorable Minister of State for New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. We have with us the Suman Beriji, Vice Chairman Niti Ayog, Sri R.P. Gupta ji, CMD SECI Chairman, and Star Electronic India, Srimati Mamtaji, Jay Prakash, all the officers, Chintan Thakkar, the President, SOCAM, Gujarat. I also welcome Sri Girish Tantiji, Vice Chairman Suzlon, industries leaders, sector experts, eminent panel members, and I welcome you all on the second day of the pathway to renewable energy to sustainable development future. Friends, Gujarat is known for its commitment for renewable energy. And how it has started when our present Prime Minister Modi ji became the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he articulated the policy of solar, first time in India. And he has also developed a climate change department, first time in Asia. And that is how these renewable and climate change problems are being taken care of. And now, Gujarat is contributing more than 15% to the Indian renewable baskets. Gujarat is having a renewable capacity of 21.5 megawatt. Out of that, 11 gigawatt. Out of that, 11 gigawatt is from wind and 10 gigawatt is from solar. And what path our Prime Minister has started, our Chief Minister has continuously taken forward all the initiatives which is taken earlier, and now we are on the path of being the first in whole of India on renewable energy. Because today, if I tell you something, that Gujarat's per capita consumption is 2402 units per head, whereas India's consumption is 1331. This shows how Gujarat needs energy very efficiently and timely, and that is why Gujarat is also supplying to all its customers in time the electricity. Today, Gujarat ranked first in the installed capacity. Gujarat's installed capacity, including renewables, is 48.5 gigawatt. Gujarat ranked first in wind power and solar power. And one of the most important things which Gujarat has done is we have involved all the consumers also to create electricity and rooftop energy. Rooftop installation in Gujarat is around 2,000 megawatt. 5 lakh houses has installed the rooftops, and they have earned not less than 2,000 crores up to this time. They have saved 2,000 crores and they have sold and injected the electricity to the transmission 300 crores. So people are also earning from the rooftop facilities. Our Prime Minister has committed 500 gigawatt renewable energy by 2030. And our Chief Minister, Sri Bhupendra Bhai, is ready to give 100 gigawatt. That is almost 20% of that by 2030 renewable energy to the Indian basket. Recently, our government has declared renewable energy policy 2023, whereas most of the restrictions, and it is more friendly use policy, and I hope you all will be using that and contribute yourself also for the renewable energy. Our 30 gigawatt solar hybrid park is in progress, and we will be completing by December 2024. Out of 15 megawatts will be completed by 2024, and another 50%, that is 15,000 megawatt, will be completed by 2026. Friends, state also inviting investments in waste management, waste energy, waste segregation and processing prioritizing the sustainable development for all areas. I would like to emphasize that this transition of sustainability will not come until and unless the contribution from bank, financial institutions, technology provider, and I look forward to have the productive discussions from our panel members for insight into focus areas of investment in Gujarat. Friends, we should also thank our MOS for Government of India. Government of India has declared 3 lakh crore in the RDSS scheme, that is the old transmission lines and other things in smart meters to be installed. And out of that, Gujarat was given 20,000 crores, and we have already started the work for that. I will also like to thank our Chief Minister, because whenever the cyclone takes place, there are a lot of disturbance in the electricity supply. And he said we should do cabling underground so that such disturbance doesn't take place. And we are moving ahead on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your encouragement. As we know, Gujarat government has announced the Renewable Energy Policy 2023. I would now request the industry captain, Vice Chairman, Suzlon, Shri Girish Tanti, to share his views on this renewable energy policy.
So, respected Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, esteemed dignitaries from Government of India, Government of Gujarat, esteemed speakers on the dais, and my fellow colleagues. Before I begin my address, I would like to, applaud the efforts and the kind of work, and we have seen yesterday during the inauguration of the Vibrant Gujarat Summit, a fantastic representation of Gujarat and a very strong and clear message to Gujarat and to the world that Gujarat means business. So please give a round of applause. And I think, secondly, I would also like to take this opportunity that, we've just got our new renewable energy policy. There was a strong representation from the government, from the industry leaders, all of us. And I think the speed at which Gujarat government has worked on it, the quality of the policy, the comprehensiveness of the policy, and also making sure that not just the large players, but small and medium enterprises of our country, of Gujarat also, who are the backbone of building the nation and to support the green manufacturing into the country and make our manufacturing base to allow them to go global in a big way and be competitive. I think, current policy of renewable energy that we have in Gujarat is something that is kind of the best in class that we have in the country. So a big round of applause once again for government. While I will share my thoughts a little later, I'm told that our Chief Minister needs to, attend to something different at this point in time. So I'll take my views a little later and request the organizers to continue.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views. The presence of Honorable Minister of State for Chemicals and Fertilizers, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Bhagwant Khuba, is enlightening the occasion today. May I request you, sir, to address the august audience. Please welcome Honorable Minister, sir, with a big round of applause.
Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024. रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी इस सेशन के मुख्य अतिथि और डायनामिक चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री विपुंदर भाई पटेल जी, मंच पर उपस्थित श्री सुमन बेरे जी, श्री कनु भाई देसाई जी, श्री जयप्रकाश शिवर जी, गिरीश तंटी जी, चिंतन ठाकरे जी और इस सभा में उपस्थित सभी मान्यवर। पिछले 10 साल से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का दूरदृष्टित्व नेतृत्व और देश के और दुनिया के लोगों का विश्वास प्राप्त करने के कारण न्यू एंड रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सेक्टर इमर्जिंग सेक्टर है और इसमें अवसर बहुत काफ़ी मात्रा में देश में पड़ा है। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी COP15 पेरिस के अंदर भारत की रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी 175 गीगावाट की लक्ष्य रखा गया था 2022 तक। तब दुनिया को लगा था कि भारत ये लक्ष्य कैसे कर पाएगा, लेकिन 2022 तक भारत ने 175 गीगावाट की रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी के लक्ष्य प्राप्त कर लिया। और COP26 ग्लासगो में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 2030 तक 500 गीगावाट की लक्ष्य रखा गया। और आज मैं गर्व से कहना चाहता हूं कि आज जो भारत सरकार 500 गीगावाट की लक्ष्य को लेकर करते हुए उस पथ पर जो चल रहा है, आदरणीय मोदी जी का जो मार्गदर्शन में नीति बनाना और कई PLI स्कीम्स और पावर परचेस ऑब्लिगेशन जैसे कई नीतियों को सुलभ तरीके से बना करके आज भारत 2030 तक अपना 500 गीगावाट की लक्ष्य को पूर्ति करने के लिए बड़े विश्वास के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। आज हमने भारत सिलिकॉन से लेकर के मॉड्यूल तक इंडिजिनस प्रोडक्शन के लिए काफ़ी जोर दिया है। कोरोना महामारी के बाद कोरोना ने सबको एक सबक सिखाया कि सब जितना हो सका उतना आत्मनिर्भर होने की। प्रधानमंत्री जी आत्मनिर्भर भारत की जो कल्पना आज केवल भारत के लिए नहीं विश्व के लिए वो एक प्रेरणादायक बनी है। तो इसी के अंतर्गत हमने PLI स्कीम सिलिकॉन से लेकर तक मॉडल तक, उतना ही नहीं अभी हमने ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के लिए भी जो इलेक्ट्रोलाइजर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए हमने PLI स्कीम्स लाया गया। जितना रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हमने उत्पादन करते हैं उसको खपत के लिए भी हमारा प्रयास डिमांड जनरेशन के लिए भी काफ़ी मदद कर रहे हैं। आज भारत आने वाला 2030 तक कार्बन रिडक्शन के लिए 1 बिलियन मेट्रिक टन और करीब 40% टोटल उसका कमी लाने का जो प्रयास है, उस दिशा में भारत सरकार ने अनेक कदम उठाया और राज्य सरकारों को साथ कंधे से कंधे मिला करके इसको हासिल करने के लिए हमारा प्रयास जारी है। भारत सरकार PLI स्कीम आज टेंडर हो चुकी है और उस टेंडर के अंदर पार्टिसिपेट करके आज धरतस्थल पर उसका काम भी बड़ी गति से चल रही है। और प्रधानमंत्री जी का सरकार जब भी जिसका भी सूचना आती है, जिनका भी सुझाव आती है, तो बड़ी गंभीर सतह उसको सोच करके उस विषय को भारत सरकार को नीति में कैसे अनुकूल करके दे, उसी तरह से आज भारत सरकार आगे बढ़ रहा है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि इतना बड़ी तादाद में आपका उपस्थिति दे करके ये सेक्टर की महत्व आपने समझा है, और ये महत्व समझाने के लिए भारत सरकार और अन्य राज्य सरकारों को भी आपने देखा है। और मैं समझता हूँ गुजरात सरकार, गुजरात यानी बिजनेस, गुजरात यानी फ्रेंडली बिजनेस, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि गुजरात सरकार भारत सरकार के लक्ष्यों को पूर्ति करने के लिए अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन एकदम लॉइन शेयर के जैसे दे देगी, पूर्ण विश्वास के साथ मैं कहता हूँ। और आपकी भी अगर कोई सुझाव रहा तो भारत सरकार के लिए मोस्ट वेलकम है, तो हम लोग उस पर कार्रवाई करके फिर इस क्षेत्र में और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट हो और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी का प्रोडक्शन हो और देश आने वाले दिनों में आत्मनिर्भर बने। यही मेरा दो बातों के साथ मेरा शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
आपके बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी आपका। We now invite Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, Honorable Mr. Suman Beri, to share his observations.
Honorable Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, other distinguished ministers and officials on the dais, I'm aware that you are all waiting to listen to the Honorable Chief Minister. I'm also aware that he has another engagement, but I didn't want to lose the opportunity to thank him for two things. Firstly, for inviting me to Vibrant Gujarat, my first time, and for the magnificent organization. Thank you, sir. And secondly, for giving Niti Aayog the privilege of working with the state on its own vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Those of you who know Niti Aayog know that we work at the to implement the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister, and it is a source of great pleasure that we have been able to work with the state of Gujarat to implement his instruction to us that there's no point having a vision of India 2047 if it's not echoed at the level of states, and Gujarat, as always, is a leader. I would just make two quick points over here on what we are going to discuss this afternoon and also tomorrow. Neither of these are original insights, but I think that they are important. The first point is that the transition from fossil energy to renewable energy is a shift from the comparative advantage of the northern latitudes to the southern latitudes, and we should embrace it because we do have those natural resources. And linked up with that is the fact that the location of manufacturing in Japan, Korea, etc., was dependent on the availability of fossil energy. If the world is moving to renewables, then places like Gujarat, which are endowed with renewables, become a logical place for the relocation of manufacturing. And it is for that reason that I'm so pleased that the vision of Viksit Bharat is an integrated vision of energy, quality energy, manufacturing, and services. As those of you who are here today at the session on IT, the distinction between manufacturing and services is evaporating. So Gujarat will be out front. Being the leader is always difficult. Thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity, and I'll conclude at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. And now, today is a moment of great pride in Gujarat's renewable energy sector as we announce the exchange of 7 MOUs between the government and the organizations. We would like to invite the representative of Tata Power Renewable Energy Limited to please come on the dais for the exchange of MOU with the government. The Tata Power Renewable Energy Limited, the exchange of MOU for 10,000 megawatt of renewable energy power project. Congratulations. Thank you. We now invite Serentica Renewable India Private Limited, the representative and the representative from the government to exchange the MOU for 6,000 megawatt hybrid ISTS connected. For this project, thank you and congratulations. Gujarat State Electricity Corporation Limited to exchange the MOUs with the government. 3,550 megawatt solar projects. We invite Opera Energy Private Limited to exchange the MOU with the government for 300 megawatt RTC project, 200 megawatt solar CNI project, and wind turbine tower and blade manufacturing. We invite GRU Energy Private Limited to exchange the MOUs for 2.8 gigawatt cell and wafer project. Let's all appreciate this initiative with a big round of applause. We now invite SECI Shri R.P. Gupta, CMD SECI, and Mamta Verma, Principal Secretary, EPD, to exchange the MOUs for the 500 megawatt round-the-clock power project based on CSP solar thermal technology. And also, one more MOU to be exchanged with SECI, that is 700 megawatt of solar PV project. So congratulations, and as we see, more than 1 lakh crores of projects have been exchanged, the MOUs have been exchanged. Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, who is committed wholeheartedly to the inclusive growth and overall development of the state, his immense mentorship and decisiveness have paved the way for pro-business policies and conducive environment for the development of the renewable energy sector. We are honored to invite the resilient, empathetic and inspiring leader, Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, for his address. Let's welcome Honorable Chief Minister, sir, with a big round of applause.
વાયબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ 2024 અંતર્ગત આયોજિત રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી પાથવે ટુ એ સસ્ટેનેબલ ફ્યુચર સેમિનારમાં આપણી સૌની સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત કેન્દ્રીય રાજ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભગવંત ખુબા, મારા સાથી મંત્રી શ્રી કાનુભાઈ દેસાઈ, નીતિ આયોગના વાઇસ ચેરમેન શ્રી સુમન બેરીજી, બ્રિટિશ ડેપ્યુટી હાઈ કમિશનર શ્રી સ્ટીફન હાઇકલિંગ, મુખ્ય અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રી કૈલાસનાથનજી, અધિક મુખ્ય સચિવ શ્રી પંકજ જોશી, અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રી મમતા વર્મા, સુઝલોન ગ્રુપના ઉપાધ્યક્ષ શ્રી ગિરીશભાઈ તંતી, જીયુએનના એમડી શ્રી જયપ્રકાશ શિવહરે, સિકી ગ્રુપના મેનેજિંગ ડાયરેક્ટર શ્રી આરપી ગુપ્તા, એસોચેમ સ્ટેટ ચેપ્ટરના ચેરમેન શ્રી ચિંતનભાઈ ઠાકર, દેશ વિદેશથી પધારેલા એનર્જી ક્ષેત્રના ગણમાન્ય મહાનુભાવો, ઉપસ્થિત અધિકારીગણ, પ્રેસ મીડિયાના મિત્રો, સૌને મારા નમસ્કાર. વિશ્વ નેતા અને દેશના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્ર મોદી એવા વિઝનરી લીડર છે જે સમય કરતાં હંમેશા 2 કદમ આગળનું વિચારે છે. જ્યારે દેશમાં સોલર એનર્જીની ફક્ત વાતો થતી હતી ત્યારે તેમણે મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકે પહેલ કરીને ગુજરાતમાં ચારણકાના રણમાં એશિયાના પ્રથમ સોલાર પાર્કનું પાયો નાખ્યો હતો. ફોસિલ ફ્યુઅલ આધારિત વીજ ઉત્પાદન પરની નિર્ભરતા ઘટાડીને સૌર્ય તથા બિનપરંપરાગત ઉર્જા આત્મનિર્ભરતાની તેમની નેમ ગુજરાતે 2 દાયકામાં સાકાર કરી છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં તાજેતરમાં જ ભારતની G20 પ્રેસિડેન્સી હેઠળ બધા દેશોએ સસ્ટેનેબલ ફ્યુચર માટે ગ્રીન ડેવલપમેન્ટ પેક્ટ માટે સહમતિ દર્શાવી છે. આ જ પ્રેસિડેન્સીમાં વન અર્થ, વન ફેમિલી, વન ફ્યુચરના વિચાર સાથે ગ્રીન ગ્રોથને પ્રાધાન્ય અપાયું. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના નેતૃત્વ હેઠળની આ વિકાસ યાત્રામાં ભારતે ઇકોનોમી અને ઇકોલોજીનું બેલેન્સ જાળવીને વિશ્વને મોટું ઉદાહરણ પૂરું પાડ્યું છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ ગ્રીન ગ્રોથ અને એનર્જી ટ્રાન્ઝિશનમાં 3 મુખ્ય આધાર ગણાવ્યા છે. રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જાનું ઉત્પાદન વધારવું, ઇકોનોમીમાં ફોસિલ ફ્યુઅલનો ઉપયોગ ઘટાડવો અને ગેસ આધારિત ઇકોનોમી તરફ આગળ વધવાનો ધ્યેય રાખ્યો છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના આ ધ્યેયને પાર પાડવા વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટમાં આ વર્ષે આપણે ગ્રીન એનર્જી, રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી સેક્ટરને પણ મહત્ત્વ આપ્યું છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ સસ્ટેનેબલ અને ઇન્ક્લુઝિવ ગ્રોથનો પથ કંડાર્યો છે. ગુજરાત રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીથી સસ્ટેનેબલ ફ્યુચર માટે લીડ લેવા સક્ષમ છે. 2030 સુધીમાં ભારતની રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જા ક્ષમતાને 450 ગીગાવોટ સુધી લઈ જવા વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ નિર્ધાર કર્યો છે અને તેમાં હમણાં કાનુભાઈ કહેતા હતા એમ 100 ગીગાવોટનું લક્ષ્ય તો આપણે પ્રાપ્ત કરીશું. ગુજરાત તેમાં અગ્રેસર બને, વિશ્વમાં આ ક્ષેત્રે ઉપલબ્ધ લેટેસ્ટ ટેકનોલોજીમાં ગુજરાતમાં આવે તેવા વિચાર મંથન માટે આ ખાસ સેમિનારનું આયોજન કરવામાં આવ્યું છે. અમૃતકાળમાં ગુજરાત અને દેશમાં સસ્ટેનેબલ ફ્યુચર અને એનર્જી એફિશિયન્સી માટે સેમિનાર ખૂબ મહત્ત્વનો બની રહેશે એવો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિઝનથી રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી સેક્ટરની ગતિને કારણે આજે ગુજરાત દેશમાં રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જા ક્ષેત્રમાં અગ્રેસર બન્યું છે. દેશની કુલ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જીની કેપેસિટીમાં રાજ્યનું યોગદાન 16% જેટલું છે. 11 ગીગાવોટ વિન્ડ ઇન્સ્ટોલ કેપેસિટી સાથે ગુજરાત દેશમાં વિન્ડ એનર્જીમાં પણ મોખરાનું સ્થાન ધરાવે છે. ગુજરાત સોલર રૂફટોપ ઇન્સ્ટોલેશનમાં પણ દેશમાં ટોપ પર છે. આ બધા જ પગલાઓ મિશન લાઈફ દ્વારા સ્વચ્છ પર્યાવરણ અને નાગરિકોને ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત જીવનશૈલી માટેના વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના વિચારને પૂરક છે એમ હું સ્પષ્ટપણે માનું છું. હાલમાં વિશ્વનો સૌથી મોટો 30 ગીગાવોટનો સોલાર એન્ડ વિન્ડ હાઇબ્રિડ એનર્જી પાર્ક કચ્છના ખાવડામાં નિર્માણ પામી રહ્યો છે અને લગભગ વર્ષ 2026 સુધીમાં કાર્યવંત થનાર છે. અમે રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જાના ઉત્પાદનની સાથે સાથે એનર્જી સ્ટોરેજ પર પણ કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. કામ કરી રહ્યા છે. રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જા ક્ષેત્રમાં વધુ રોકાણ આવે તે માટે તાજેતરમાં જ પ્રોત્સાહક રિન્યુએબલ પોલિસી પણ જાહેર કરી છે. હમણાં તંતીજી કહેતા હતા કે ભાઈ ખૂબ સારી આખા દેશમાં આપણે પોલિસી બનાવી છે અને લગભગ હવે કોઈને બૂમ નહીં રહે. જેટલી જ એનું આ રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી પોતાને કરવી હોય એટલી તાકાત હોય એટલી કરે. આપણે વાપરીશું નહીં તો બીજા કોકને પણ આપણે આપી શકીશું. પહેલાં એવું હતું કે ભાઈ અહીંયા ગુજરાતમાં બનાવો તો ક્યાંય બીજા કોઈને આપવાની નહીં, ગુજરાતમાં જ રાખવાની. પણ આ તો સ્ટોર તો થાય એવી નથી ને, પ્રોબ્લેમ તો ત્યાં નડે છે ને. નહીંતર તો ક્યારનું ગુજરાત બધાથી આગળ થઈ ગયું હોત. આપણે આપણે રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી સિવાય કંઈ બીજામાં પડ્યા ના હોત એમ. આપણી પાસે એટલી જગ્યા છે. પ્રોએક્ટિવ બિઝનેસ ફ્રેન્ડલી પોલિસીઝ અને રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી માટેના અનુકૂળ લેન્ડસ્કેપને કારણે ગુજરાત આ ક્ષેત્રમાં રોકાણ માટે બેસ્ટ ડેસ્ટિનેશન ફોર ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ બન્યું છે. આદરણીય વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ સમગ્ર વિશ્વને વન અર્થ વન સન વન ગ્રીડનો મંત્ર આપીને ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સોલાર એલાયન્સનું નેતૃત્વ કર્યું છે. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીની સ્પષ્ટ માને છે કે સોલર એનર્જી શ્યોર છે, પ્યોર છે અને સિક્યોર છે. અમૃતકાળમાં 2047 સુધીમાં વિકસિત ભારતના નિર્માણ માટે ઉર્જા આત્મનિર્ભરતા ખૂબ મહત્ત્વની છે. આપણે વધુ રિન્યુએબલ ઉર્જા ઉત્પાદન દ્વારા ઉર્જા આત્મનિર્ભરતા પ્રાપ્ત કરીશું તો ભવિષ્યની પેઢીઓને સ્વચ્છ સુંદર પર્યાવરણવાળી પૃથ્વી આપવાનું આપણું કમિટમેન્ટ પણ ફૂલફિલ થશે. આપણે સૌ અમૃતકાળમાં સાથે મળીને ગ્રીન અને ક્લીન એનર્જી દ્વારા સસ્ટેનેબલ ગ્રોથની દિશામાં આગળ વધીએ. અમૃત ઉર્જામય ગુજરાતથી અમૃત ઉર્જામય ભારત બનાવીએ એવી અપેક્ષા સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
રિન્યુએબલ એનર્જી ક્ષેત્રના વિકાસના સરકારશ્રીના નક્કર પ્રયાસો અને આપની પ્રેરણા માટે ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી આપનો. Thank you, sir, for your guidance and inspiration, and thank you for your valuable presence today amongst us. We once again thank all the dignitaries on the dais. And Honorable Chief Minister, sir, will leave the auditorium, but I request all of you to kindly retain your seats as the dignitaries leave the auditorium, after which we'll continue with this session. Thank you. Yet we have to hear from
અને GSDM દ્વારા ગુજરાતના
intelligence. What's next from intelligence to agency? This is when these agents will become so smart and proactive that they'll act on your behalf. They won't just remind you it's your friend's going through surgery, let's send him or her flowers. They'll actually send the flowers on your behalf. And that's where the magic continues to happen. So that's the implication of generative AI. Search to conversations, conversations to real intelligence that you and I will see, and then real agency which is coming. Last question, what should you and I do with this technology? I think Dr. Harrick spoke about this, but I'll give you just 3 pieces of advice as I wrap this up.
Between Australia and India, we can explore more and more space sector. So I once again thank you all the distinguished panelists and the moderator for such a live discussion. I request moderator Dr. Vinod Kumar to present a memento to Air Vice Marshal Rajiva Ranjan. I request Khare sir to present a memento to Professor Shajimun CS. I request Khare sir to present a memento to Vignesh Santanam sir. I request Khare sir to present a memento to Mr. Leo Bremanis. Khare sir, please present the memento to our moderator, Dr. Vinod Kumar also. Our CM will be arriving shortly. I request everyone to be seated. Kindly be seated.
I request audience to use channel 2 on the interpreter set headphones for the CM speech. Channel 2 should be used for headphones. Okay. There's a correction. Channel 1 for English to be used for speech of CM.
I request everyone to be seated.
I'd like to congratulate India for its excellent leadership in G20. And
A warm welcome once again. We request you to take your respective seats. Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel will be arriving soon.
has invested in a total of more than 200.
We request our delegates to please be seated. You can use your headphones for Gujarati to English translation during the Honorable Chief Minister's speech. I request everyone to be seated. We are delighted to announce that our Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel has arrived. Sir, we welcome you to the International Space Conclave. I am privileged and honored to invite our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, on the dais. Mr. Somnath Sir, His Excellency Salem El Kubaisi, Director General UAE Space Agency, Ms. Mona Kandahar, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Shri Lochan Sehra, Joint Secretary in Space, and Mr. Videh Khare, Mission Director GSEM, on the stage. Thank you, sir. I request Ms. Mona Kandahar to present a bouquet and memento to our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Thank you, ma'am. I request ma'am again to present a bouquet and memento to His Excellency Salem Al Kubaisi.
I request Shri Videh Khare to present a bouquet and memento to Shri Somnath. I request Videh Khare to present a memento and a bouquet to Dr. Pawan Goenka. I request Videh Khare sir again to present a bouquet and memento to Lochan Sehra sir. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, dignitaries, and space enthusiasts, a stellar welcome to the event and a journey towards new space era connecting science, nations, and society. Hosted at 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024, organized jointly by Gujarat Government and InSpace. Today we are privileged to have distinguished dignitaries among us who have played instrumental roles in shaping the trajectory of space exploration, technology, and collaboration.
The agenda is set and we begin with welcome address by Ms. Mona K. Kandhar.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome on my behalf and on the behalf of Government of Gujarat to Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, His Excellency Salem Al Kubaisi, the Director General of UAE Space Agency, Shri S. Somnath, Secretary Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, Shri Pawan Goenka, Chairman of InSpace, and my colleague Shri Lochan Sehra, IAS InSpace, Joint Secretary InSpace. With us, I also welcome Shri K. Kailashnathan, the Chief Principal Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister and Additional Chief Secretary to Honorable CM Shri Pankaj Joshi. You all must be wondering that what the seminar on international space is doing in 10th edition of Vibrant Gujarat Global Investor Summit. Space, the ultimate frontier, has captivated human imagination for centuries. We know, we have heard the stories of Aryabhat, and we have grown listening to many more such stories from Vedas and other scriptures. What began as a new dream of modern India is now getting transformed into a tangible reality, with advancement in efficient technology propelling us into new era of space exploration. Actually, this seminar should have been a part of Science Summit, but why it is a part of Global Investor Summit of Vibrant Gujarat is all because of the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi. We know very well that space has no boundary, but in administrative parlance, we had given space an iron curtain. We had bounded it by administrative policies and circulars and whatnot. But it is the vision of Honorable Prime Minister that science and technology should not be a privilege of few, but should be the vehicle for empowerment of not only Indian community, not only Gujarati community, but global community. And that's how the space sector got open and private sector entry has been allowed. And now, with every new policy of Government of India, more and more partnership of private sector is taking place with ISRO, and InSpace, which is headquartered in Gujarat, is the nodal agency for that. So this is because of the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister that we have seen first time this kind of seminar in the 10th edition of Vibrant Gujarat Global Investor Summit. When I came here, the previous session was going on, and there was a question from audience that ISRO, though it has made us so much proud, and when it comes to space, we feel so proud that entire globe is looking at us for partnering with us. However, there was a question that SpaceX is launching or having some kind of space launch every week, and how do we compete with that? The space sector has been opened up so that we can compete with SpaceX. We can collaborate with SpaceX and many such private sector agencies. And we are very happy to have speakers from Japan from the East and UAE from Middle East, and also delegates from United States. There is a director SpaceX among us. So we are building that kind of collaborations and getting attention globally. With space sector opening up, under the visionary leadership of our Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, who is also the minister, our Minister for Science and Technology, we are working closely and following the footsteps of Government of India, and we are also working on how to incentivize the private sector of Gujarat. Entrepreneurship is in the blood of Gujarat, and modern Gujarat has seen and has the legacy of late Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who is the father of modern space technology that India has. And Space Application Center is the pointer to that. And very well aware about the kind of human resources that is required for this kind of sector that has the cutting edge technology. He just didn't stop at that. Ahmedabad Education Society was formed, and again we have a great legacy of Ahmedabad Education Society. Therefore, we are working on a policy. We are working on a policy to promote the private sector that will also encourage them not only to partner, but also to forge a lot of collaboration, to have startup, to have the network of incubators, accelerators, and venture capital funds. Not only that, but the required common facilities, all in collaboration with InSpace and ISRO. As you all are well aware, Government of India has opened up not only the private sector, but also, in a way, facilitated sharing of very important knowledge that ISRO has gained through its marvelous journey, space journey, and share that, to have a framework to share that with the private sector, to empower them, to facilitate them, and to make them the partner. Along with that, we are also forging very important global partnership. And I'm very sure with all these efforts, we will see Gujarat and India a very important link in the global chain, global value chain in space sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mona ma'am, for that warm welcome and the gracious words that have set the tone for what promises to be a memorable era of space exploration for development of the world.
Our journey together has just begun. Without further ado, let's dive into the heart of the program, for which I welcome Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman in Space, for his opening remark and keynote on conclave theme.
Honorable Chief Minister of State of Gujarat, Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patil, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to be in this conclave of space with all of you present here, and very happy to see the interest that I see from the delegates in vibrant Gujarat. And Monaji, that means that space is not just about science, it's as much about commerce. Last 6 months have been really amazing for the Indian space sector. Success of Chandrayaan-3, Aditya L1 getting into the hello orbit, preparation of manned mission, plan for India's own space station, plan for man on the moon coming from India. I'm sure that Sri Somnathji will talk more about that. But this really is bringing a lot of pride, a lot of glory, a lot of expectation from the Indian space sector. But there's another story unfolding in India, that is of opening up of the space sector to the private players, both from within India and from outside India. As has been said earlier by my colleague Vinod, talked about various things that have been happening. The Indian Space Policy 2023, released in April of this year or last year, was really a watershed moment in a way for the Indian space sector. The new FDI policy, which is around the corner, would change a lot of the investment opportunities in the space sector, setting up in space to regulate as well as promote space activities. The outcome of all of that is that we have quickly seen the increase in number of startups in the space sector in India, 200 almost. We have demonstrated success by many companies such as Skyroot, Digantra, Pixel, Bellatrix, Dhruva Space, Ajista, and so on. The private sector is making the PSLV rocket now in a consortium. The first rocket will perhaps be ready later on in this year. Technology transfer for SSLV, launch vehicle, should be happening perhaps, hopefully by the end of this financial year. Investment in startups has been going up, as Vinod showed earlier, and a lot more. In fact, if you look at the launch schedule that we have for the next financial year, 24-25, we expect to be launching 25 vehicles, launch vehicles from India, from the SAR, launch center, which is more than what we have ever done. And this is a combination of what ISRO will do, what NCL will do, and what the private sector will do. The aim of the dialogue today is not as much about science, but more about economy and the impact that space can have on the economy. And this is to convince those of you who are not yet convinced that Indian space sector is going to be a very exciting and a very remunerative field, and kind of suggest that you jump into it with both feet. Now, clearly, states have a big role to play in the growth of the space sector. In India, the state of Karnataka, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Gujarat have significant space presence. Amongst these, Gujarat holds a very special place. This city of Ahmedabad, was the birthplace of the father of Indian space program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. The Space Application Center is in this city, and the InSpace is headquartered in this city. The state has taken very keen interest in the space sector, and first state to have signed a MOU with InSpace to set up a space manufacturing cluster, especially focusing on satellites and payload. The state is also formulating a new space policy that should be coming out very soon. And I would personally like to thank Honorable Chief Minister for his personal interest that he has taken in very rapidly deciding on the manufacturing cluster and working on the space policy and taking a lead role in the space sector. And I urge all of you to seriously look at the facilities being offered by the state of Gujarat as you expand your space activity. And those of you who are present here yesterday, and I hope many of you were, because it was an amazing opening ceremony. As the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned yesterday, government's resolution will align with your dreams. Bigger your dreams, stronger.
The solar and wind, they roughly constitute about.
There are ample opportunities and enough capabilities to turn these dreams into reality. The world is entering into a new space era. Somebody had mentioned earlier that we expect the space economy globally to reach $1 trillion by 2040 from current $447 billion. Thus, the space can be a significant contributor to the economic growth of nations. We in India, and Vinod talked about that, have recently announced an aspirational, and now of course AVM Rajiv Ranjan has said it's not aspirational enough, it's conservative, but I would still consider it to be aspirational, $44 billion target by 2033 from $8.4 billion today. And this will happen through active participation of private sector, through partnership with international players, through ISRO's hand-holding, and through government support. And for this target to be met, everyone has to take a long-term view on the space sector and make big bets. And I'm sure that you are all ready for it. The theme today is, Space Dialogue is connecting science, nations, and societies. It's an apt theme. I think there's no scientific field that can connect nations more than space can. Again, as our Prime Minister had mentioned for Chandrayaan-3 launch, and Secretary DOS had mentioned for Aditya L1, the data that we are gathering through these missions are not just for Indian scientists, but for entire global scientific community. Similarly, the role of space technology in societal progress and economic growth is immeasurable. To name a few, space technologies can contribute to bridging the digital divide, monitor changing climate, extreme weather, use of natural resources, address challenges for clean energy, drinking water, teleeducation, telemedicine, communication, creating new economic opportunities, and so on. The world clearly has made tremendous progress in all of these areas in the last decade. But I think it is just the beginning. As data availability, accuracy, and affordability improves, and as computing power explodes, and as AI becomes mainstream, how space can benefit societies will have no boundaries at all. So friends, let us all come together to bring a space revolution in India, both in scientific discoveries led by ISRO and the economic and societal impact led by the private players. In closing, I would like to especially thank our Honorable Chief Minister for coming here today to encourage all of us to participate in the space activity and also to look at Gujarat as the place to be in for what you do in space. And also thank the Director General from UAE Space Agency for being here. Of course, we have a special relationship with UAE for this specific vibrant Gujarat. The President was here yesterday, and we have taken a delegation of our companies to UAE to see how we can do more and more with them. I look forward to informally chat with many of you as we progress in the session and after the session. Thank you very much again, and again, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful and inspiring opening remark and keynote. Dr. Pawan Goenka, sir, has not only set the stage for what promises to be engaging series of discussion, but also provide us with valuable perspective that will enrich our understanding of opportunities in new space era. Thank you, sir. We all have gathered here in the conclave for promises to connect science, nations, and societies in the way we could have dreamt of only in past. UAE being forerunner nation in this space era, I welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Salim Al-Kubaisi, Director General, UAE Space Agency, for his keynote address on connecting India and UAE in space sector.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorables, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great honor to address the distinguished participants of the International Space Conference on New Space Era, held on the sidelines of the 10th vibrant Gujarat Global Summit. This event highlights India's thriving space industry and its commitment to maintaining its position as a major player in the global space market. Hence, I am truly honored to be here with you today. Esteemed guests, in only 6 decades, India managed to become one of the global frontrunners in space technology and exploration. From the Mars Orbiter mission to the Lunar Exploration mission, India has made great strides in demonstrating its capabilities in space technology and leading cost-effective and successful space missions. Distinguished guests, as we gather here today, let us reflect on the power of collaboration and partnership in fostering advancement, creating new opportunity, and developing solutions to pressing challenges. With visionary leadership and futuristic perspectives, the UAE and India share common development priorities between AI, health and space science, renewable energy, and advanced technologies. The two nations have been strongly cooperating to strengthen the growth and diversification of both economies. Through leveraging each country's strengths, resources, and expertise, the UAE-India partnership is a model for a relationship that paves the way for transformative advancements across multiple sectors, especially space science and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, as a flourishing industry, the global space trends have been continuously changing and developing by the day. Space opens the door to unprecedented economic opportunities that could make significant changes to the global economy. Since we live in a world with an exponentially growing technology development, there is a dire need to respond to this development through economic and scientific diversification and collaboration. To face modern challenges, we must enhance economic and technological diversification to ensure comprehensive resilience. Investing in space projects stimulate international cooperation and foster mutual understanding between countries while maximizing socio-economic returns. Distinguished guests, the historic milestones we achieved in the space sector over the past years are the outcome of national vision, strategies, and initiatives, and the vision and aspiration of UAE's leadership. Today, space continues one of the promising sectors of the future economy in our vision for the next 50 years. The UAE Space Agency mission have contributed to the development of science, technology, and innovation in space, and achieved a qualitative leap in this vital sector. These missions have also played a major role in developing Emirati cadres in cooperation with global and local partnerships to serve humanity, from our success in the Emirates mission, the Hope probe, to Mars, to our ambition in the upcoming Emirates mission to the asteroid belt. We take great pride in the milestones we have achieved in this booming industry. Furthermore, the UAE's recent groundbreaking collaboration with US, EU, and Canada and Japan to integrate an airlock into humanity's inaugural space station positioned in the lunar orbit, dubbed the Lunar Gateway, is a significant stride in advancing space exploration and promises far-reaching benefits for all. In a very short time, the UAE established itself as a regional hub for civil and commercial space activities and a leading space power in the region. To conclude, we must embrace the promising potential of collaboration to pave the way for record-breaking achievements and achieve our utmost goal to serve humanity. By connecting science, nations, and societies, we can utilize the ultimate potential of space and science, inspire future generations, and contribute to a more sustainable and prosperous future in the region and the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. What an enlightening and inspiring talk we just had on connecting India and United Arab Emirates in the realm of space exploration.
It is an extraordinary honor and a momentous privilege to introduce our distinguished guest for today, a visionary leader whose contributions to the field of space science and technology has left an indelible mark on the global stage. I welcome Shri S. Somnath, Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman of Indian Space Research Organization, for delivering a special address to this august gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Bhupendrabhai Patel ji, the Director General of UAE Space Agency, Dr. Pawan Goenka, and all others on the dais, and all those who are listening, my greetings to you. And thank you for this opportunity to come to Gujarat and to be part of this first time, the space conclave happening as part of the Vibrant Gujarat, which is the first of the meeting in the Amritkal, as already been told. So thank you for this opportunity. So the inspirational story that we are writing in Department of Space and ISRO with the Chandrayaan-3, the Aditya L1, the Gaganyaan, Exposat, and many others is with a purpose. The purpose is not just inspiration alone. It has an eye for long-term prosperity of the nation, space to become an integral part of the economic activity of the nation. For that, we have to do in various ways. First, when we started the space program long back, the narrative at that time is social service. How you make use of the space for the benefit of the society. And this has been well demonstrated. And now everybody knows it's not for showing up your force or to become a power, but then to bring out utility of the whole purpose. I think this has been well demonstrated. There is no need to talk about it again. But what we need today is to convert the very small economy around space activity to a larger size, which has already been told in the first of the panel discussion. How do you really do that? It's very easy to speak about it, but then to implement it, to understand the structure of the space ecosystem, and then bring out a change in this to create the economy around it is a major challenge. As already been described, Shaiju Mohan in the first part of the discussion has presented where all the business lies. But then it won't happen in one sector. It will happen across sectors, from the downstream to the upstream. And it has its own challenges. Each of them has its own challenges. and we need to make people believe. This belief part is happening through the inspirational story that we are doing. And we need to continue doing that, like landing on the southern side of the moon, going to Gaganyaan, Man Mission, all of this we'll have to do. But this is not a purpose in itself. While we do all of this, we still do a lot of work in the application side. For example, the type of benefit that we are getting out of the communication services, the type of spacecraft that we are now launching to meet the needs of the country in terms of high throughput demands, which is evolving over a period of time now. Look at the remote sensing and observational capability that we need to build over a period of time to meet the ministerial, governmental, administrative demands, and also the sectoral demands. Look at the navigation services that we have to create to make our country safe, reliant on that capability for various sectors, both strategic and civilian, and also creating the scientific pool to do the technological development over a period of time. All of these are equally important. Now let me look at the type of vision that Honorable Prime Minister has given after this success story of the last 6 months. I think he also has been an ardent supporter of space program ever since he was a Chief Minister of this state. He has been going to the SAC Ahmedabad and understanding the space sector and its impact on how it connects with the people has been well understood by him. Because of that, after the success of Chandrayaan 3, he gave us a vision that we must build in the Amrit Kaal a long-term plan of expanding the space activity. Again, with an intent. The intent is very clear, which I don't want to explain. That's why it is part of this conclave. What he told is that we must create a continuous activity of human presence in space. Though we have a Gaganyaan program, it must continue over a long period, leading up to human landing on the moon. An Indian landing on the moon by 2040. Looks far away, but it's not far away. It's so close. And we must build a space station by 2035, a space station that is accessible for Indians to go there and do research. I will explain why it is important. We should also continue the economy linked to moon program. I think we have done the Chandrayaan 3. This cannot end with Chandrayaan 3. It has to continue with other programs to keep the economy linked to moon. I think this has very big significance on various contextualizations from strategic, civilian, economic activity, business, industry, etc. It is well understood. Some people are written about it. Some people are skeptical about it, but it's very, very important to understand this. So this whole canvas is now open for us in Department of Space, ISRO, to work towards R&D, technology development, and partnership. I think this is the whole point. Now we are working on how do we really convert this vision of Honorable Prime Minister into reality. And this discussion is happening across Department of Space institutions, ISRO, INSIL, NS InSpace, industries. And right now, in the top level discussion, it will come down to percolate to each one of you, to academicians, to industries, to startups, to become part of the whole program. For example, I'll give you one case of the Bharati Antarisha Station. We would like to put the first of the Bharati Antarisha Station by 2028 using the existing launcher capability. And we would like to convert into a laboratory for you to convert experiments. And who are the people who are going to come and do experiments there over a period of time? Up to 2035, when you have human access, we must have laboratories, institutions, scientific establishment doing research, deriving benefit out of for an economic outcome. For example, the drug discovery, additive manufacturing capabilities, new material synthesis, bioastronautics. And we would like to find out companies and institutions who will be able to make use of it, create an economic activity around a Bharati Antarisha Station. Is it really possible? I believe it is possible. We also look at moon as a base. When you look at human access to moon and continued access to moon on a long term, it also has an economic impact on our space activity. For example, the strategic activity in the future will not be around Earth alone. It will be around sometimes based on moon. I think some of the people who are in that domain will be able to understand it a little deeper. So we have a lot of connect with the type of vision that Honorable Prime Minister has done. It's equally important to don't forget Earth. I think a lot of work is still continue to be done on Earth with the space. And we continue to work with a lot of ministries and departments. In the last 1 year or so, we have aggregated demand of the country in terms of agriculture, weather forecasting, disaster warning, water resources, cartography, strategic intelligence gathering, supplying to various users, and almost 50 plus spacecraft, or even more, hundreds of spacecraft, which you have to build over next 5 to 10 years of time, has been identified. Of course, it has to get its approvals and the processes will happen. But this is going to be not to be done by Department of Space or ISRO. It is going to be done by industries in this country. And this is a huge opportunity. And how they are going to get ready to do this is a big challenge which is in front of us. And how you are really going to make it cost effective, which is a classical question which we always hear. India is a cost effective place for space. How do you really continue to remain like that? In what magic will you do to remain cost effective? This is another question which we have to understand. And the last of the point which I would like to tell is to make use of the knowledge that you have created in space sector in the last 60 years, how it reaches each one of you. In terms of converting the skill that you have created in Department of Space and ISRO into the industries, startups, and enable them to scale up to the next level. And this is happening through the InSpace. And I'm really happy that this whole process is now initiated. The startup numbers which you heard is just a number, but then reality should be in terms of the outcome that is going to come out of it. I believe the first and foremost is in terms of the utilization of the data that has been amassed by Department of Space over the last so many years. Dr. Goenka is already on the job to make use this data won't idle. He wants to make sure that this data will really come to the use of all the people who want to convert it into value-added products and services. And this is what precisely we said, that the downstream data utilization, its commercialization has to become one of the important drivers of the creating the need. And once this need is created, we will be in a position to build more spacecrafts, and when more spacecrafts need to be launched, more launchers will be built and launched. And this is a chain of activity that has to take place. Now, the last part of it is in creating the ecosystem in this country in the industrial domain, manufacturing, R&D, incentives, incentivization of doing it, the user identification. I think all this has to happen over a period of time. Today, we look at some certain level of users, but India is a huge country where the user segments are still not explored to an extent that we need to do. Here, there is a huge potential. I have had an opportunity to see some of the startups who have an idea to make use of the agriculture data, for example. How do you really bring about the data available through our remote sensing satellite for the commercial activity? It's a dream that we will have to have a space-based data services infrastructure in this country, like our digital economy, infused with it. For example, the knowledge about your land resources, the growth of your, the agricultural products, the yield estimation, the incentivization, the insurance services, the damage assessment and governmental interventions requirement, connecting with the climate and weather. This is some dream that we need to have, like your payment gateway, all this get connected in a manner which is seamless. I think this dream will happen only then that the scale of the economy is going to be big. I think this whole dream will happen only with you people. In Gujarat, I am taking the leadership here in creating the innovative entrepreneurial capability that we have here. I believe some significant work will happen in this place. And ISRO, our Department of Space, along with InSpace and NSIL, will be happy to be partner of all of this. And thank you so much for this opportunity, because time is very short. I don't want to spend quite a long time talking about it. But the times are exciting. I think it's exciting to see that we have a potential to scale up the economy substantially. Of course, Dr. Goenka has been very modest in telling these numbers. But I always put this number still lower. But then it doesn't matter. The numbers are not, it's only a number. But the type of work that we need to do today to make that happen is more important. The creation of those ideas are important. I think this is already seeded. I'm sure the brighter eyes that you are able to see today gives me the hope that it will happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We have just had the immense privilege of hearing from a true luminary in this field of space science and technology.
I am delighted to announce that an MOU between Space Application Center, InSpace, and Gujarat Knowledge Society, Government of Gujarat, is going to be exchanged today. This MOU will help in collaboration on development of semiconductor design ecosystem and talent development for space and commercial technology in Gujarat. For MOU exchange, I invite Shri Nilesh Desai, Director SAC, ISRO, Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director Promotions in Space, and Shri Banchanidhi Pani, CEO, Gujarat Knowledge Society, on the stage.
We wish them good luck for all their future endeavors. We request our delegates to use your headphones for Gujarati to English translation using Channel 1. We are delighted to have Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel as our distinguished guest of honor today. Bhupendra Bhai Patel has been a beacon of leadership steering Gujarat towards unparalleled growth and development. We would be honored if he could grace us with his words of wisdom by addressing this august gathering.
વાઇબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ 2024 અંતર્ગત આયોજિત ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્પેસ કોન્ફરન્સ સેમિનારમાં આપણી સૌની સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત ઇસરોના ચેરમેન શ્રી એસ સોમનાથજી, યુએઈ સ્પેસ એજન્સીના ડાયરેક્ટર જનરલ શ્રી સલેમ અલ-ક્યુબેસી, ઇનસ્પેસના ચેરમેન શ્રી પવન ગોયંકાજી, અગ્ર સચિવ શ્રીમતી મોના ખંદાર, સંયુક્ત સચિવ શ્રી લોચન સહેરા, મિશન ડાયરેક્ટર શ્રી વિદય ખરે, સ્પેસ ક્ષેત્રના ગણમાન્ય મહાનુભાવ, ઉપસ્થિત અધિકારીગણ, પ્રેસ મીડિયાના મિત્રો, સૌને મારા નમસ્કાર. હું સોમનાથજી જોડે વાત કરતો હતો. ગુજરાતી ઘણા બધાને ખબર પડતી હશે આમ તો. ગુજરાતમાં વાઇબ્રન્ટ છે તો પછી મેં કીધું આની અંદર બહુ ગીર્દી ના હોય. તો મોદી સાહેબનું વિઝન છે કે દરેક સેક્ટરમાં જુઓ એમણે બિલકુલ ઓપન કરવાની કોશિશ કરી છે. અને મને ખબર હમણાં સોમનાથજી કહેતા હતા કે આપણે દરેક સુધીને પહોંચાડવું છે કે ભાઈ આ ખરેખર શું છે સ્પેસ ને સ્પેસમાં કેવી રીતે કામ કરવું છે. એટલે અત્યારે તો બહુ જૂજ લોકોને એમાં બે જણને, એક તો સ્ટુડન્ટને જબરજસ્તીથી ભણાવવું પડતું હોય, તારે બેઠો હોય પેલો કે યાર પીરિયડ છે એટલે ભણવું પડે છે, એના એટલા માટે પેલો બેઠો હોય. પણ જેને રસ છે એના માટે બહુ સારું માન્ય વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીનું વિઝન છે કે પ્રાઇવેટ પ્લેયર પણ એની અંદર કામ કરે, એના માટે ખૂબ ઉપયોગી કેવી રીતે થઈ શકાય એનો વિચાર કરીને ખૂબ સારું કામ થયું છે આપણા ત્યાં. એટલે પ્રાઇવેટ પ્લેયર જે અહીંયા બેઠા હશે બધાને અમારે તો સરકાર તરીકે જે અમારી જવાબદારી છે તો આપણે કોઈ જગ્યાએ પાછા નહીં પડવું. અમારે તો આટલી જ વાત હોય. નેતૃત્વ જ અત્યારે તો આપણી પાસે એટલું મજબૂત છે કે ક્યાંય પાછા પડવા દે એમ નથી. આપણા વિશ્વના સૌથી લોકપ્રિય નેતા અને ભારતના યશસ્વી વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ 2003માં ગુજરાતના મુખ્યમંત્રી તરીકે શરૂ કરાવેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ સમિટ 10મી એડિશનનો ગઈકાલે એમણે પ્રારંભ કરાવ્યો છે. ગુજરાત ગોઈંગ ગ્લોબલથી શરૂ થયેલી વાઇબ્રન્ટ ઉત્તરોત્તર સફળતાએ હવે ગુજરાત એસ્પાયરિંગ બિયોન્ડ ધી ગ્લોબલની કેડી કંડારી છે. ગ્લોબલ પ્લેટફોર્મ ફોર નેટવર્કિંગ એન્ડ નોલેજ શેરિંગ બની ગયેલી વાયબ્રન્ટ સમિટ 2024 હવે ફ્યુચરિસ્ટિક સેક્ટર્સ પર વિચાર મંથન કરવાનો મંચ પણ બની છે. આજની આ કોન્ફરન્સ એ જ કડીમાં વધુ એક કદમ છે અને સ્પેસ સેક્ટર પર ફોકસ છે. સ્પેસ સૌથી ગૂઢ, ગહન અને ગતિશીલ વિજ્ઞાન છે. વિજ્ઞાન ખોટું છે એવું? વિજ્ઞાન છે. અવનવું મળવાની સતત નવી શોધ થવાની સંભાવના સૌથી વધુ અવકાશમાં રહેલી છે. એક સમયે અવકાશ વિજ્ઞાનમાં સૌથી વધુ જ્ઞાન વૈભવ ધરાવતું ભારત હવે સ્પેસ સેક્ટરમાં પોતાનું અગ્રીમ સ્થાન હાંસલ કરવા વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના નેતૃત્વમાં આગળ વધી રહ્યું છે. હ્યુમન ઇન સ્પેસ રેસ નહીં, પરંતુ સ્પેસ ફોર હ્યુમન કાઇન્ડની આગવી નીતિ વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીએ આપી છે. ઈસરો ભારતને અવનવી ગૌરવ સિદ્ધિ અપાવતું રહ્યું છે. તાજેતરમાં જ ભારતના ચંદ્રયાન-3એ ચંદ્રના સાઉથ પોલ ઉપર સોફ્ટ લેન્ડિંગ કરીને દેશને અભૂતપૂર્વ સિદ્ધિ અપાવી. થોડા દિવસો પહેલાં જ આદિત્ય L1 મિશન તેના પૂર્વ નિર્ધારિત સ્થાન પર પહોંચી ચૂક્યું છે. 2025માં સહમાનવ ગગનયાન મિશન 2035 સુધીમાં અવકાશમાં ભારતીય અંતરિક્ષ સ્ટેશન અને 2040 સુધીમાં ચંદ્ર પર ભારતીયોને મોકલવાનું લક્ષ્ય તેમજ મંગળ અને શુક્ર પરના મિશન, આ આપણું આગળનું ફ્યુચર વિઝન છે વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીનું. વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના નેતૃત્વમાં સ્પેસ સેક્ટર માટેના આવા નવા લક્ષ્યો ભારતે નક્કી કર્યા છે. ભારતના સ્પેસ સેક્ટરમાં ઈસરોનું મહત્ત્વપૂર્ણ અને સૌથી મોટું યોગદાન છે. આટલા વર્ષોમાં ઈસરોની કામગીરીને પરિણામે સ્પેસ રિલેટેડ MSME ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી સપ્લાય ચેઇન પાર્ટનર તરીકે કામ કરતી હતી. હવે સ્પેસ સેક્ટરના વિકાસને જોતા આ ક્ષેત્રમાં પ્રાઇવેટ પ્લેયર્સની પણ ભાગીદારી વધે તેમજ ડેડિકેટેડ ઉદ્યોગ અને સ્ટાર્ટઅપ્સ વિકસે તે આવશ્યક બન્યું છે. 2020માં વડાપ્રધાનશ્રીના નેતૃત્વની યુનિયન કેબિનેટે ભારતના પ્રાઇવેટ સેક્ટર પ્લેયર્સ માટે સ્પેસ સેક્ટર ખુલ્લું મૂકવાનો ઐતિહાસિક નિર્ણય કરીને ઇન સ્પેસની સ્થાપનાનો નિર્ણય પણ લીધો. આના પરિણામે ભારત હવે વિશ્વના અન્ય દેશોની હરણમાં આવીને અવકાશ તરફ મીટ મારતું થયું છે. આ માટે આજની કોન્ફરન્સ અતિ મહત્ત્વની છે. ઇન્ટરનેશનલ સ્પેસ કોન્ફરન્સ આયોજન માટે ગુજરાત યોગ્ય સ્થાન છે એમ હું સમજું છું. ભારતના સ્પેસ પ્રોગ્રામમાં જનક વિક્રમ સારાભાઈની વતન ભૂમિ અમદાવાદ છે. અમદાવાદને વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ ઇન સ્પેસ સેન્ટરનું હેડક્વાર્ટર્સ પણ આપ્યું છે. આ ઇન સ્પેસ સંસ્થા સિંગલ વિન્ડો, ઇન્ડિપેન્ડન્ટ અને ઓટોનોમસ નોબલ એજન્સી તરીકે કામ કરી રહી છે. આનાથી પ્રાઇવેટ સ્પેસ સેક્ટર ઇકોનોમીને મોટું બળ મળી રહ્યું છે. સાણંદમાં સ્પેસ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ ક્લસ્ટર સ્થાપવા માટે રાજ્ય સરકાર અને ઇનસ્પેસ વચ્ચે MOU થયા છે. દેશ અને દુનિયાના સ્પેસ સેક્ટરના સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર માટે હવે ગુજરાત એક મોકાનું સ્થાન બની ચૂક્યું છે. સ્પેસ ટેકનોલોજીના સાધનોને અનુરૂપ વિવિધ મેન્યુફેક્ચરિંગ ઉદ્યોગો આ ક્લસ્ટરમાં શરૂ કરવા માટે ઇન સ્પેસ પ્રોત્સાહન અને ટેકનિકલ ગાઈડન્સ પૂરું પાડશે. આ હેતુસર બોપલમાં ઇન સ્પેસ હેડક્વાર્ટર ખાતે ટેકનિકલ સપોર્ટ્સ અને ઇન્ક્યુબેશન સેન્ટર પણ કાર્યરત કરવામાં આવશે. એ દિશામાં વધુ માઇલસ્ટોન પાર કરવા અને ગુજરાતમાં સ્પેસ ઇકોનોમીને ડેવલપ કરવા માટે આપને સૌને હું આવકારું છું. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીના દિશાદર્શનમાં ગુજરાત અમૃતકાળમાં ફ્યુચરિસ્ટિક સ્પેસ સેક્ટરમાં યોગદાન આપવા સજ્જ બનશે એવા વિશ્વાસ સાથે વિરમું છું. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત.
Thank you, sir, for that warm welcome and the gracious words that have set the tone for what promises to be a memorable occasion. Gujarat, no doubt, is well positioned to contribute and accelerate the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat by 2047. We will now have a video showcasing opportunities of space sector in Gujarat.
driven by its inherent entrepreneurial spirit. The state of Gujarat has taken significant strides in developing a resilient and vibrant economy over the past 2 decades. Since the first Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2003, conceptualized under the visionary leadership of Shri Narendra Modi, Honorable Prime Minister of India. Gujarat, a land where innovation meets ambition, is not just touching the skies but reaching for the stars by foraying into space. Welcome to realm of limitless possibilities, the thriving space sector of Gujarat, India. The glorious legacy of Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, father of the Indian space program, and exceptional contributions of Dr. Praful Bhavsar to India's space program propels Gujarat into space tech and innovation. Gujarat has become a launchpad for dreams, propelling India's space aspirations to new heights. Space Application Centre, SAC, in Ahmedabad, Gujarat is one of the major establishments of ISRO.
Please be seated. We'll have the next
state's
panel
commitment
discussion shortly.
to the development of space technology is shaping
I
the
request
future.
everyone to please be seated. I request everyone to please be seated. We are having our next session shortly. Let us start the next session, that is Space for All. A warm
Giovanni about micro-credential, there's many ways to do that. That would be extremely relevant to particularly those people, women, and then children, other youth, and others.
Usage of the AI, IoT, deep tech, generally speaking, to ensure that there can be pattern recognition that can be extrapolated. So all of those things would bring exponential change in the area of health equity. The other area is an entrepreneurial approach to resolving these problems. And as Vishal was mentioning, with the playing field becoming more level, with the deep tech's information being available and data being more available to people, it will allow the entrepreneurs to become much more capable of reaching their goals in finite amount of time rather than running short of money. As a venture capitalist, I know that we can have some amazing ideas the entrepreneurs can have, but if they don't have the oxygen, so to speak, to run the company, it becomes very difficult. And time is money, especially for entrepreneurs. And if you have deep tech on your side, it allows you to reach the solution sooner rather than.
It is something that drives the overall policy of many countries, including India. There is a sense that creating undue dependencies with some technologies on any one or two players can create problems for us. So what are we doing? We are trying to work with various...
Especially in the technical areas. So my question to Tim Thomas, and you are heading the Center for India-Australia Relation, which was very recently inaugurated by our Honorable PM in Sydney. Australia and India have a long history of collaboration as far as education and skill development is concerned. And for years, our students have been going to Australia to seek education in Australian campuses. And now we are seeing a time when Australian universities are also not able to accommodate very many students, and also they want to expand out. And similarly, we also want to leverage our strength, that is the demographic dividend. And you also have a demand of skilled youth in Australia. So how do you think that India and Australia can come together for strengthening and further increasing the internationalization of skill development between the two countries. And not only for each other, but also both the countries coming together and serving the entire world. And producing for the entire country a very, very qualified and internationally certified skilled manpower. So how do you see both of us coming together, and what are the initiatives that have been taken up by your organization in this regard?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And you're right, I mean, the question really does start with the demand and supply. So, as you say, India's ambitions in energy generation, in electric vehicles, in battery manufacturing, they're vast. And they all relate to a rejigging of global supply chains. So this requires a very globally ready workforce, a globally skilled workforce. And we think Australia is very well placed to partner with India to build resilient, productive workforce that really supports India's growth ambitions. As many of you would know, our vet sector is quite well regarded internationally. It's driven by industry. It's supported by a very strong quality assurance framework. Its standards-based approach allows for adaptability, and it recognizes that quality trainers and assessors are absolutely the cornerstone of a high-quality vet system. So these are things that I think Australia takes a great amount of pride in. I think there's also a reputation for being pragmatic in its innovation, and that's important, and again, quite complementary to the way the Indian education system has developed. So we have a growing number of Australian vet providers that are active offshore, including India, training individual firms, industry bodies and governments. There is some very good momentum in the Australia-India bilateral relationship when it comes to higher education. We were very pleased to see that Australia and India signed a historic agreement to mutually recognized qualifications in both countries for access to higher education in March of 2023. This was called the Mechanism for Mutual Recognition of Qualifications, which was signed by our respective education ministers. And it is India's most comprehensive education agreement of its type. So we're very proud of that architecture that's been put in place. So one of the key challenges for furthering our collaboration is the transnational delivery of VET and the need for the development of customized training products that combine the strengths of Australia's approach to training product development with local knowledge to produce high quality courses that are relevant to the skills needed by the industry's opportunities here. And that's what we've been working on. There is a very innovative project underway. It's called Delivering Critical Skills in Agriculture. I'll just use that as an example. That's funded by the Australian government, and that's helping to address this very challenge of piloting a project for jointly mapping skill needs, developing occupational standards, and courses for co-delivery in India. Now, there are some regulatory challenges for delivering online education in India, which the Australian government is working through with its Indian counterparts. India does not yet recognize foreign higher education institutions providing transnational education through online delivery, and that limits to some extent what Australian providers can deliver into India. But I think the greatest opportunity is really, and this is where innovation is so important, which our esteemed speakers talked about, is the need for enduring partnerships to get the model of delivery right. And that's particularly relevant to developing the strongest, to deliver really strong skill partnerships between Australia and India, where there's clearly a very strong price sensitivity in the Indian market. That's meant that Australian vet providers have had to adapt their high-cost, low-volume offerings to low-cost, high-volume offerings. And obviously, digital delivery is so key to that. So all of this takes time and requires us to pilot new models, to test and learn from them, but to build trust in those distribution partnerships, be aware of the regional variations, and really align our vet offerings to the priorities of the target industry. So this is where I think the collaboration between government and industry can really help share those learnings, and I think that's where the centre has an important role. It's really to capture the learnings, trying and piloting different things, and I think we're very proud of the momentum that we've built. In fact, Australia's Minister for Education, Jason Clare, visited India in November of 2023, just last year, to co-chair the inaugural Australia-India Education and Skills Council with Minister Pradhan. And he was accompanied by the Australian Minister for Skills and Training, Brendan O'Connor. So India is Australia's largest source of skilled migrants and the second largest source of international students in Australia, as you mentioned. So which means that the bilateral relationship is so important for international skills engagement. Australia really puts a high value on the quality of the experience of our international students. But it's also a pride in the education that it delivers, so that the international students are prepared to be globally workforce ready. And this is reflected, of course, in Australia's education strategy for India, which was just released last year, which identifies opportunity for collaboration right in line with India's ambitions under its national education policy, which was done, of course, in 2020. So our two countries continue to develop research collaborations to address global issues of real importance. And now we've entered the new phase, and this is what you were alluding to. We were very proud this week to announce that Deakin University is the first foreign university to set up a campus in India, in fact, of course, this very state, in GIFT City, and we're going to follow suit with University of Wollongong. So these are strategies to really bring our two countries together, build those people-to-people links, and to make sure that we understand the local industry ecosystem in India.
Thank you. I think two of you, before I move on to Mr. Medina, both the panelists brought up the topic of hybrid learning and online learning to cope up with the increasing demands. But this question I would like to ask Mr. Bruce Poe here in between that. Do you think that in skill online learning can be used effectively, and to what extent? And is it really a usable mode of training in skill development? Yeah.
So actually it depends on the area of skills you are developing. I would say in general, a hybrid approach would be a better mode, because when you talk about skills education, the hands-on training is still necessary. But there's a lot of opportunity to leverage on digital mode, more than just, let's say, Zoom lectures and things like that. Of course, you have the availability of using AR, VR, digital twin. And more recently, there's a generative AI in the spatial form called spatial AI, where you can quickly develop, because most of the time when you want to develop high quality, authentic, real, let's say mixed reality, augmented reality, it takes time, it's costly. So there's a way now called spatial AI, where you use generative AI to create the space that you want, the machines that you want, and quickly, the spatial AI will populate and generate all the materials that you need, even the machines that is available, and what are all the functions and all that will be automatically generated, like in ChatGPT for creating a poem and so on. So, and over time, I think if these things develop well, you'll be more and more intelligent, and you'll be a shorter time for you to develop content at a very affordable level.
So, yeah, so what we all agree on is hybrid learning can compress the learning hours, and it can deliver the course content faster than it would be like in pure physical space. So we could go for more and more evolved hybrid models.
Yeah, I think a hybrid model, firstly, using digital format, sometimes you can reduce the cost of physical equipment, and you also can deliver, to a larger population.
Yes.
And if it's done, in a very well done manner, the learning outcome will be very good.
Sure. So coming to Mr. Oscar Medina, you are from the Coca-Cola Investment Bottling Group. and very different from all four of us as you represent the industry, and that too a global industry. All of us are familiar with Coca-Cola. And you may be facing a lot of challenges moving the human resources across the borders, and also bringing the human resources all across the world in various countries at the same level. So what cross-border skill development initiatives your company has undertaken, and how do you think that, and what kind of initiatives can be taken to enhance the workforce capabilities and competitiveness in the global industry landscape, considering the dynamic nature of technological advancements and increasing demand for diversified skill sets? Every day, new and new skill sets are emerging, and we talk of micro-credentials now to keep on topping up. So what role can industry play in this? So a lot of people are here from the industry. They would like to hear from you.
Thanks, Dr. Sharma, for the question. And I think one of the initiatives, the biggest initiatives that we have put in place in order to have this cross-border skills development is definitely bank on the global network that we have. And today I've been hearing the word global network a couple of times, and I think that the relevance that we have found for it is truly, truly a game-changing thing for us. We need to understand and to learn from the experiences that we have in the Middle East or in the US or in Europe to be able to apply in Asia or in India. And we also need to learn from the experiences that we have in India in order to upskill our other markets. And let me just share an example. I think that EB2B and online orders, India is spearheading this, at least in Asia. And of course, the rest of the countries need not to undergo the same path and follow and learn and do the same mistakes and repeat everything. So we definitely develop playbooks based on the learnings that we have in other countries in order to be able to have that cross-border skill development. Now, it's very good that the Coca-Cola company operates all over the world because it makes it easier to get these learnings available. But I think that's where the stakeholders can come together, and I mean that's the industry, the educational institutions, and the government to broaden these global networks, which would make it easier for everyone to develop other things. Now, we do have initiatives, for example, in India, working with educational institutions. We're now developing 25,000 youths in India in terms of basic or entry-level sales capabilities, which is also a little bit challenging because the capabilities that we need today are not the ones that we had 3 years ago, right? And probably not the ones we will need in 1 year's time. But through these initiatives, we were able to continue developing and trying to catch up with this. And also in Gujarat, we have signed with KSU, and 5,000 out of those 25 will be coming from Gujarat. We also have a program in developing technical skills and digital literacy and financial skills for women, also targeting 25,000 women across India. So those are probably the same things we do in Singapore or in the Middle East to try to keep and be updated and keep the pace with the ever-changing market. So that's mostly what we do in order to facilitate that cross-border training, but definitely we believe that there's also opportunity, and we continue to engage with government, with educational institutions to bring this one step forward.
Thank you. Now I will be asking same question to all of you. All of you have experience of working with government and dealing in some capacity or the other, and some of us more than some of you not that much. So what role you think can government have? Because government is an important stakeholder in the entire skill development process, and it's an important player in the skill development ecosystem. Also, the fact that Gujarat is now facing very fast growth in the service sector and the manufacturing industry, and very sunrise sectors like semiconductors coming to Gujarat. So a lot of demands are there, and challenges are being faced by the country in terms of developing skilled manpower. So what are your views, and what initiatives can government of India, or more specifically government of Gujarat, can take up to create skill development networks, ensuring accessibility, leveraging industrial transformation and technological advancement, and also to facilitate the availability of technically qualified technically qualified manpower to the industry. So, question to all of you, starting from Mr. Suksu.
This is a very good question. Not only that, very, very pertinent. And Gujarat, maybe rest of India further perhaps. So I'd like to answer this way. Number one, Gujarat. After that was the pan-Indian context. And then global level, if you allow me. Number one, I want to talk about good things first. The Gujarat, as the union minister mentioned, in a unique position in the skill development. Gujarat economy is very different. It's one of few states, perhaps only one state in India that has the significant size of the manufacturing sector. Right? The other state, they have an IT sector, but it's not really hardcore manufacturing sector. But to make it, make in India happen, Gujarat is such important. To make it India happen, you need also skilled manpower. So whatever you do here can offer a lot of lesson to the other state also here. First of all, then you have to make it. To happen, make it happen, how do you scale? I think there are many elements. I think Bruce mentioned three elements. I really like that. Your one, leadership, extremely important to set tone and then a commitment there. Policy and regulation, particularly skill sector, accreditation, quality assurance is extremely important. So there's a role there as regulator. But also you have to set the enabling environment. As a policy maker, you have to do that. And then for the one of them could be, I would say, there are a lot of sectoral mismatch in terms of the demand and supply, skill mismatch there. Big picture level, macro level, supply and driven. But also there are a lot of the mismatch in the sectoral level. Some sector, they have more, the workers were less. So that we have to work. For example, less trade, I think the training provided service sector, emerging sector, that's the government role to play. And then introduce the new the trade or those kind of things. And then the government can help also to force the academic and the industry partnership. That's not easy sometimes. Because in the European setting like German, it's a long, 500-600 long history there. So it's naturally happen. But kind of India context, I think some knowledge and support required so that they work together. Also here is some problem. When I look at opportunity and problem, when I look at a Gujarat context, you have it, the large, the conglomerate, like Tata and Reliance, perhaps they don't need help that much. But there are also first tier, second tier, third tier, small, medium enterprises. How can bridge the gap in between? First year, to the Tata be successful, they need also the subsidiary company to successful. SME is extremely important. But how can we bridge that gap there? That I think the role of the technical vocational institution is extremely important. For example, KSU can be in the intermediary to help that. So there's a lot of things you can develop that modality. I know you are already doing that. So that's a great thing other states can learn. Institutional capacity, teacher training is extremely important. I think Bruce, you mentioned that. I think the institution I went, one of excellent institution, but perhaps the ITI is not like that. So a lot of investment required to develop institution and also train a teacher. Without teacher, you cannot do that. But Tibet teacher is a very different teacher. It's not just a K-12 teacher. As Bruce mentioned, college graduate, the graduate you cannot deploy. You need someone, the experienced people. I think that you need a lot of investment. Not just only physical investment, you need to give them some pride and then also aspire them so that they can be truly teacher, not just only giving them knowledge, but motivate the student. That kind of teacher you need it, but for that you need to make it. You have vibrant Gujarat, but you have to make it vibrant Tibet with that. And also I think the union minister mentioned very interesting thing, that Tibet for the future. And then you also mantra is that skill for future. I think this is very good. Often, however, a skill development ecosystem and the technical vocational education system is reactive. Under the name of the demand-driven, there are many demand-driven approach, reactive approach. Just demand come, you do it. But you need to also prepare for the future. That means forward-looking way, you have to introduce new one. You have to anticipate the certain trade coming. For example, semiconductor. You need to invest in advance. That usually company cannot do that. I think your leadership and this visionary thinking vision is important. Government can play important role to catalyze that one. Before going on, I want to say one thing. Since I hear now a lot of announcement, the frontier technology, the semiconductor, and also even the AI company, NVIDIA also coming, right? Energy transition we are talking, decarbonization, energy storage coming. I will tell you why skill development is such important. Give the example of the semiconductor in Taiwan. As you know, in the semiconductor industry, Taiwan, by the way, I'm not from Taiwan, I'm from Korea. They are number one in the foundry area, right? They are number one there. How they became a number one? Around the 60, 70, the US, maybe including the many other, GE or those, the chip company, they start to outsourcing. The first generation of the unbundling was labor, right? They go cheaper labor. They went to Taiwan, Malaysia, Philippines, and other countries. So Taiwan was first one. By the way, Korean wasn't there. So they ignored Korea. And then Taiwan that time, they got just only the assembly line, right? What they have done, next to the assembly line, they established the research center with a set of engineers and scientists, a few. Second. Then the company saw, oh my God, they have some engineer can do a little bit more work. Then they asked the little more value-added activity, they do it. That's the first things happen. That's about 70 and 80. After that, they got it, as you know, the famous Maurice Chang, right? He came up with a new business model. But I don't want to compare with others. I am living in Philippines now because Asian Development Bank headquarters is in the Philippines. Philippines started it also at the same time. Philippines, they speak English much better than anyone. There's an English-speaking country. That time, Philippines was one of the most advanced countries in Asia. But Philippines, the chip industry, in semiconductors, still remain, I say, the low value chain. Around the 70 that level. Why is that? One make big differences. Taiwan, they had a leadership. They have vision, and then they invested skill. Then make Taiwan completely different from now. They become world leader. This has a big implication to Gujarat. Now Micron or those people announce something, but if you don't provide those support, you don't have a human capital and talent, then you might go to different pathway. You might go Taiwan pathway or in the Philippine pathway. Our stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting insight.
Yeah, I fully agree what Viksit Bharat has mentioned about all the points, precisely it. I would like to summarize that who should do the heavy lifting? Is it the industry or is it the government? If you see the Germany, in Europe in particular, but that is a tradition of hundreds of years, 200 years of tradition. The industry does the heavy lifting in skills development. But in most Asia, I don't think you can rely too much on industry, except for maybe conglomerates like Tata, Reliance, Adani, and so on, where they have pockets of companies that can do skills development, but not nationwide. It will be quite tough for them to do it as a national service for the country nationwide. If you look at Singapore, we invest heavily on education. We started off as a third world country with no resources, safe human resource. And we think that that's the only resource that we must develop to its maximum capacity. And we always tie skills development with economic development. There's no economic development without skills development. So that is an important concept that we have. And the development of our skills is always in tandem with economic development. I come from Economic Development Board with the perspective of developing manpower for the industry. There's a manpower development division in EDB at that time. We set up institution just in time, state-of-the-art technology to solve industry need. And in fact, a lot of FDI from Singapore in the 80s, 90s, 2000, and even now was realized because there's skilled manpower. In fact, we always showcase the skilled institutions to the investors, and EDB will always get the investment from all these multinational companies. So they value skills. And of course, skills, you must be very focused. And skills, normally, if you, let's say, want to develop semiconductor industry, it's not just the top end. In fact, the backbone of semiconductor industry is precision engineering. A lot of people do not realize that. You need to develop a precision engineering industry in Gujarat if you want to have a good base of semiconductor. And that was the SMEs, servicing these MNCs, will give you a very good ecosystem to develop the industry and scale up. And if this is done well, manufacturing provides plentiful of jobs, meaningful jobs for youth in mechatronics, in mechanical engineering, electronics engineering, and so on. And of course, we can also target the higher skills. But the higher skills area changes very fast. So you got to be very agile and mobile. And all this, I think, needs a heavy government investment in education, skills education. So I believe that, for example, a lot of focus on the high tech. But high tech, you also need to be very agile, and other than front loading your education, you need to do lifelong learning. So every time employee, has, let's say, 3 years of experience in a company, they got to come back to reskill themselves in the next kind of technology that's coming up. So you must have investment on lifelong learning, besides front-loading your, what I call pre-employment training, your budgeting and so on. Yeah.
Mr. Tim Thomas.
Yeah, no, maybe I just pick an example. I do think the government can play a role in facilitating, creating consortiums of industry with states, with vet providers. And we saw one example just a couple of years ago, just very much here. It was an Australian vet provider that worked with the Gujarat government and an Indian car maker to create this international automobile center of excellence, which is called IACE, the first of its kind in terms of knowledge training. And it was an institute in Victoria called the Bendigo Kangan Institute. It's a well-established specialist in Australian automotive training. We, of course, exited automotive manufacturing many years ago, but we continue to carry significant knowledge which can help India's global aspirations. So in that instance, this institute partnered with the Gujarat government, with Maruti Suzuki, to establish India's first automotive and teacher training upskilling center of excellence. And now it opened in March 2021. It's a 2-acre site right here in Gandhinagar. And it's significant because it uses tech-based vocational course that combines formal education with practical hands-on learning to help meet a skills gap in India. We heard the Union Minister talk about a global skill mapping exercise. This is a good example where a gap existed and Australian vocational trainer could fill that gap. I think the opportunity for government here, and particularly a center like mine, is to make sure that we give other vocational providers the confidence to directly interact, engage with state governments in India, such as Gujarat, to identify those gaps and then scale those opportunities. But this was a great example of using technology to create a scalable train-the-trainer module, which we think can be accelerated across the ecosystem.
Thank you. Mr. Medina.
Thank you. I think one of the things that surprised me when I got here today is the extent of this event, how really vibrant it is. So I think that's a good example of what the government should continue doing in order to bring us together and to boost these opportunities for engagement. Now, at least in our experience, even though we try to cater the programs, the skill development programs, in a similar way across the world, only where the government is equally involved and the institutions are equally involved, they are as successful. And that's a good example in Singapore, where the government is really involved in funding programs, in participating, and like we have here in India. So I do believe that we still need the government to bring us together with the institutions, and that would definitely have a much better outcome. I can see it, at least in all the countries where we operate, where the government isn't that present, even though the program is catered in some sort of way similar to others, the success is not the same. So this participation of the three and coming together is what can really move the needle. That's my view.
So a huge investment into human resources and focusing on the man behind the machine and being very proactive in approach and preparing for the future rather than just reacting to the demands and engaging the industry in the skill development process. So a lot of insight from the panelists. I would just, if there is any question from the audience, then you can just send it over so that I can include it. But meanwhile, before the question comes from the audience, very briefly, we have discussed this, and we have Mr. Yuvanai who presented the concept of a Europass. And do you think that in the coming 10 years or 5 years framework, whatever, or maybe 15, 20 years, but I'm being optimistic here, that in the coming 5 years, the world can put up a system of a unified global network with a unified certification process? And I think something like a Europass, so you have a global pass, so which is recognized by, say, 85 to 100 countries of the world, and if you have that certification, then you don't need any other thing. Do you think that there is a possibility of that? And if there is a possibility, what role your organization would like to play in the same? Very briefly.
Before starting, just I want to touch upon the role of the India or Gujarat or global context first. Why is linked this? In the when I look at a global architect in the skill space, technical vocation area, there's no one single entity dedicated to this. There are some UN agency, UNESCO, very much on the education K-12, right? And now there's other agency, doing that, but that's not really, ILO also there, but they are more on labor industry relation. So in that sense, Madam, what you're saying, perhaps we need first of all global architect. So therefore your proposal to have it global, for example, Europass, must be we had some architect, someone who handled. As a minister mentioned, maybe India from South can take lead, because 10 years later, India will be extremely important global talent market, right? More important. Now, coming to this one, I can say mixed view first. the maybe more optimistic way, cautiously. Because many of you will say that, oh my God, this is a very difficult area. I will give you a lot of examples. Europe is, you have a European Union and have it, all those happen. But labor part was most difficult part to negotiate. ASEAN plus 3 ASEAN. Also, they're working on this skill, common, the mutual recognition. They have,
an ASEAN pass.
ASEAN pass. They want to do that. They have it somewhat similar to ASEAN as a whole. The workforce, population of the workforce is about 330. You are 350, so you are bigger. So almost similar. But the trade on the mutual people working on the mutual recognition, I think this is about 15 million only. Mostly in the tourism sector, 90% tourism sector, and about 8% with 8% after that nursing, and then engineering. As you can see, very, very challenging. However, some progress is being made. I think because 2 reasons, I'm more positive on that. Number one, now there are 3 great change happen in the skill and labor market. Number one, we know the great doubling after the Soviet Union collapsed. The labor over there released to the global market, right? So, and then the labor cost gone down sharply, right? That's why a lot of things happened. That's why the outsourcing for labor happened because of that. Now the India benefited a lot. But now second generation happened. Madam, I think they mentioned that trade, right? The trade part. It's just a great doubling in terms of trade, after WTO launch, etc. After that, now, you said a while ago, is that great doubling happened in terms of the outsourcing or trading in tasks. Task meaning IPO. You don't have to be there now in person. So when we're thinking about the labor exchange, also this market, often we think we have to be there, right? But thanks to this unbundling, maybe mainly facilitated by the online and all those, and then the transportation costs, the logistics costs have gone down very much. We don't need to be there. This is where that the IT sector in India is now going, really this. So when you're thinking this, Europe pass, not necessarily just physical way, even the virtual, maybe hybrid way, it would be possible. Now, in this hybrid way, there will be not necessarily you need to be 1 year working there. You can work certain amount time do this. What ASEAN plus ASEAN country doing called ELR program they are doing. ELR program meaning you employ, and then the work like temporary basis, like work there, and then return. Last on meaning return. So that means the hosting country will have less burden for that. If you get the worker coming here, they stay, for a long time. There's a lot of implication to them. Not just one economic reason, other reason. It's not easy to perhaps overcome initially, but with the ELR program, they try to overcome. With that, I think once we have those things, someone will drive at the global level. Hope that we can shorten, even expedite this. Now we have opportunity because of many countries, because of aging and also fertility, the rates gone down. They don't have labor. I'm coming from Korea. Before I came, I did get a newspaper. The fertility rate is at now 0.7.
We look forward to ADB's leadership in this. So, yeah, Mr. Poe. Very briefly.
Yeah, so it is a great dream, I would say, and very aspirational. But it's not an easy task to get the trust of the whole world and to garner the whole world to have a portal, for example, to have the supply and demand side, and to match, skills and the demand for the skills. I can see that even for the skills area, there are different types of skills. Some skills are very stable, very traditional, and and sometimes, it need to be localized a bit. So it's not that simple as transferable. Some skills are very international, particularly the very high-end IT skills. Everybody speaks the same language, they know what they want. If you are down there, everybody wants to recruit you. And there are areas of skills where it's very regulatory. For example, during the pandemic, every country is asking for nurses. So this is an area that's very regulatory, depending on countries. And also, there's also a need for understanding of local customs, habits, and the local hospitals environment. So these are more difficult. And then when you want to internationalize this, normally you need the last mile training to train the person. Other than language, is the local customs, the local habits, and how to operate in a local environment. Yeah.
So initially, probably we can identify a certain kind of bundle of skills that can be more standardized than the others, which are more local and country specific,
so certain
culture
areas,
specific.
like for example, hospitality.
Yeah.
If you are operating an international hotel, it's very international.
Yes.
Everybody, knows what you're talking about.
Yes.
The same thing.
And countries can agree on the international standards on those and have a uniform
That's right.
curriculum, and
So
that can be
yeah, so the thing is also who is going to test it, whether the certification is trusted across countries.
So can
there's
ITS
a lot of
can
agreement.
ITS help in developing those standards? So like we have the international food we have the phytosanitary standards and sanitary standards. All kind of standards are there.
Yeah.
If your product matches these international standards, you're through.
Yeah.
So similarly, can ITS help in that and have a set of standards for at least these skills?
We have the standards for the skills, but the portal, is beyond us. It's some IT companies might be able to develop, and I know some IT companies are looking at certifying, what's the level of even trainers and how to match trainers to training, how to push the type of training to people who need that type of skills. And at the country level, Singapore has something like this, that we're also thinking of, if you have done this formal training, what else do you need to do for reskilling, for example? And what are the new skills that's coming up? What you should be looking out for in the next phase of your skilling effort. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, look, I think the only observation I would add is that there also needs to be a universality in the quality of standards. If, for example, if we take safety in the workforce or safety in the workplace, these need to be very standardized before we can start solving for matching demand and supply. If we're going to get true interoperability, we need a standardization of things like safety standards to make that dream into a reality. We talk about design principles before we get to the platform to build, and those design principles are going to rely on some level of standardization, particularly around things like the quality of life in a workplace.
I think it has improved already, right? If you compare 10 years ago, when we tried to move people around the world, the requirements were so difficult to accomplish, and it took a long time. Now it's much easier, and there's like a universal accepted list of criteria that you need to meet. So I believe that will continue to ease, that will continue to improve. However, getting to the ideal state of being recognized worldwide, I don't think that will happen for the migration challenges in some regions of the world, other political situations. But I do think it will get much easier as we progress.
Okay, this question I will throw open to the audience, the same question, that do you think that this global network is possible? And yeah, so we will take two, starting with you, yes. Please pass on the mic. Please pass on the mic, just yeah, from the back it's coming, yeah.
A smart system can build so much of IT.
Closer.
There are a few bottlenecks, but mostly been solved. Now, the bigger problem that India is going to face is how do we put this on the grid? How can the grid absorb this amount of renewable energy. I mean, 500 gigawatts of renewable energy in a grid where the current generation is about 420 gigawatts is just mind-blowing. Because I guess let's talk about what is the main problem. We are clearly working with a grid that is 100 years old. And what we have been tasked to do is to, while the plane is flying, while the grid is operating, to actually change the wiring on the plane, change the operating system of the plane, to change how we control the plane while it is in flight, right? We still need a grid that is reliable. We still need an operating grid. And we need to put this amount of renewable energy, which as Martin mentioned, is variable, is uncertain. How do we balance all this? How do we take the grid forward? So this is the problem that I'm going to address, and hopefully offer some solutions. So let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, sorry, I do this. My mistake. All right. So the first problem is we've seen costs of renewable generation go down. I mean, there is basically no longer a question that generation from renewable energy, is it cheaper? Is it cheap enough? Is it cheaper than fossil fuel? The answer is resoundingly yes. Just the cost of energy, pure cost of energy, we are cheaper. We have that problem solved. The other lever in all this is the government plans. Both Gujarat and India have very strong plans, very strong targets. Both these things put together are going to give us acceleration of RE development, no doubt. Let's move to the second graphic, where in any cost of energy in a system, there are two components. One is the cost of the energy itself, at which the grid procures renewable energy. Right? The second is the cost of integrating this renewable energy into the grid. As far as the cost of energy goes from renewable energy sources, we've brought it down. We are down to 3 rupees. We are down to 2 rupees 50 paisa. We are down to, in some cases, even lower than that. So we've sort of conquered that problem. What we have not fully recognized and what we have not conquered is the cost of integrating this renewable energy into the grid. And again, a lot of studies have been done in the past, and I will point to a US study which basically said, this was in early 2010s, it used to cost 5 US cents per kilowatt hour to integrate renewables into the grid. Clearly, this kind of cost is not sustainable. The US grids were able to bring it down, and in some cases to ½ cent per kilowatt hour. Now, in India, we need a similar initiative to bring down the cost of grid integration. Otherwise, the total cost, which is the cost that the consumers will have to bear, is going to skyrocket. And this is the challenge that India faces, which is how do we keep the cost, the sum of these costs, to be closer to, I'm putting it in US cents, but 3.5 cents, and not 8 cents, not 10 cents. So this is the main problem that grids face, and that Gujarat is going to face, and India is going to face in a big way. So I'm going to talk about what is the solution here. And I'm going to break it into 4 key elements. One is we need to rethink the physical infrastructure. Second is rethink grid operations. Third is to rethink the RE plants. And the fourth is to rethink the markets. So let's get to the physical infrastructure itself. So here, again, Grid India, Power Grid, they've done a tremendous amount of effort to define green corridors. We have transmission lines that can take energy from from the renewable energy plants to the load centers. Now, but a green corridor itself doesn't solve the problem. We know a solar plant will have a 20% capacity factor, wind has 30, 35% capacity factor. We cannot have transmission lines running at those kinds of capacity factors, 20%, 35%. Somebody has to pay that cost. For now, renewable energy, the wheeling cost is not borne by renewable energy suppliers, but somebody is bearing that wheeling cost. Somebody is paying for that transmission cost. And this will only increase as we put up more and more. No matter how much balancing we do, we need a different strategy of how do we use our physical infrastructure, the transmission lines, in a better way. And there are a bunch of smart grid technologies like dynamic line rating, like fax systems, and so on, which need to be thought of to actually increase the utilization of this rich asset. I won't go into some of the other items, but clearly there needs to be very rigorous interconnection studies to ensure that the power plants that we connect are actually of the right quality, have the right systems, controls in place so that the grid can also control the power plant. It is not just what we call a dumb power plant that is just injecting energy into the grid. We need smart power plants. Second is to rethink grid operations. And the main point here is India needs to move both POSOCO, SLDCs, all these organizations need to move to 5-minute dispatching. I mean, with this amount of variable renewables in the grid, going up to 500 gigawatts, there is no way we can run hour-ahead dispatching or even 15-minute ahead dispatching. It has to be 5 minutes. It has to be almost real-time dispatching because we know renewables are going to be going up and down, and balancing has to be done almost immediately. Which also requires rigorous planning of ancillary services, rigorous planning of reserves that need to basically back up the renewable energy generation. And India already has plans to have been put in place to develop ancillary services market, but again, that has to come in force pretty quickly for the grid to move ahead. Third is to rethink renewable energy plants. And again, SECI has done a good job of basically transforming auctions into round-the-clock auctions. And I think you would all agree that I think the time for pure wind auctions or pure solar auctions, I think, is gone. The grid cannot take any more pure wind resources or solar resources. It has to be round-the-clock resources. Because if we don't plan for it now, right, with 200 gigawatt of RE penetration, going up to 500 gigawatts, we will have a lot of stranded assets that cannot put energy into the grid because we cannot balance them. So in addition, the grid will have to plan its own balancing resources like pumped hydro and green hydrogen. Those are technologies that we will need. But the problem needs to be solved even before that at the RE plants. And that is what I'm suggesting. And efforts are being made, but I think the days of pure RE plant auctions is gone. The next is coal power plants. So again, Power Grid, POSOCO, they made a big effort to transform all our coal assets to run at 55% capacity utilization. We could run them as low as 55% capacity utilization. That has worked. That has given us a lot of flexibility. And again, NREL was part of this study. This was their recommendation. Now we need to move down to 40%. And retrofitting coal plants to basically operate at 40% capacity utilization is going to be, again, a big effort, a big expense to do these kinds of retrofits. But this is a must. Without this, we will not be able to get such a high penetration of RE. Last is rethinking the markets. So again, we have a pretty robust market. Nevertheless, only about 4% of generation is traded on the markets. We need to move closer to 100% of the energy to be traded in the market. I mean, that's how you see real prices, you see real cost of ancillary services, real cost of balancing in the market. Otherwise, everything gets hidden behind long-term agreements. So again, India is making a lot of progress in terms of green day-ahead market, green term-ahead markets, and so on. But we need to get much higher liquidity into the power markets. So again, I've talked about these 4 elements, and I'm running out of time. But what we really need is a comprehensive roadmap, basically a policy-driven roadmap that brings all these elements together, because these are all very different, very divergent moving pieces that need to be brought together in a comprehensive policy, both comprehensive, collaborative, because there are a lot of stakeholders, as I've listed there, and it needs to be continuously updated. So grid integration of RE will get more and more difficult as the amount of penetration of RE increases in the grid. And the good news is that we have the organizations in place, we have the institutions in place. What we need is a comprehensive policy-driven roadmap. Again, there are a lot of announcements in India and in Gujarat specifically that are leading towards that, but we really need to move in with bringing all these 4 elements together. And the good news is there are a lot of solutions out there. US, EU, Australia, China, they are further ahead of us in terms of renewable energy penetration. They have found solutions, they have made mistakes, and we need to stand on their shoulders, learn from them, and adapt those solutions to India. Again, time is of the essence. We are moving pretty fast, and hopefully with a commitment by the grid in the broadest sense to achieve net zero by 2070, we can accomplish this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jain, for a very meaningful presentation. Dr. Keller as well for a great, wonderful presentation he has delivered today. So since time is running short, I just request Mr. S.V. Rathwar to offer a memento to Dr. Pramod Jain. I would request Mr. Sen if he can do the token of gratitude to Dr. Jain, Pramod Jain. And also Mr. Parmar, if he's available here, to offer memento to Dr. Martin. A huge round of applause, everyone, for the wonderful presentations. Mr. Parmar to Dr. Keller. May I request experts to just step on front and for a photograph, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, both of you. If you can just step forward for a photograph. Thank you so much once again. We now move to the final session of the day, which is an interesting panel discussion on global scenario and emerging trends in offshore wind. And audience, I really appreciate your patience, and this is the last session of the day. I request you to remain calm, and it's going to be an interesting one. India is actually endowed with the extensive coastline and that holds immense potential in harnessing offshore wind resources. And this session is set to highlight those success stories and pivotal learnings from other nations, providing insights into adopting best practices and overcoming challenges in this domain. So while my team will take 1 or 2 minutes to set up the stage, it's my pleasure to have eminent sector experts who are going to be here today. We are set. All set? So for this session, I would like to welcome Shri Lalit Boraji on stage. Mr. Boraji is an Indian Administrative Service Officer and currently serving as Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Thank you, sir. He has been spearheading the solar energy programs and now leading the green hydrogen initiative at MNRE. With a great pleasure, I invite Mr. Alp also to join me on the stage. A huge round of applause for both the experts, please. A special deputy from the Danish Energy Agency to support the Indo-Danish government partnership on offshore wind. Mr. Alp is playing an instrumental role in creating a center of excellence for offshore wind and renewable energy with MNRE. My pleasure also goes to Mr. Francis Jasuria, Country Director, Global Wind Energy Council, and Mr. Lammers, Executive Director at Lili Navitas, who are with us and are championing promotion of wind industry across various sectors. A round of applause for all the experts, please. So with this, I request Mr. Tejas Parmar to welcome Mr. Lalit Bora, Joint Secretary MNRE, with the plant sapling. A round of applause should go on, please. May I request Ms. Alka Yadav to kindly extend the gratitude to Mr. Alp. Ms. Girija Dave, if you can please step on the stage to extend greetings to Mr. Francis Jasuria with the plant sapling. Can I request Mr. Pandor EGMIT to kindly felicitate Mr. Gerd, Lili Navitas. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Lammers, you would be moderating this interesting session, and I request him to now take forward the session proceedings further. Over to you.
Yeah, at the beginning, I want to say thanks for having me, to be honest. It is a great honor and it's a pleasure to be here to see so many nice people here. And is it? Now it's better. Excuse me, please. And I want to say thanks for the esteemed people we have here on the stage. And I like them to present themselves in a few sentences so everybody get a few feeling of what nice people we have here on the stage.
Thank you, Gerd. And my name is Jay Surya. I represent the Global Wind Energy Council.
Hi, my name is Alp Günsever. I'm Head of Secretariat and the Center of Excellence of Wind and Renewable Energy. I'm working in Delhi right now as a collaborative agreement between Denmark and India in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Lalit Bora. I'm working as a Joint Secretary in Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Before looking after the wind portfolio, I have an experience of looking after the solar, which include not only the manufacturing part, but also the distributed RE schemes like rooftop solar scheme, PM Kusum scheme. And love to be here and discuss about the offshore wind in which India is going to have a entry now. Thank you, thank you.
Just 2 sentences to myself. My background is 15 years renewable now, started very small on a rooftop, PV, biomethane, and other aspects of the renewable sector. And I was always envy of India and the solar energy you pump out in your country. So, and then at some point I thought, what is with offshore? So why is it a little bit lacking behind? What is the reason?
Do you want me to start?
Feel free.
Great, I just want to tell that it is not a lacking part. It is normally, we go away strategically. We have a time and we go away strategically. That is what the government also plays around. I would like to say here, Gujarat has always been a forerunner. In fact, if you see decades back, that's where they changed the solar scenarios with a high cost, and they got it across. And if you see the recent time, the telecom with the 5G, which it is coming across. So it has its own time, and they will pay that. This is the only thing that if Gujarat takes the first step towards this offshore, definitely things will a lot of change. Saying so, what I would like to say is, from the JIVEC point, we did a study way back in 2015 for the 4-wind, and we identified Gujarat and as well as Tamil Nadu, along with the DNVL and the partners as well. Then later, in 2020, my colleague here from Center of Excellence, they did a FEMOI study as well. So if you see there is a studies which has been going there, and there has been a lot of activities going behind the scene as well. And the same time, that offshore, it takes a long time to understand that. We can't just jump in there, it requires a lot of coordination part there. And that's where, very interestingly, is last month, if you see the seabed rules has been come, which is giving the confidence to the investors. Okay, there is a gazette notification, and the government India has come like. So it just takes a long time, and the announcement has come as well. Saying so, what happens here is, if you see the historical thing from US also, when they announced the Cape Wind way back in '95, even they also failed. They also failed. They also have to learn the experiences, and they have to turn around to the European country and figure out that. And now only after 2021, when the wind yard, that has been announced that the cost has come there and come like. So I'm saying here, the offshore industry, we should not compare the onshore industry and offshore industry. It has its own way, and I would say here, this offshore industry is within the industry. It has a different sector altogether. It's going to bring a large scale of investment. It's going to bring a large scale of infrastructure, skill development. Many things will be changing, including the supply chain. So these are the activities which goes around. So I would say that cautiously, in my view, the government is also working behind the scene. At the same time, they are announcing policy at the time frame which has been given, I think. I think the coming years, I think you will definitely see a lot of offshore coming there.
Just to supplement what Mr. Jayasuriya has said. So you see the journey of renewable in India, it started with wind journey. We had a lot of wind installations. Then came the solar, and right now we are at a stage where we are number 4 in the wind installations in the world. We are number 4 in the solar installations in the world. And as one of the speaker was saying, that there are a lot of SDG goals, and one of the goal is affordability and availability of the electricity. So our strategy has been to see that whatever electricity is available, it is affordable. And therefore, we started with wind. Now wind has come to a level where, like Dr. Jain has just now said, that we are not thinking about the cost of the renewables. The solar has come to a stage where we are not thinking about the cost of the renewable. And now, like in case of the offshore wind, we started our journey from 2015. And it's a different kind of a game. The onshore wind and the offshore wind is altogether different things. So we came out with a strategy paper. We came out with a bidding trajectory for the offshore wind. We came out with the, last month only we came out with the lease rule, seabed lease rule. And we have said that in the month of February, we'll come out with the first bid for the seabed lease. And maybe in the month of March, we'll come out with the VGF scheme for the Gujarat coast, where the Gulf of Khambat has been chosen. So these are the road maps which we have done. And maybe after that, we plan to come out with the seabed leasing rule for the Gujarat coast. So these are the trajectories which we have done. We will learn from the stage by stage and move ahead.
Yes, I can also, I would like to also reflect on the journey in Denmark and how we can also, we have been reflecting it on in India, and now we have been trying to implement the lessons learned in India. And of course, right now Denmark is one of the countries in the EU that has offshore wind with zero bid. So there is no government support. Actually, government is earning money by offshore wind tenders. There are a couple of examples in the EU. Of course, this has been a long journey, started in 1990, and the first subsidy-free offshore wind farm was in 2018 with the Thor project. So how it started? It started with, first of all, if we, instead of the timeline, if I should highlight the factors that contributed to getting from a subsidy to subsidy-free offshore wind. So that is something that can compete with onshore and solar prices. Is first of all is political commitment that has started. Second of all, there was a dedicated agency, Danish Energy Agency, which is the implementing arm of Ministry of Energy and Utilities, that took the role of one-stop shop for handling all the communication, plus issuing the permits. There was also we can say a pipeline. There was a dedicated capacity, and this capacity has been reflected on the actual areas with marine special planning. So the sites were identified, cleared from any kind of interaction with other sectors also, maritime transport, fishing, defense, tourism, and also cleared with from the environmental factors as well as other social factors. So that is also that also contribute to decreasing the risk of offshore wind in Denmark. Further on in the process, Energinet, the Danish TSO, took responsibility for building the offshore substation and the electrical infrastructure. So there was a guarantee of connection to the grid as well. When we combine all of this, it created an environment where the investors, the developers, could see the project, what they are going to invest, what is the agreement, and what they are going to get. And of course, it was supported by a CFD power offtake agreement in advance. So, of course, it took 30 years for Denmark to come to this level, but it doesn't have to take 30 years for India. So that's why we have been collaborating and trying to implement the lessons learned with MNRE. And for example, as a starting point, Nive, maybe along with Seiki, have been assigned as the one-stop shop for handling the offshore wind projects. So that is also something that reduces the risk of communication. Second of all, NIVE has handled, there are two level clearances. Those NIVE has already handled the stage 1 clearances with different ministries. So the areas that have been selected for offshore wind are already risk-free areas allocated to offshore wind development. So another step was that the decision was given this year, or 2023, late 2023, that PGCIL will be responsible for developing the offshore substation and the export cable. So the developers will be responsible for the turbines and the array cable infrastructure. So that was another load taken from the developers. There is also a pipeline of 37 gigawatts. And we have been trying to support, again, MNRE and NIVE with identifying the sites in both Tamil Nadu and Gujarat with the Marine Special Planning Report. We have also tried to support by trying to estimate the cost of offshore wind. So we have also provided some cost estimates. On top of that, there was also necessary infrastructure, we can say also part of supply chain. The ports needed to be identified. So which ports are available in the areas in both Tamil Nadu and Gujarat? And let's concentrate on the Gujarat here. So we identified 2 ports and made a gap analysis, like how much investment is needed for preparation of these ports for offshore wind development. And these are all communicated to MNRE and NIVE to estimate the investment cost necessary for offshore wind development. So with all these risk reduction measures, of course, it's a new market. It's not possible even to start with a zero bit, but we are trying to reduce the cost of offshore wind in India. And I think it was a model that could be applied in Gujarat with the first VGF-supported site and with the first offshore wind tender in Gujarat. I think that is something we can say also is on track. On top of all these, NIVE has conducted wind speed measurements with a floating LiDAR and made the geotechnical investigations and as well made a rapid EYA report on the area. So when we look at at how the Danish tender model is handled, it's actually the first project in Gujarat is very similar to that. So in that sense, I can say that a lot of risk reduction measures have already been taken for the first project, and with the lessons learned, of course, after the first tender, will be developed for the further tenders. Thank you.
Thank you. The surrounding ecosystem, the technical ecosystem surrounding windmills is much broader, so much more techniques. You need ships, you need specific port systems, you need all this manufacturing, construction offshore. And how do you see the possibility of know-how transfer to India to enable India to do it themselves? I mean, you can do much bigger things themselves, so how do you see the follow-up, and maybe also the possibility of governmental support in a way that some risk is taken away, not just asking for money, but risk mitigation for all parties?
I would say 2 things over here. See, actually, if you see that if a global south has to be surviving the market and the manufacturing thing, we need to get a global north's technology and finance to be coming across. So that's one thing, because if you see the tragically of the wind turbines, the models are changing, the technology is changing. So to adapt that change and to go faster, we need to have the technology coming from there. So that is one thing. And the second point which I want to tell is the state permits are very, very important at this point in time. They have to come out with a clear mandate of what is required in the ecosystem and the ecological part. Because each state in India has its own environmental issues. Like the central government has one list and the state also has a similar one. So are they going into parallel? Because any development delay, it is also the development delay also is coming across. So I think these two key areas, one is the global north has to support the global south in this technology because we already have this onshore manufacturing capacity here. So migrating from the onshore to the offshore and bringing the new system is going to be a huge thing. And in fact, if you see that Gujarat is already having a lot of infrastructure on the grid manufacturing, grid system itself. So there is a lot of ecosystem coming in here. If you see a case study of the automobile industry, how they develop their ecosystem with the supply chain, if those kind of models can be developed here itself, I think we can definitely Global South can be the top model. That is what is from the trade association, which we normally interact with the turbine manufacturers and the developers. They only highlight these key points.
Just adding to that, you see the offshore wind supply chain require the development of the port as well. So the government of India is planning to support few port development so that those ports, and one of them will be in Gujarat. So the development of the port will be one step. Other, as Mr. Jayasuriya has said, that the transfer of technology, the global north will have to provide the technology to the global south, and it's in the interest of the everybody, because if we have to achieve the economy of scale and reduce the cost of production, then it's very essential that those technologies are being produced in India. And to create an environment and an ecosystem, we have already given a trajectory of 37 gigawatt of the offshore wind project, and the total potential of about 74 gigawatt, which will increase with increase in the size and the studies and other things. So with these ecosystems, it's sure that for initial project, the supply has to come from the markets, like mainly the European markets, from where the most of the production are. But we are quite optimistic that with the ecosystem being supported by the government of India and the state governments, the production process will also come to the Indian market.
Another interesting aspect from my point of view, especially when the ecosystem is not yet in place totally, is the point of commercialization and project integration. Because we try to change the world in a way, and we need a lot of renewable energy. And due to the fact that the ecosystem is yet not in place, the pricing and all these topics, how do you see problems or even advantages here for the commercialization of offshore wind projects, and also the integration of those projects maybe in a larger scale? We had our presentation about hydrogen, for example. Is there, what do you think? Or where are the advantages or disadvantages?
I think G can talk about that, because if you see the recent policy has come on the firm dispatchable thing like. So I think the offshore combined with the thing, that's what you're trying to tell. I think he might highlight the policy level and the other things.
Yeah. So as far as the offshore wind project is concerned, initially the government of India is planning to have the viability gap funding, which will be for about 500 megawatt for the coast of Gujarat, and 500 will be for the coast of Tamil Nadu. And later on, the seabed leasing, in our strategy paper, we have already said in the model B that we will go for the seabed leasing, where it will be given exclusively, and the developer will have the liberty to sell it into the open access or captive or third party. And if we look at the overall electricity demand in India, it's increasing, and it's increasing at a rapid pace. And with more and more like industrialization happening in India, the GDP growth in India is very high. the EV induction happening into system, the green hydrogen coming into system, which will need more and more RE. So the demand for electricity is increasing, and therefore we are seeing that the rate in the market is quite high. So the developer will have a lot of incentives to put their plant and sell it into the market. So these are the two things which we have planned. And as we have learned in our journey in the wind and the solar, that these are the dynamic sectors, and the ministry along with the state government will always work to improve the policies to support the industries so that the induction of offshore wind, which has less variability, are produced in India. As far as the integration into transmission system is concerned, we already have about 180 plus of the renewable which is integrated into the Indian grid. And we are proud to have a grid which is one grid in the entire country, and it's a very robust grid. Apart from that, we have already issued a plan for integration of 500 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2030, and how the transmission system will be planned. Therefore, inducting 37 gigawatt of offshore wind into an overall plan of 500 gigawatt will not be a challenge for us. For offshore wind developer also, we have said that the ISTS waiver will be there up to 2032. The offshore substation, and from there to the onshore substation, which includes the export cables and everything, will also be done by the power grid. And the developer will have to just put their array cables and the wind farms, and just bring the electricity up to the offshore substation. So all those support structures are being planned so that we provide an ecosystem to the offshore developers.
Yeah, due to the slightly stretched timetable today, I like to ask you for maybe everybody one final last remark. I got the information that we need to make some time up. So I'm sorry, but please.
No, from our side, from the trade thing, what I mentioned to you, from the global members and developers, they are ready to come to India as they see the tragedy and things are coming in. And as you know, the environment is changing, the confidence level is increasing. So once the policy and the seabed, the lease, everything is coming in, and definitely there will be a lot of sea change happening in the state.
Maybe I will repeat a little bit from the previous presentations, but first of all, India has the potential for offshore wind, and I think diversification of the resources is always going to benefit in the long run if the markets are utilized. So that is something I would like to repeat. In Denmark, it has been an expensive switch from the government buying almost all the PPAs and allocating the capacities to the market. And of course, it helps, reflects the real price of the renewables. And maybe it's maybe a big wish or wishful thinking, but it will be good if the state governments as well consider the price levels when they want to purchase offshore wind, considering the trajectory in 2030-32, maybe a little bit more than 4 rupees would help accelerate offshore wind.
No, I would add one thing here before you just give it a little, because we'll be very happy to bring the developers and the OEM stakeholders and bring a committee here. So if they work on the offshore wind, particularly for Gujarat and state line, you can conclude it. I'll bring the people as a group.
Can you just...
You can conclude.
So like, you see, as I already said, that the government of India, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, and all the state governments, we are very open, and we do keep on interacting with the industries at a regular level, and as and when we feel that there are problems. So that's why, as I said, that initially we are going with a VGF. And you see, offshore wind projects are time consuming. The 5 years time will be taken for the study and for the seabed leasing, and after that the project execution will start. So we are open to all the suggestions, and we will take decisions at that time. And the developers can see the journey of India. Like, we have been helping the industry for so long, and we will keep on helping the industry in a long run. The key will always remain is that, as I said, that the
Final remark from myself. India has, this is quite interesting and important even for my project, you have the capability to produce, to manufacture the offshore windmills. And this is, from my point of view, for the Global South, so unbelievably important, but not only for the Global South. I mean, I'm also quite happy to use Indian windmills in Germany. I mean, why not? Cost competitiveness wins in the end. So I want to thank, in the end, our esteemed guests and speakers and all of you for your time and that you have been here. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
A hearty thanks to all our panelists who have actually shared a lot of meaningful work ongoing in India and also the stories from the globe. Really appreciated you all for that. And I think a big round of applause goes to our audience also who have been patiently participating, that too in numbers. A great round of applause to all of you. So, as a token of gratitude, I would request Mr. Tejas Parmar if you could felicitate Shri Lalit Boraji with a memento. Thank you so much, sir, for participating. Can I request Ms. Alka Yadav, if you can honor Mr. Alp with a memento. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, Mr. Alp. Mr. Girija Dave, Ms. Girija Dave, if you can step up to honor Shri Jayasuriya. And I request Mr. Pandor to felicitate Mr. Lammers for moderating an engaging and enriching discussion. Thank you so much. May I all request all my panelists to step forward for a group photograph. I'll just call him.
Please, sir, you're the center. You're the center.
Once again, many thanks to our panel members. Thank you so much. A round of applause for all of them, please. So let me now call upon a key person who have been tirelessly working with his team behind the scenes to make this seminar a resounding success. So I invite Shri Tejas Parmar, IAS and MD, MGVCL, to kindly close the sessions and seminars and also provide a vote of thanks. Can I have a mic sound, please?
Hello. So thank you, Mr. Sumed Agrawalji, for coordinating all these sessions from our side. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this session on renewable energy, a pathway to a sustainable future, I am overwhelmed with the wealth of insights and collective dedication we have witnessed today. It's a proud moment for all of us that the government of Gujarat signs MOUs worth more than 1 lakh crore rupees today, enabling renewable energy in Gujarat. Today we had the opportunity to listen to our Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, our Honorable Minister of Energy and Petrochemical, Mr. Kanubhai Desai Saab, Minister of State from Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, and various leaders and experts on this very important subject of renewable energy. We had 3 sessions today. First was emerging technologies and trends in renewable energy sector. We saw ideas from Mrs. Gauri Singh, Ms. Rebecca Groen, Mr. P. Kumaran sir, Olivia, Mr. Kapil Maheshwari. They all delved into the various topics related to emerging technologies and trends. The second session was expertly navigated by Dr. Martin Keller and Dr. Pramod Jain, who came from US to here and brought to the forefront the complexities and solutions in RE power evacuation and grid integration. Third session, which just now concluded, offshore wind, global scenario and emerging trends in India, was spearheaded by Mr. Lit Borasar, Mr. Al, Mr. Francis Jayasurya and Mr. Gert Lemmer. So I thank all the speakers and delegates who came today and had a wonderful session with us. The discussions today have shown us that the future of 500 gigawatt renewable energy is an achievable reality, requiring our collaborative and concerted effort and commitment. I thank each speaker, delegate, and all the participants. The hall was full in the inaugural, but those who have stayed with us till the last moment, I thank all of you once again. So big round of applause those who have stayed with us. Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2024 was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi sir yesterday, and we have various sessions on various topics. Our department, Energy and Petrochemical Department, has organized 3 seminars. One of them was today. We have 2 more seminars in the morning tomorrow. One is on green hydrogen and another is on round-the-clock energy, watts to gigawatts. So I invite all of you for tomorrow's sessions here in seminar hall number 4 and seminar hall number 3, which is adjacent to this hall. So let me thank each and everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the entire team which has worked since last 1 month. We had contacted many speakers and delegates who have come today multiple times. We had discussion on phone and they have agreed to come, and tirelessly our team has compiled everything, and what we have shown today was in front of us. So the entire team, I would like to thank entire team of my Gujarat Urja Vikas Nigam Limited, Madhya Gujarat Wej Company Limited, and all our companies, group companies. I would also like to thank SOCHM, who is a national partner of this event, and from behind cameramans, then our audiovisual team, and entire team who has made this event a success. I thank all of you once again. Welcome to Gujarat, those who have come from outside. I hope that your stay and everything has been good, and we are looking forward to have more and more fruitful discussions in the coming years. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful closing remarks. And we call it a day now and look forward to meet you all for another vibrant day in vibrant Gujarat. Thank you so much.
तरफ देखो भाई